Forget whatever you've seen in the movies. They don't turn into bats. Crosses don't work. Garlic? You want to try garlic? You stand there with garlic around your neck. One of these buggers will bend you fucking over and take a walk up your strata chocolata while he's sucking the blood out of your neck, all right?
Woods. From the master of terror comes a new breed of evil. John Carpenter's Vampires.
You never told me they could do that. I didn't know they could do that.
Hello, listeners past, present, and future. This is Haddonfield Radio, where, as always, we bring you the history, legacy, and lore of movies, trailers, and more. We are your basement-dwelling hosts. I'm Christian White.
And I'm Joe Francasio.
And for this very special bonus episode of Haddonfield Radio, we will be joining you for a deep dive fan commentary journey through John Carpenter's Vampires. In the barren winter wastes of February 1983, a blisteringly shocking, neo-surrealist Canadian motion picture emerged onto American screens as though out of the collective unconsciousness of the Great White North itself, filtered through the lens of one of that country's most promising cinematic artists of that or any other era, David Cronenberg. The film was Videodrome, and its mesmerizing melange of sophisticated techno-futurism and raw, uninhibited sexuality laid itself bare for meager audiences who seemed to meet its grotesque and intellectual examination of transformative flesh with a modicum of confused, if not repulsed, indifference. The objectively intense film, which coolly defied genre categorization, was difficult to market and thus failed to attract a sizable theatrical audience and was widely perceived as a box office bomb stateside. Yet, many of those who witnessed the film on a 40-foot screen in a darkened anonymous theater and engaged openly with the film's demurely threatening vision of violent media transcendence saw it perhaps less as a mainstream Friday night movie and more a relic from another twisted and dissonant dimension of subversive cinema. The film is now, of course, widely considered a true cult classic, which, like many other genre defiers, such as David Lynch's Eraserhead, John Waters' Pink Flamingos, and Repo Man by Alex Cox, just to name a few, also simply failed to connect commercially and even incredibly critically during their respective releases. Some movies just need to give the world time to catch up with their messages and meanings. Videodrome was certainly one of those. And yet, Cronenberg's fluidity with themes such as lurid sexuality and high-tech violence connected him and his film to a much richer tapestry of influence, from film noir of the 1940s like Howard Hawks' 1946 film The Big Sleep, and the uncanny realism of Ingmar Bergman's 1968 film Hour of the Wolf. Both of these landmark genre films inspired Videodrome's eerily vivid landscapes of brutality and intimacy. And Videodrome's creator, David Cronenberg, was only just getting started sharing his dark, prescient visions, films that would ultimately clearly certify him as a once-in-a-generation seeker and cultural seer. The film also introduced American audiences to the virile and manic leading man charisma of actor James Woods, whose incendiary on-screen chemistry with pop icon Debbie Harry had ignited the screen in ways actors like Sterling Hayden and Barbara Stanwyck wouldn't have dared even dream of in their day. And unsurprisingly, Cronenberg wasn't the only genre filmmaker of that remarkable era who was blazing a cinematic trail forward by simply looking back. Fellow future horror iconoclast John Carpenter's imaginative youth was undeniably fueled by the motifs and legends of the American Western, which at that time in the halcyon early 1950s remained one of the most stalwart genres of that era, led by such luminary lensers as John Ford, Anthony Mann, Bud Boddicker, and of course, one of Carpenter's personal favorites, Howard Hawks. Carpenter vigorously sought out and absorbed innumerable indelible westerns as a mature and precocious child, and he even crafted his own short film, Terror from Space, in 1962 when he was only 14 years old, a film which already clearly exhibited Carpenter's uncanny ability to create evocative film hybrids, with Terror from Space finding itself a canny mix of recognizable elements mined from both the Western and science fiction genres. By the time Carpenter had come of age as a neophyte professional filmmaker himself by the mid-1970s, the Western genre that had served as his cinematic North Star had found itself in something of a steady cultural decline. So, a defiant John Carpenter simply began craftily and steadily infusing elements of the Western into many of his most notable early works, like Assault on Precinct 13 in 1976, which was cleverly modeled after Howard Hawks' own 1956 film Rio Bravo, and of course Carpenter's 1981 film Escape from New York, which was a clearly defined paean to the Western anti-hero subgenre popularized by Italian directors Sergio Leone and Antonio Margheriti during the preceding decade. The Western itself, one of cinema's earliest adapters into genre, certainly also drew elements to form its borders from a much older storytelling tradition, as did the characters brought to life by Carpenter's immeasurable imagination. Carpenter himself once dubbed the Western classic Red River as, quote, a Greek tragedy, and he certainly isn't wrong. Many classic genre films are richly infused with a deeper legacy of storytelling that stretches back as far as we do, all the way back to the earliest campfires, where all stories were born. As all film fans know, a number of Carpenter's most successful and lasting films were collaborations with actor Kurt Russell. Carpenter and Russell worked together on 5 films between 1979 and 1996. Their infamous and quite rambunctious partnership began in 1979 with the blockbuster television biopic Elvis, and continued on to Escape from New York in 1981, The Thing in 1982, Big Trouble in Little China in 1986, and finally in the vastly underappreciated sequel Escape from LA in 1996. These entries in Carpenter's filmic milieu are capably balanced against a number of other eclectic characters brought to life by Carpenter in collaboration with a roster of some of that era's most diverse and charismatic performers, such as Rowdy Roddy Piper, Sam Neill, Jeff Bridges, and even the incorrigible Chevy Chase in 1992's Memoirs of an Invisible Man, a collaboration so intensely divisive that it almost drove Carpenter out of the movie business entirely, after the complicated and confused final cut of the film was released to some of the worst reviews of Carpenter and Chase's careers. However, one of the most intense performances in all of Carpenter's canon of eclectic films comes via his singular collaboration in his 1998 film Vampires, with none other than Videodrome's James Woods, who had spent the preceding decades developing his stature as quite possibly the most prolific and talented character actor of that entire era. And by the late 1990s, Carpenter had more than established himself as a genre director of notorious acclaim, having helmed such objective all-timers as 1978's Halloween, 1982's The Thing, as well as his brilliant adaptation of Stephen King's Christine in 1983. But to me, where Carpenter really shines through is within what I call his B-sides. Films like Prince of Darkness, The Fog, They Live, Big Trouble in Little China, and Starman all failed to capture the commercial zeitgeist at the time of their respective releases. Yet, in so many of these perceived lesser outings, audiences at the time may have missed out on some of the most grand and even operatic expressions of Carpenter's cinematic obsessions. His B-side films are utterly enjoyable deviations, exercises in the resilience and elasticity of the classic genre filmmaking of masters like Howard Hawks, Hitchcock, and Robert Wise, visionaries that had truly ignited Carpenter's mesmerizing genre fluidity. You really have to wonder how some of these films could have ever ended up somewhat overlooked at the time. Perhaps, like Cronenberg's Videodrome, they were just too far ahead of their respective times, either too uncomfortably dystopic or too eerily familiar to capture the attention or deserved acclaim during their initial releases. On October 30th, 1998, Columbia Pictures unleashed John Carpenter's 17th feature film, the restless, relentlessly down and dirty horror-action hybrid Vampires in megaplex movie theaters all across America, and just in time for Halloween, a holiday Carpenter himself had become indelibly synonymous with. And Vampires was right in line with everything Carpenter had become identified with. A descendant of films like The Wild Bunch and Red River, composited against the tried-and-true tropes of thousands of years of vampire lore, John Carpenter's Vampires was based on the 1990 novel of the same name, itself a hybrid of horror and fantasy with satirical elements penned by a lifelong Texan who is quite aptly named John Stakely. After previously developing the project as a feature film with a number of other talented genre directors of the era, like Sam Raimi and Russell Mulcahy, Largo Entertainment had the cult novel adapted into two separate screenplays by writers Don Jacoby and Dan Mazer, and presented them to Carpenter and allowed him to choose. Carpenter chose Jacoby's script, and the film was given a fairly generous $20 million budget and a green light from Columbia Pictures. The film was also cast with an established crew of both veteran character actors and rising stars who understood the power of genre when in the hands of a true maverick like John Carpenter. Actors like Daniel Baldwin, Maximilian Schell, Tim Guiney, and Twin Peaks breakout Cheryl Lee lined up to work with Carpenter as he rounded out the millennium on screen with this, a doomy, blood-fueled miasma of supernatural action. Vampires is anchored brilliantly by an intense lead performance from James Woods, who, as iconic character Jack Crow, the leader of a team of Vatican-sponsored vampire killers, capably strides into austere leading man territory, channeling as much earned masculine bravado as John Wayne at the height of his own on-screen career. It really is a confident, towering genre performance, and the character of Jack Crow deserves his place in the pantheon of sarcastic and savage anti-heroes that rule the borders of popular film culture. Upon release, John Carpenter's Vampires ultimately opened enthusiastically at #1 at the United States domestic box office, grossing a strident $9.4 million in its debut weekend. But that success was somewhat front-loaded. The film was ultimately deemed a moderate financial success, essentially breaking even with a $20 million haul, and competing that very year, ironically enough, with the 6th consecutive Halloween sequel, Halloween H2O, a part of the enduring horror legacy Carpenter himself had created alongside his friend confidant, and cinematic soulmate Deborah Hill 20 years prior in 1978. To this very day, John Carpenter's Vampires remains one of the final 3 theatrical films that the legend has directed. He followed Vampires with the steadily growing cult classic Ghosts of Mars in 2001, and then finished his wildly diverse cinematic career nearly a decade later with the unfortunately maligned film The Ward in 2010, before ultimately hanging up his directorial guns and spurs, seemingly for good. And yet, this is only where our story begins. This is the story of one of John Carpenter's most overlooked gems, a film that deserves every bit of the positive reappraisal that it's been receiving in the ensuing last handful of years. This is the story of one of the best genre hybrids of not just the 1990s, but perhaps all time. This is the history, legacy, and lore of John Carpenter's Vampires. And Joe, here we are celebrating a wonderful bonus episode right smack dab between season 3 and season 4, and I have to ask you the question. Everybody listening to this episode, listening to Haddonfield Radio, every single one of these people is dying to know, I guarantee it, what do you think, generally speaking, of John Carpenter's Vampires?
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I agree.
I kind of forgot how much I liked it till we kind of revisited it for this.
Yes.
And I was pleasantly surprised. And you know, I was kind of trying to think of, like, when did I first see this? And I can't honestly remember. I know I've seen it over the years.
So do you think
it
you
was
might
in
have,
my head?
Do you think you may have caught up with this movie years after its release, or do you remember seeing it?
I don't think I saw it in the theater. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Just knowing we were like fresh out of college and where I was, I don't think I saw it then. But I definitely saw it, and I probably saw it more than once because I kind of really remembered it, you know what I mean?
And the reason I ask that question that way is I would assume a lot of people, even a lot of horror fans and a lot of genre film fans, may not have caught up with Vampires until subsequently after its original theatrical release.
Yeah.
It was sort of successful, as I said. It recouped its budget. It made $20 million in its release, which is...
And it made almost half of that its opening weekend. It was like 9 point
Yeah, it was the number one movie in America on its opening weekend.
Yeah.
Now, that's somewhat predictable. It is a Halloween weekend in 1998. You have a John Carpenter film. James Woods, at that point, had built his career where he really could step in from supporting character roles into leading man roles. He was an Academy Award nominee. And like I always think of James Woods, I always think of James Woods in my mind as easily one of the greatest character actors of all time. And yet in this film, he really holds the center of the screen in a leading man role. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it's a little different for him. He kind of, I remember hearing him in an interview talk about how, like, for once, he's the first guy through the door and not the second or third.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
And he was also used to sort of being more, you know, playing the villain more times than not, or the sort of sleazy lawyer type character. So this was a welcome change for him to play something this different, an action role, which was also something you didn't really associate James Woods with. Well,
and the Jack Crow role really fits James Woods like a glove.
Yeah.
Simply because it is not the predictably Boy Scout-ish leading man character that you might see in a typical good versus evil morality play like this is. These characters are all, from soup to nuts, they are all morally compromised characters. Yeah. And like a lot of the grand westerns of the 40s and 50s and even the 60s, those films in that genre were littered with these same kind of sort of morally duplicitous characters.
Sure.
And I don't think anybody plays characters like that, especially during the incredible 1990s, as well as James Woods.
No, James Woods has a certain spark, to his delivery and
Yes.
his wit, his sharp. He's like a sharp wit, and it's like, I think as time goes on and things kind of get, I hate saying, like, more politically correct, you're going to see less of those types of
Sheer masculine
personalities
roles like that.
being
Yeah.
featured in films.
Yes, I agree with you. You really, I'm glad you just bring that point up, because as I was watching Vampires to catch up for this episode, that was one of the things I was most caught by, was how sort of era specific the characterizations in this movie really are.
Yeah.
You really probably, sadly, wouldn't see this type of characterization in this type of a movie in 2025 or 2026. I just don't think movies and characters are drawn this way with such dynamic range as you saw certainly in the character of Jack Crow, and even many of the supporting characters. I think this is the best Daniel Baldwin's ever been in any movie.
Yeah.
I think Daniel Baldwin is actually really, really effective in his role as Montoya, who's sort of the second banana lead character.
Yep.
A role that had originally been developed for his brother, Alec Baldwin, and who I also could have definitely seen. And I have to say, I think, like I said, Daniel Baldwin is excellent in this film. But to have seen James Woods and Alec Baldwin join forces together again in the 90s, like they did in the remake of The Getaway, Roger Donaldson's The Getaway, which is one of my favorite films. A film extremely overlooked at the time and to this day, simply because it seems sort of sacrilegious to sort of remake Steve McQueen's The Getaway. However, that film with Alec Baldwin, I think, is an all-timer and one of the greatest remakes I think ever made. And James Wood, who plays one of the heavies alongside Michael Madsen in that film, is absolutely uproariously entertaining to watch. And he brings a lot of that sadistic glee that you see in some of his heel turn performances in the past. He brings that right into the hero performance of Jack Crow. And again, it fits like a glove.
Yeah.
But I would say only an actor sort of like James Woods could have kind of brought that to this character believably.
Yeah, I mean, I think they originally were trying to cast like Dolph Lundgren.
Yep.
So, like, what a crazy opposite sort
my
of,
God.
right? So, the role would have been very different and would not have felt, I think, as
Dynamic?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And no shade to Dolph Lundgren.
No, but it clearly is, at least especially back then too. You gotta, it was based on his physicality.
I think that would have been a lot of it.
And then really anything else.
Can I just throw a quick, what if I was thinking of when I was watching this?
Yeah.
Even though Dolph Lundgren did not work out for the role of Jack Crow, and it ultimately, of course, went to James Woods, I could have actually easily seen Dolph Lundgren playing Valak at that time.
Sure, yeah.
If you think of that physicality of Dolph Lundgren in the late 90s, they could have just slided him over into the Valak role.
Yeah.
And I think it would have worked brilliantly. I think originally that role was developed, I don't know if you just mentioned that, but for Willem Dafoe.
Right, he was another one that they were. I don't know how far I got in talking with
At
him or
least
not, but it didn't work out.
Visualized it for Willem Dafoe. That would have been interesting too.
Yeah, but you can see where there was a point where they kind of switched their thinking from like the muscle-bound, muscle-head guy, and kind of went for the James Woods, feel, Willem Dafoe feel.
And Thomas Ian Griffith as Master Vampire Valak, he is really incredible in this film. I have to admit, I know he was sort of like launched around that time as sort of like a B-level action star. And he had moderate success in that arena. But this movie proves to me that he could have built an entire career playing heavies.
Oh, yeah.
Because he is really fantastic as Valak.
Yep.
And he has very little to express in this film. He doesn't have a very dynamic characterization like James Woods has, and yet he brings so much presence and so much doominess to the entire atmosphere of the film. You're always kind of feeling him looming over the narrative and looming over the story, and his shadow sort of cast over all these other characters in a way that I think directorially through Carpenter Carpenter is just done so brilliantly.
He commands the screen.
That's perfectly put.
You know what I mean? Which the, head vampire in the entire world should. It's obviously, I think, done on purpose. When you see him, you feel like this is the guy in charge, almost like you're ready to walk with him,
I love that this really is from the school of thought of the classic kind of feral vampires. These aren't the romantic kind of sexualized Dracula type vampire figures. These are like hardcore, murderous, bloodthirsty creatures of the night. And I actually love all different kinds of vampire films. I'm not someone who poo-poos like a Frank Langella Dracula versus this. Like, I think all different the vampire subgenre is so elastic.
It lends itself to easily to, different interpretations.
But I really do love this version of the vampire, this bloodthirsty.
It's the Western
Terminator vampire. Right.
It's the Western villain about being applied to the vampire lore.
I mean, you could almost categorize this film as a Western.
Well, it's got the quest, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Valak's looking for the cross, and usually in the Westerns, they're looking for the money. Usually,
yep,
right?
And you have this group of like rugged killers for hire, all morally conflicted, but what you would call in role playing chaotic neutral.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they are.
But then, as the story develops, you realize there's a difference between like Jack Crow and the rest of the people who are slaying vampires. They're mercenaries. It's about money, which is why the original novel that was titled Vampires, the S at the end was a $.
I really have to say, I sort of wish they had used that for the title of the film.
I think they downplayed it in the movie more, and it was a bigger theme in the book was this idea of them, the Slayers, being more like mercenaries and more focused on money, getting paid for this work that they do. But then you realize, and even in the film, that for Jack, it's more personal.
Right.
It's about the parents. He just wants he wants to avenge his parents and sort of just take out every vampire. It's not about the money.
Let me give you one thing I think I might have done,
which, by the way, is a Western motif.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay,
one thing I think I might have done a little differently, and who the hell am I? I mean, who am I to say here's an idea I think might have worked better? But just for the sake of argument, something I was thinking when I was watching this film. Woods has that incredible soliloquy midway through the film where he basically explains his origin story.
Yeah.
That his father had been bitten by a vampire. He didn't tell anyone. He tried to hide it, turns into a vampire, attacks the mother, essentially, kills her, and then attacks,
tries to attack,
Woods. And as a child, his character's a child, and he has to kill his own father. When you jump forward towards the climax of the film, remember when they've got James Woods and he's up on the crucifix and they've got him kind of at their mercy, the vampire's mercy. I thought it would have been a cool story beat if they bring out like either James Woods' mother or father, like maybe his mother that had been turned and had been a vampire all this time.
He doesn't really say what happened to the mother.
Because he never really
he
said.
He says he had to kill. They're trying to show when he talks about killing his dad that he has he had to kill his own father, so he has no problems. Like he's telling, Padre, I'll kill you.
Just killing some random priest.
But you have to apply that to sort of everything he's doing. When you say, in the movie, sometimes you question whether the hero will pull the trigger or on a certain somebody or something because they have the certain morality going on. With Crow, he doesn't have that.
Yeah, James Woods.
He will take out anybody.
James Woods, it's such a testament to his edginess and his kind of feralness as a performer that you believe that he is just as capable of sticking that switchblade into that priest's gut or slicing at that priest until he talks. Like, I believe that.
That's one thing Carpenter talks about is that Jack and his team are just as brutal as the vampires.
Yes.
That they're almost on equal footing in that sense. It's just Valak has a little extra oomph.
And Maximilian Schell, a very legendary international actor.
Oscar winner.
I would imagine, in my opinion, maybe what I would guess really attracted him to the role he plays as the cardinal, the ultimately corrupt cardinal, is that incredible heel turn in the last act that he gets to do, where he gets to deliver that whole monologue about how he was afraid of death and he saw that he was getting older and this was his chance to live forever, and the temptation of living forever, and the corruption of the Vatican itself, which really reinforces the themes of the movie, that the Vatican and the Catholic Church were essentially responsible for vampirism in the world and responsible for the, rise of this dark evil that's threatening to take over the planet.
Yeah, Carpenter, again, well, first of all, John Carpenter has a great audio commentary track along with this film on the most recent release through Scream Factory. But he talks about how he sat down with Maximilian, right, when they were about to do that scene and how to play it. And should the priest kind of reveal almost his intentions, right?
Yes.
And so I thought it was funny that they actually asked each other, like they talked about it and said, sort of, what would you actually do? Would you pick immortality? And they both said yes.
Yeah.
And and so they said they'd let the priest go for it.
Going back to Thomas Ian Nicholas, in the way Carpenter directs Valak, within the story, and the way he shoots the character of Valak, there were a lot of moments in this film that I got real Michael Myers vibes from Valak. There are moments that Carpenter is shooting the character of Valak in the exact same ways that he positioned Michael Myers in the original Halloween.
Yeah, and I'll point it out when we're watching the movie, but he also pulls out a Halloween trick with when we're switching to sort of Cheryl Lee's character, when she's able to sort of see through Valak's eyes.
Yes.
The camera work switches to the Panaglide.
Yes.
And you're getting that sort of, rocky
Like
POV,
subjective POV
shot that
yes.
is very Michael Myers, the beginning of Halloween when he was a kid. The
I
whole
know
thing,
exactly what you mean. I totally agree.
Otherwise, for most of the film, Carpenter and his cinematographer Gary Kibbe, They shot this very different for a Carpenter film because he really wanted to emulate the old Westerns. So there's a lot of those big, wide in scope, static shots, not a lot of movement, not, taking their time, and a lot less cutting than Carpenter kind of usually does, intercutting in scenes.
Yes.
Even though Carpenter's known for not cutting a lot, right? But this was even less, you know what I'm saying?
Well, Carpenter, I think, at his foundation is really kind of like a neo-traditionalist. I mean, a lot of Carpenter's shooting style throughout all of his diverse films, he's not afraid just to lock the camera down in a position and allow the action within the scene or the story to play out right in front of the lens.
Yeah.
He's so confident as a storyteller, not just as a director, but as a storyteller, that he is brave enough sometimes not to overshoot. And it's one of the things you see from him that clearly, to me, shows that it was later on in his really storied career, because like you were just mentioning, I noticed a lot of real lockdown shots, a lot of kind of static imagery, and I don't say that as a shortcoming. I actually bring that up as a positive.
Yeah.
It reminded me of a lot of traditional Westerns, the way a lot of...
Yeah, that's what he was going for, yeah.
And Carpenter's score in this film, again, one of his final scores for his own films.
Yep.
He has obviously continued doing film score work over the years leading up to now for our listeners in the present.
Yeah.
Right now, Joe and I, just to let you know, where are we right now? In
2026,
Yeah,
January 2026.
The end of January 2026. That's where we are right now as we are recording this.
Space and time.
And Carpenter was showing in the late 90s, towards the end of his theatrical directorial career, just how confident he was as not only a director, but a storyteller. Just in that static ability to just allow the action to play out in front of the lens and allow the story to breathe, the characters to live.
He trusts his actors.
Exactly.
So he kind of, it's the actor's job to hold some of the scenes, that have a lot of dialogue. And so he doesn't cut around a lot, and he lets, the actor walk you through the scene, and he cuts when necessary. But I think a lot of times if he gets a good take, like a full take, he'll hang on just one angle.
Yep.
If that was the best take, and the actor, you see the actor doing their thing. He talks a lot about sort of like how he gives his actors a rule, sort of, you give me one take that's just like the screenplay. Let's just get that out. And then I'll let you do some other things, and we can have more fun with it.
And James Woods is a master improvisational actor.
Yeah.
And when he is invested fully in character, and you can almost sort of, I think you can almost see many of the moments. I could almost guess some of the moments that are improvisational. Yet they work so fluidly within the story and within in concert with the actual written dialogue, because of the fact that, in my opinion, James Woods was just so deeply in character and so knowledgeable about his character's motivations and needs.
Yeah. I mean, James Woods isn't a hack. He does his research, and luckily there's kind of like the novel too. So people got to absorb this story in different forms, the screenplay, the novel, and I think that I can't. When we watch the movie, I'll point out a lot of times he's improvising, but I also think that it's interesting to point out that a lot of the scenes he is improvising, he's also working with the guy who played Father Adam, Tim Guinea, who I think is kind of overlooked in this. I love him.
I thought he was really good.
He's sort of the physical. I don't want to say physical comedy, but to Jack Crow in a way. He's Jack's sort of ragdoll.
Yeah.
James Woods is always throwing this guy around. And
you know what he also serves as is sort of the audience surrogate character, the young, hopeful, open character that the audience can kind of associate with and kind of follow through the story.
He's looking at Jack the same way like we are sometimes. Like,
exactly.
What the hell's up with this guy?
And the character, I think he's called Gutiot, Father Gutiot. He and I could be mispronouncing that, excuse me, but he really is constantly voicing as his character many of the thoughts and questions I was having as a viewer of the movie. And so I think that actor does a really brilliant job with kind of like a straight man role.
Yeah. And again, I think it's interesting to point out that a lot of the improvising with James Woods was between him and that actor.
Right.
Him and Daniel Baldwin and Father Adam. The three of them were sort of like the team.
Yes.
Right. And
yes.
They spent a lot of time together. And James Woods has talked about how a lot of times actors kind of compete with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And he said one time that it was John Travolta told him that when he was making Face Off with Nick Cage, that they talked beforehand and said, you know what, instead of competing, let's compliment each other. Let's
right on the money.
Let's collaborate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they had this amazing time and
incredible chemistry.
James Woods said that to like Daniel Baldwin and stuff. Like let's not go down that road. And again, I think you can feel it with these guys. They feel like they've known each other for a long time. They do feel like a team. The improvising as actors between the three of them throughout the movie shows also their comfortableness with each other. It seems like it was a really good time.
It's interesting.
Making this movie.
I also was thinking when I was watching it that Alec Baldwin, who had been considered for the role of Montoya, could have also capably played Jack Crow at that time in 1998. I think. Listen, I'm going to throw a hot take out there right here and now. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, he could have. I mean, James Woods brings a little different.
I vastly
pedigree.
prefer James Woods, but I will say a quick hot take here. Quick side note.
Yeah.
I personally think here we are. The 1990s, in my opinion, was like the dinosaur era of movie stars, like all the big guns of movie stars, really the last great gasp of movie stardom before like you have that saying video killed the radio star. Internet killed the movie star.
Yeah, of course.
But in the late 90s and throughout the 90s was like, to my mind, one of the greatest decades of movie stardom.
Yep.
And I think Alec Baldwin was actually the
You mean Daniel Baldwin or Alec Baldwin?
No, Alec Baldwin.
Okay.
I think Alec Baldwin was actually, in my opinion, the most talented leading man of the 90s. He may not have had the most popular roles, or he may not have touched the zeitgeist in ways that like Kevin Costner or Harrison Ford, for example, might have done. But I think You go back and watch the remake of The Getaway or Hunt for Red October. Baldwin was on fire in the 90s. And I think by the late 90s, it might explain why he might not have been as open to taking what is a sidekick role in a way.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, that he would have been great in the role. Imagine that him with James Woods. Obviously Alec Baldwin, like you were saying, was amazing back then. I don't think it would have worked as well with James Woods having
I don't either, actually,
two
yeah.
almost leading guys.
It would have gone back to that competitive, like you were just talking about.
I feel like that would have popped up, maybe, who knows? But I think so. Daniel Baldwin was a great choice.
It was the same perfect
flavor of person, but without.
And I would argue that Daniel Baldwin, he really fits into Carpenter's world really comfortably.
Yeah.
He feels like. He's at home.
Snake Plissken's like cousin,
Yes.
I don't know.
No,
Sorry.
and I think he's really, really good. And he has a really great character to play that has a nice, interesting arc. And he's got a lot of great kind of movie star moments of his own that we'll point out as we're watching the movie.
Yeah, we should probably save some of this for the actual movie. And we should
one other
talk
quick
about,
thing, though. One other actor I wanted to mention. One of my favorite character actors who pops up in so many great films and television shows is Mark Boone Jr.
Yes.
And he gets the greatest death in John Carpenter's Vampires, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Really one of the most memorable I think, moments of the entire film.
Yeah.
I think one of the most gory moments in any John Carpenter film, period.
Yeah.
Mark Boone Jr. gets to stand in for.
That whole motel massacre is
incredible.
Awesome. Anyway.
It's staged brilliantly.
Yeah.
And a lot of the lighting, the production design by, I had Thomas Walsh, the art direction. This is Carpenter working at the top of his game in many ways, with department heads who clearly were working at the top of their own.
Yeah,
the lighting, all of it was exceptional in this film.
I do think that, the fact that Carpenter was hired to make this film, and this wasn't like a film that he
like a passion
was trying.
project.
Yes,
yep.
It was a little, he was having a little more fun with it. He didn't, maybe not quite as invested, and he had, good amount of money to make it, and he was working with big movie stars, and so I think this was, I think it's kind of considered the last great Carpenter film, and I think it shows, and I think the fact that everybody was sort of having fun making this film really, translates to a fun film to watch.
And real quick, it's sort of shocking to me that this film is as good as it is and remains as good, if not even better than it was when it first came out, like the way people have reappraised it nowadays in the last 10 years. It sort of is amazing to me that even happened because Carpenter was at literally his crotchiest in the late 90s. Mm-hmm. He had taken the 1-2 punch of Memoirs of an Invisible Man and the failure of Escape from L.A. That Escape from L.A. was so misunderstood and so misjudged when it was released.
He almost quit after that, too.
Yeah.
And it's kind of surprising that he came and did this because he was really questioning whether or not he was going to make movies.
But isn't it sort of like ultimately surprising to you, like you were mentioning, that not only that, he would come in as kind of a hired gun himself to do this movie after he was so burnt out.
It was probably perfect that it worked out that way because he was so burnt out. Because, I think they did have fun. And it's funny you bring up, yes, he's known for that crotchiness.
Oh, God,
right?
yeah.
But
I say that lovingly.
Well, I was going to say, when you listen to the audio commentary track, which was done back then, it's not like something he did now. It was not too long after the movie came out. It's the most pleasant I've ever heard him just talk.
Yes.
Talk about the movie.
Right.
Talk about everything. Him himself, that he sounds happy, cheerful. He's not really being too crotchety. So, I highly suggest listening, to his commentary track for this film if you can get your hands on it, because he's really good at just on this one getting into the what was going on in his head and all the homages and technically what they were doing. It's a great commentary track.
It's really interesting that this movie is released almost exactly 20 years, almost to the day, from the release of what is ostensibly will forever be considered his most memorable and greatest film, 1978's Halloween.
Yeah.
And I see these films sort of, if this had been the last film he directed, I think it would have been an incredible bookend of a 20-year run that had, like I mentioned in my intro, certainly had some ups and downs. But I can't think of one John Carpenter film between 78 and 98 that is not at least entertaining and interesting and full of his own personality as an auteur and as an artist. And like I mentioned, a lot of his like B-side titles that didn't really blow up financially are usually some of his most operatic and interesting works. And this film is a perfect example of that. And here we are. Before we jump into the movie, boy, do we have a frickin' treat for you guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have been waiting and wondering and who our special guest is going to be.
We have somebody that's going to be joining us to continue this conversation about John Carpenter's Vampires and the era of which it was released, and the reappraisal as well. We have the film's star, one of the greatest actors in Hollywood history, in my opinion, James Woods. He's going to be joining us, which I still
momentarily.
I still cannot quite get my head around that.
This is crazy. This is a first for us. This is a big deal for Haddonfield Radio, I have to say, getting the lead actor from a film and not only a lead actor, but I mean it's a major Hollywood player. Even to this day, I mean he was one of the producers on Oppenheimer, one of the biggest modern films.
$1 billion movie.
It was like pretty much his idea to go make that into a movie. So he's amazing. I've talked to him a few times. Such a nice guy. Such a wonderful man just to talk to film about. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about vampires and working with John Carpenter.
This is a real treat, and I would be remiss if I did not say right here and now how much we appreciate from the bottom of our hearts the fact that Mr. Woods would take a little bit of his precious time to kind of share a little collaboration with us and open himself up to some memories and some considerations about the making of this film for you guys, the fans of the film. We are so frickin' tickled that he has agreed to do this, and for the rest of my life, I'm going to be like glowing from the chance to have a conversation with literally one of my favorite actors of all time, James Woods. So I think we should just jump right into that.
Without further
Why wait
ado?
I can't personally wait any longer. So we should jump right into that. Share our conversation with James Woods, and then after that we'll come back. We have a few thank yous, and then we will all watch John Carpenter's Vampires together, and Joe and I will comment on it, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Without further ado, Mr. Woods.
Mr. James Woods.
So, how do you both like to be called? Joe or Joseph? Joe, I forget.
Joe.
Yeah, of course. And?
I'm just Christian.
And Christian. Great. No. Good.
What should we call you, Mr. Woods? Or what,
no, Jimmy.
Sir? What
Jimmy.
would you like?
Jimmy.
Jimmy?
I know.
I can call you Jimmy?
Yeah.
For real?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Don't be shy. Hold on 1 second. Let me just get my...
This is one of the happiest moments of my life, and I'm not even joking. I'm not even kidding. Like, this is true, a true statement.
You know, I was looking through some of the stuff that people write about vampires, and they're outraged because, you know, all these little improvs we did that were so ridiculous and meant to be over the top. And, you know, and I still have people who walk up and go, you know, mahogany. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying. I ad-libbed it. I know exactly what you're saying. You know, to give you a little wood there, you know, a little balsa.
Oh, my God.
You know, so, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately, the movie business has become, especially with streaming now, and, you know, now that Netflix is going to take over probably Warner Brothers. I mean, it may be the end of movies as we know them. But, you know, people lamented about that when talkies came in. I don't know.
I was going to say, I mean, cinema has always been so transformational and so evolutionary.
100%.
You almost have to just adapt and flow with it if you work within that industry, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think you do. And I don't think, I mean, I constantly put the governor on myself and go, make sure this isn't a generational thing in your mind about what's going on in the world. In other words, you know, I don't want to say, well, you know, these kids today, well, they're a crazy movie. You know, it's not one of those situations. I mean, I am very attuned to young talent because young talent is always, I think, in many ways, certainly the most exciting in terms of
of just pure innovation, a storyline, and breaking common accepted genres, molds, formats. You know, I'm doing music now where I'm writing these albums, and we're having, thank God, tremendous success with Shooter Jennings, who's really a real cutting edge artist, and this guy Bob Williams, a perfect example. Last album, I wrote all the lyrics, Tombstone Opera. Bob composed all the music and sang. It's fantastic. We were number 6 on the Apple Country Music chart at one point last week. We're doing great. But the point about it is that Bob Wayne was doing trucker movies, music. Hey, trucker mother, all that stuff. And we're having a little hard time getting people to understand that genre is something he had, that niche was something. This is relevant to the movie, so don't think I'm just sitting here promoting something irrelevant to the movie.
Talk about whatever you want.
Well, here's the deal. He had to create a niche for himself because he can feed himself that way. He can pay his rent, or his mortgage, or whatever he's got, because he can, go on tours in the States and in Europe. He's big in Europe, South America. He just came back from both of those places. And, he plays at a 200-300 seat venue, and these artists, sign albums between the two sets and sell them at the door and so on. And it's like, there's something very powerful and moving about that. Artists kind of literally putting down a hat and singing for their supper. There's something incredibly outraging about that. Is that a proper use of outrage? I think, in a sense, well, certainly aggravating to the nth degree about that, because Spotify and Apple and the rest. I mean, these are big juggernauts, and thank God they're releasing music of all kinds. On one hand, it's more the studios, the big labels. I mean, man, if you don't fit into a certain genre that they know they can sell, they release you, you're done. You get a check for $400 and sayonara. So one of the things I'm most proud of is that I created my own label. I did all this. I'm trying to make it work so that you're in the black enough to be able to make another album, so that young artists can use the same business model. And the problem with movies, I mean, I can make an album for $40,000, $50,000 that's top level in terms of the musicians, the studio, or Sunset Sound, Studio 3, Prince made Purple Rain at the piano we use. I mean, it's amazing. But, to make a little homemade movie is like, $4 million, $2 million, at the very least. And then you've got to promote it. And if you don't promote these days, with our album, Shooter originally said, let's just let people discover it. Let's make a deal. No advertising. I'm not going on the road, and that's it. And so, we kind of sat there in limbo until we pushed it,
Let me just wind you back just a tiny, tiny bit, because Joe and I were watching on YouTube a video of you and Shooter Jennings, sort of like a little documentary about the making of the album.
Yeah, the first album.
I can see just the passion welling up in you. And the amazing thing is, not that far before that, you had only just kind of stepped into this musical career. Now, look, you've got a label. I mean, this is a pretty amazing evolution of your talent.
Well, thank you.
Moving into music this way.
Before we get to the movies, the final point about this is that I have been passionate about telling stories my whole life. I'm a storyteller. I was a storyteller and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, secondary artist, meaning I'm an interpretive artist. Movies are made by screenwriters. Let's not underestimate how important that is. And directors and the crew and so on. And actors are blessed to be able to stand on a piece of tape and say these beautiful words when they are, or improvise a little bit like I did in John Carpenter's Vampires. And, sometimes have some tremendous success and get a lot of the credit for doing something where the groundwork was there was so much work in the groundwork of that creation. Now, you may notice both the albums I've done, I get first billing, and the singer's music composer gets the shared billing with me, because I'm the lyricist. I write every word. The stories are mine. The concepts are mine. I produced with Shooter. And then Shooter composed and sang the first album, Hear the Thunder Crack, and Bob Wayne sang and produced, composed and sang music of the second one. The way And we're not comparing ourselves to these giants, but the way Bernie Taupin and Elton John
Yes.
did, okay? And it's not like two people working together the way Lennon and McCartney did, where they would do the music and they'd talk about the thing. I do the words, I put it in this magic box. It's either Shooter Jennings or Bob Wayne, and this beautiful, beautiful music comes out. And we talk about the concepts as we go.
You know who it called to mind to me really quickly was Robert Hunter and Jerry Garcia in their
Well, there you go.
partnership in the Grateful Dead with the lyricist and then the interpretive
Right.
music of Jerry Garcia. What you're doing with Shooter Jennings it just reminded me of that immediately.
Right, but most people don't have a clue who Hunter is, and most people don't have a clue who Bernie Taupin is. Okay?
Right.
And I thought, wait a
True.
minute, why aren't they getting equal billing? These songs wouldn't exist without them. So I'm changing that because these are very personal stories. You know, one's kind of autobiographical. The second one, Tombstone Opera, is a revenge tale where they burn the ranch to the ground and probably kill the woman hero. But it's because it's neo-noir and it's fever dream. We're never sure in the structure if that's the case. And I want people not to be sure. And I want them to say, yeah, but he says this here. And when the diamonds are falling from the sky, that's the Pleiades meteor shower. And it's mentioned in Time for the Gun as well. So maybe that revenge, blah, 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 blah. And you go on. The point being is I'm excited because I'm now a primary artist. I'm creating. You know, if I had had my druthers, I would, if I could have, people always say to me, if you could have anybody's career, what career would you want? And I thought it over. I said, well, mine. You know, I never won an Oscar. I was nominated a few times. I never had a big blockbuster movie, but I was in some pretty successful ones. But all in all, I did really authentic movies. The people like certain movies I did. I mean, all different genres. I mean, John Carpenter's Vampires, or Rob Reiner's Ghost of Mississippi, or Oliver Stone's Salvador, or Sergio Leone. I mean, you start saying these names, you go, God, what a career experience you had. But I wish I'd been able to do what Clint Eastwood did, which was direct, produce, and star in my own movies.
The list of filmmakers you've worked with
This
is so staggering.
That's staggering, really.
It's almost impossible to get your head around. But every single one of those filmmakers was absolutely blessed to have you involved in their work. I said it.
Thank you.
I'll say it in the episode, and I'm saying it to you now, but I personally have always believed that you are the greatest character actor of your generation by far.
Wait
I think you are.
Wait a minute. We're not in the middle of the podcast.
Well, we are theoretically, but we kind of recorded in all different parts, different times. But anyway.
But I'm hoping you can use this discussion because it's an important discussion.
This entire discussion is going in the episode.
Oh, okay, good. No, the reason I say that is it's so important. Look, thank you for your incredibly gracious and kind words. It genuinely moves me to tears because it's hard being blacklisted for the most idiotic reasons imaginable. Because you voted for somebody, it's like, oh, okay. Where are we in, Russia, during the Bolshevik era here? I mean, it's ridiculous. But, I loved being in the movie business. I missed the movie business. I missed my part in the movie business. But I'm creating. I'm writing my newsletter every week. I've got tens of thousands of subscribers. I don't charge them. I don't spam them. I don't put in ads or anything.
But here's the thing, Jimmy. You have built such an esteem for yourself. Why don't you just go ahead and make the movie you want to make the way you want to make it? You could easily, I know you could easily, just on your name and your talent alone, could find financing to make a moderately scaled film that you could direct, write.
It's a great question, and I'm going to give you a perfect answer.
Got it.
When Kristen Stewart, who I think a really, really cool actress, I just always liked her work, and everybody says, "Oh, why is she doing this?" Look, she had an opportunity to be a big, mega commercial star, and she was much more interested in independent filmmaking. And when she was at the height of her commercial career with the Twilight episode of the Twilight series, I think in the third one that year she made like $35 million or something. I read somewhere. But the point being, I had this movie called An American Girl. It was written by Tim Metcalf, really wonderful writer. Lives in Vermont now. And I've known Tim. I did a movie with him called Killer, A Journal of Murder. The Oliver Stone producer, and Janet Yang, by the way. And, Tim had this project, and I really loved it. And it was about a girl who kind of got involved in this little sexual thing one night, drunk with two guys. This is back in the early 2000s, it would have been. And she, somebody recorded it, and she gets humiliated in school. And she goes off and joins the Marines. She ends up being in a program called the Lioness Program, which now, of course, Taylor Sheridan is doing.
Yeah,
everybody
right.
loves it. So I love this idea that she was this, she's now fighting as a U.S. Marine, and an IED thing goes up, and she loses her legs, and she comes back, and she has to rebuild her life, and it was just a fantastic script, and she loved it. So now I had a firm commitment from the biggest young female star of that year in the entire world, committed to my movie. The budget was $4.5 million. I dragged my ass to every billionaire in the country, and this guy owned a hockey team, and this guy owned this and that. Do you want to finance? Do you want to finance? Yeah, maybe. And then, and finally, I went to Fox Searchlight, and the development guy there said, "Oh, Marines, he loses the legs, Iraq. I want to throw up in my mouth." And I thought, man, I recorded that. And I thought, if this movie could just win an Oscar, this would be my thank you speech. I would have played that as my thank you speech. Because this is what creative people are up against, I got the nicest emails when Robert Reiner was brutally murdered.
Oh my God!
And his wife Bob and Michelle both. And I said a lot of beautiful things about Rob, including that he was a patriot. Because even though we just disagree, I know his passion for the country was as great as my passion. We disagreed with each other's methods, but every time we saw each other, we'd hug, we'd laugh, and people would go, "God, you and Robert Reiner are friends?" I go, "Yeah, we're artists." He was great to me when he goes to Mississippi. I got an Oscar nomination in a movie
That's
where my
one
own
of your
agent
greatest
said,
performances.
my own agent said, if you even ask for him that part, because our agency represents Paul Newman, and we want him for that part. You're too young. Don't even do it. And I begged for the part. I auditioned for the part. He even said to me, "I'm not going to ask you to audition." I said, "I'm not going to get the part, so I'm going to audition." I just started auditioning. I just read the part. And he said, "I can't believe I'm doing this." But he and Castle Rock, Martin Schaefer, the whole group, they stood behind me. Now, here's a great thing. Studio wanted to pay me minimum, $1,700, whatever, a week. And they said, his price is like $1 million. Why are we punishing him? They said, well, he wants to do the part, so he'll do it for free. And they said, yeah, and this is how great they were, but he deserves his salary, and we're going to pay it. And they paid it. And, which to me was like, man, why aren't Castle Rock was the greatest group you could ever work with. And they make great movies, and they're great people, every one of them. So, Rob and I just to kid each other about politics. I go, we just make fun of each other. And people are shocked when they see me talking to Sean Penn and we're laughing and so on, because we sit down and I go, "Okay, you're stupid." He goes, "Well, you're stupid too." And we just, but then we talk about the politics, and I say, "Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying," or he'll say something. It's so much easier, but people outside that sphere, want to make something of themselves. James Woods is a Nazi. And I'm going to tell you something. I stood in the gas chamber at Madhausen when we were doing the miniseries Holocaust for 4 weeks. And when you stand in a gas chamber where 140,000 people have been murdered, okay, and someone calls you a Nazi because they don't like the way you vote in the United States of America, I could easily take their fucking heads off and sleep like a baby that very same night.
Wow.
Okay, enough with the politics. But the fact that they blacklist anybody, I can afford to be blacklisted. Okay, because I'll go off. I'll become a great writer. In my own opinion, maybe a terrible writer, but I'll become a writer. I'll write lyrics. I'll do whatever, and I'm satisfied. I was smart enough. I bought Apple stock when I was young, and it's held me in good stead the rest of my life. And so I've been able to afford, if you notice, to do independent all along, for forever. They were the ones I wanted to do. But I loved when I was invited to do big commercial movies. I mean, and when John Carpenter said, you want to be in, a movie of mine, I go, what will I play? He goes, like the lead hero? And I went, are you kidding? Great. He goes, you want to read the script? I said, well, I don't have to, but okay. And the idea of being in, a John Carpenter movie is kind of every actor's dream. And John said to me, sort of halfway through, he said, man, you could have been an action star. You're like good at this. And I go, first of all, I'm not that athletic and so on, but luckily you put me in a position where the few things I do kind of work out pretty cool. And it's such a cool character, I can get away with it. And I kind of added my signature smart-ass ad-libs, which, of course, everybody gets hysterical about. But, they're so over the top. They're in keeping with the John Carpenter kitsch motif. He's half Howard Hawks and half, I mean, what's the other half? I mean, Adam Sandler. I don't know.
How did you and John get along? How was it working for him?
Great. I love John Carpenter. John Carpenter.
He was at a really tough point in his career in the late 90s. He was a little bit burned out in Hollywood, and you can't blame him. He had a couple bad experiences.
Yeah, and by the way, Vampires at the time was his number one opening picture, and his number one, it was the number one Halloween picture in gross. And we were number one at the box office. And I was playing, I'll never forget. I didn't sort of ask, I was an independent film actor. I didn't even think about box office. And that Monday, the day after the weekend, we were doing a charity golf event at Riviera. And I have a picture, and it's me and Clint Eastwood and James Garner. And I mean, it's just like, oh my God, he used to play golf with these guys all the time and think nothing of it. Jack Nicholson, I mean, all these people. And they were coming up to me, hey man, congratulations, you're number one at the box office. I'm thinking, yeah, but you guys make $100 million. We made like $10 million, but we were number one. And then
number one is number one.
Well, then the second week, we were up against Adam Sandler's Waterboy, of course. So we were just, that was it, done. But look, no matter what stage John was in, John just had the same approach I did. Put one foot in front of the other and make the next movie you want to make. And he loved all the ad-libbing and stuff. He just loved it. John's very great with actors because I'll say, what do you think of these glasses? And he goes, yeah. I go, well, do you want me to try on some others? No? You like them? I go, yeah. He goes, good. Here's them. It's like he pretends not to care. And one day I said to him, John, you always use these kind of static cameras, but very Howard Hawks kind of thing he does. I said, maybe we could have some like tracking shots. And he goes, would you like a tracking shot? That's the mistake you make when you tell a great sort of signature director. I laugh at what a jag-off I was. Anyway, so I said, do you? Yeah. He goes, yeah, let's do it. He did the tracking shot purposely. It's when the three of us are marching up to go into the den in the western town. It's going to be the big final climactic battle.
Yeah, right.
Not between me and Thomas Ian Griffith, but the pre-battle where, against all the vampires to free, anyway, just before we get involved with Maximilian Schell and all that. And we're marching up with our crossbow and all that stuff. It looks so bad. He said, hey, I want to show you daily. He did it on purpose. He set it up so it was just horrible. It was like the worst. It was the worst movie shot I've ever seen. And of course, he didn't use it. And I said, so I'm going to stick to the acting. How does that sound? It's a good idea.
Oh my God, that is so funny. I mean, you fit the Carpenter sardonic lead archetype like a glove in that movie. Like certainly what Kurt Russell had sort of established with Carpenter, Roddy Piper, a lot of these guys that came in and sort of fit Carpenter's kind of motifs and styles and aesthetic. But you just absolutely slipped right into that Carpenter pocket perfectly.
Yeah. I didn't really expect to, but I did something that I think is, I thought, okay, the script's a little kind of corny, but all of John Carpenter's movies are self-consciously and purposely that little kitschy. He's a genre guy, and he has created his own genre, and he gives the fans what they want. John's a very brilliant man. He's a great composer musically. He's a writer. He's a great director. He's a smart guy. I love John. He actually presented me with my my star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame thing, and he doesn't like to be out in public doing things, and he somehow got that I would fit into this mold. And I mean, you mentioned Kurt Russell. Like, I'm the biggest Kurt Russell fan imaginable. I bumped
You
into
and me
him.
both.
Yeah, I bumped into him in the Palisades one day, and we sat and talked. And that night, the night before, I had happened to watch what's it called, Dark Blue or whatever. The one where he's
his
the cop.
his '90s cop movie. It's a great cop movie.
Well, that one. And he said, yeah, man, that was the greatest Jimmy Woods part ever. He said, man, was I glad you didn't take that part. I said, Kurt, I wasn't offered that part. The fuck, are you kidding? I would have taken that part in a minute. You were offered that part, and I couldn't have done it as well. He goes, oh, don't be so fake modest. I go, I'm not being fake modest. I don't think Kurt Russell knows how, like, unbelievably great and cool he is. He's just so great. I could watch him read the phone book. I love Kurt Russell as a guy. Yeah. I love him as an actor. His history with John is fantastic.
He's working with Taylor Sheridan right now as well, I think, on The Madison, sort of like a Yellowstone spinoff.
Yeah. They're a natural together. They're both
you would
hunters.
fit in perfectly in Taylor Sheridan's world. You would fit in perfectly. And you know what? I think you are so underappreciated as a leading television actor, as an anchor of a series. First of all, one of my favorite things that I've ever seen on television in my entire life, and I'm a television junkie going all the way back, is the first season of Ray Donovan. I think that's one of the most brilliantly written seasons of television ever. And your kind of leading bad guy performance, sort of playing almost like a Whitey Bulger type. It was
model.
A Whitey. It's one of the best pieces of television acting in history. What you do in that, it's one of my mother's favorite performances on all of television ever, is that character you play. And I just think Ray Donovan's amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic because, there's a wonderful writer, she's one of my dearest friends, and we met through art, a script of hers from years ago named Ann Bitterman, who created both Southland and Ray Donovan. And she called me up and she said, I got a great, how would you like to play Whitey Bulger? I said, yeah. This was before Johnny Depp did it, by the way. And I said, yeah. She goes, well, I'm doing this TV series called Ray Donovan, and he's the bad guy in the first season or two. And I said, okay. I said, great, okay, I'll do it. She goes, well, I haven't written your part yet. I go, I'll do it, Ann. That was the only other time, besides when John called, that I said, yeah, are you kidding? Yeah. I mean, you're the best writer. She had written a script called, I think it was called Heading West or something, years and years and years ago, when I was kind of at my peak, and she was still a young, up-and-coming writer. And it was a terrific screenplay. Of course, we couldn't get it set up because I didn't know how to do that then. And, the agents were all, you just act and let us do it. Don't you be trying to do all this. And, of course, every time I ever did it on my own, I got the part. And whenever they had me up, somebody else got it. Boy, if I had it to do over again, would I do it differently? Let me tell you. Anyway, so we knew each other. We became great friends. She became very successful as a writer. And we just always stayed friends. And we just had the best time. We'd go out, always friends. And I was always saying to her, how about a little action, as a joke. She'd always say, you and all this stuff. So one time, this was back when I was smoking cigarettes. And this is the kind of sense of humor she had. She said, I was very close to her. But we were not meant to be romantically involved. So I could make all these jokes and we just laugh. And everybody else is before me too, but they're all like hysterical about shit. And she would just laugh it off because she was smart enough to understand humor. What a concept. And she's so great. So I'm making The Specialist in Miami, and I'm staying at the Astor Hotel. Is that the name of it? Yeah, little hotel. And her father is dying in the hospital. And she has come, she stayed overnight. trying to get in the elevator to go down, I guess, to a parking garage, or I can't remember why. But she's standing in the elevator and she can smell cigarette smoke inside from the elevator shaft. She goes, "What?" So the door opens. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. I was actually on my way to go shoot, 5 o'clock. And she said, and I got a cigarette in my hand, of course, in the elevator. Rebel. And she goes, I go, "Oh my God, what are you doing here?" I go, I got to work on this movie with Oliver. And, "Oh yeah, great." She goes, I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "My dad's dying." I said, "Oh my God." I said, "That's terrible. What are you doing now?" She said, "Well, I'm going to go over to the hospital." I said, "Do you have a little time?" She goes, "Why?" I said, "Maybe, before you go, give me a little Hummer before I go to work." She goes, "Jimmy, wait a minute. You haven't heard anything yet." She goes, "Jimmy, my father's dying." I said, "I'll wear black. I'll wear black." Now, here's what was good about it.
Oh my God.
I was taking a big chance. But here's what the long game was with that incredibly distasteful joke, before all the feminists started screeching, was that I knew that she was bottled up and she just needed the dam to break and she had nobody. And she started laughing. She said, "You're so horrible." And she started laughing and laughing. She got hysterical and then she started sobbing and she collapsed in my arms and I held her for, I'm not kidding, 10 minutes until she cried herself out. And she tells that story always when we're in a group, she goes, "I don't think anybody on earth could have taken that chance, but it's how I was able to muster the courage and go." And 2 hours later, my father died in my arms.
Oh,
yeah.
That is a absolutely beautiful memory and story. Holy God. And you know what? The Specialist, so underappreciated. I always wondered why Luis Llosa didn't have a more prominent career, even as just like an action director after that. Because the performances from you and Stallone in that are just, they're really, really top notch.
Yeah, well, I did one thing in that. Jerry Weintraub was the producer, and he's a tough producer, boy, tough guy. But I loved him. I thought he was great. But tough.
Oh,
He said, "Now listen." Yeah, he said, "Now listen." We used to go play golf all the time, him and Stallone. And he said, "Now listen, I'm getting my eyes done tomorrow." I go, what does that mean?" "I got my droopy eyelids. I want to look hip." He said, "Actually, I can't see it." And he said, and the guy we used to play golf with was a plastic surgeon friend of his down in Florida. I said, "Okay." He said, "While I'm gone, don't be fucking around and, improvising and do all that shit you do. Even though I love it, don't get me wrong, but I got to be there to monitor." I said, "Yeah, because how could we ever have a good movie without you monitoring my genius?" And he said, "Just don't do it." Like kidding around, of course. And he goes, we shoot the scene in the police station and we have like 45, like almost an hour before lunch. We're kind of done with the scene. And the prop guy, I always want to give credit to him. He goes, "Hey, you know that stick of fake Semtex that we have in the plastic explosive?" He said, "If I rigged up like a fuse in a fountain pen, could you improvise?" I said, "Yeah, let's try it." And I told Yuso Losa, I said, the director, I said, "Let's try this." That whole scene was improvised. I improvised that whole scene with the other actor, wonderful actor, local actor down in Florida. It was great. And we improvised the whole thing with the ticking clock, and the pushing the button and somebody mentioned it was like one of their favorite scenes. One of the best acted scenes in a really bad movie. And I thought, okay, I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. But a lot of people love that movie, and it is a kind of another kitschy movie. That's
Well, it's pure genre. I mean, it's just pure genre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
works.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Christian. Go ahead.
No. I'm interrupting you like a complete asshole. You're Jimmy.
No.
Please.
I like what you're having to say, because a lot of people, like when you talked about all the different directors, you bring a different mindset when you're working with Marty Scorsese. You bring a different mindset working with Sergio Leone. Sergio Leone was an opera director, and they never did live sound until our movie. So he had a shot, and everything was exactly what it was. And when Henry Fonda, the villain, comes up with his beautiful blue eye and comes up, and they, I said, "Well, Frank, what do you do?" He said, "Well, now you mention my name, and they have to kill the kid in the beginning of Once Upon a Time in the West." But when they come up, the wind is blowing, their not trench coats, what do they call them? The trail coats, the long trail coat. He says, it's a vision that he has mapped out in his mind. But Sergio said to me, he said, Jimmy, working with you and Bob, it's like I have an idea, and then you go, well, let us try this, and then we'll move. And all of a sudden, you move things around. He said, I'm having so much fun. And it was like, here's this guy who's like, he loved that we would come up with things, and then he'd try to do it. Like with the scene with Tuesday Weld, where I get the throne. I said, what is that?
Yep.
It's a throne. It's a king's throne. Now I'm sitting on the throne. And Bob's like, he can see that his character, Noodles can see that Max is now becoming a megalomaniac. And Bob did the whole thing with the cup that he just improvised. The spoon screeching in the cup. So, well, everything goes. We rehearsed that scene for 10 hours. And then at the end, we're all supposed to burst into laughter, like, The Wild Bunch and all those old genre movies, great genre movies, great, where the bad guys are, they're laughing.
Yeah.
And Bob said, it's just too corny. It's like, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel generic. Now, Bob had just done Raging Bull, so it's not like everybody go, Bob, thanks for your input, but here's how I think we should do it. It was like, okay, Bob, whatever you have to say. But I said, Bob, let's just shoot one. And I had a plan in mind, of course. And he goes, no. I said, Bob, it's a favor to me. I've been here like 5 months, and I always defer. But give me this one. He said, okay. I said, really give it to me. Don't, He said, no, of course, always, because he always would. He's a tremendously generous actor. He always works with you to try to make you better. I love Bob De Niro. And we did the whole scene, and at the end, I'm supposed to kick her, so chauvinistic, horrible. The feminists of today watch it and tear their blue hair out. But it was like, at the end, he's a gangster, and I'll kick her in the ass. And he does all this, and he's going crazy is the whole idea. And at the end of it, we paused for a moment. I go, do I have a way with women or what? And when I said that, Bob spit out, literally did an unconscious spit take. And everybody started laughing all at once. And the laughter was incredibly spontaneous. And then we did it one where he didn't do literally a spit take, but we already had it of us laughing, so we were able to cut that in and it worked. But my point being is that Sergio allowed us to do that, but that was not his way of working. So when you say I slipped into a niche, it's true, but I think because I'm a movie goer and movie lover, I'm a popcorn movie lover. I love the movies. I love, you name it. I mean, from John Ford to, I don't know, Adam Sandler, you name it. I love it all, man. I'm a movie lover. I'm like Quentin Tarantino. I see everything. I love everything. I love movies. And, I would always kind of know the zone I was in because I would have a feel for the director's vision. Every director has a natural vision. Now, at times, when a young independent director gets successful and they say, hey, and you can direct the next, we're doing, Spider-Man 17. It's like, okay, great. And then they got to go do it. And I'm not putting down the Spider-Man. I mean, I'm just saying, whenever they're going to do some big comic book movie, and it's like, Chloe Zhao, great director, she does Nomadland. Then they had to do this movie that was like this.
It was the Eternals, the Marvel movie.
Yeah, and I don't think it probably. She didn't look like she was comfortable. I could see in the movie that this director did not want to be doing this material. Mm-hmm. But
now she did Hamnet.
And now she did Hamnet, and it's fantastic. And it's her movie. As Steven Spielberg said, the greatest compliment you can give to a director, actor, and I can't imagine anybody else who could have directed that movie. He said, I wanted one person, that person. And whenever I work, my ambition is people are going to say, I can't see anybody else in that role but Jimmy Woods. For some reason, I can't see somebody else. Now, I've been offered movies, and literally said to the director, "You got the wrong guy. You know who should be doing that part? Because I can't imagine anybody else in that part but that guy. I just can't. He's the one." And I've passed parts on to other actors when I thought that they would be better than I would. And one got the Academy Award.
Does it bother you that you did not win, or is it okay to just have the honor of being nominated for such a prestigious award?
Well, I'm not going to, well, it's just enough to be. Of course, everybody wants to win an Oscar. I mean, it's now, there's so many requirements that have nothing to do with a performance.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, if you saw the requirements now to qualify for Best Picture, it's disgusting. I mean, it's an insult to minority actors and minority crew. It's an insult. What? You think that they need a leg up? You think Ryan Coogler needs a leg up as a director? He just got 18 Academy Award nominations, and deservedly so, by the way. Ruth Carter was my the costume designer. Was my costume designer when I did Shark, my series. Great, lovely lady. She was doing a Lawyers in Suits series, and now then she does Sinners, and just as brilliant in a completely different genre. Yeah, these people really deserve these. When I say these people, I mean everybody you see nominated for an Oscar, I think, on some level somehow deserves it, because, man, let me tell you something. It's just as hard to make a really bad movie as it is to make a really good movie. It's just as hard to give a bad performance that you're passionate about as it is to give a good performance. And the good performances work because you go out on a limb. When I took my part in Casino, I was on that movie for 2 days. I had 5 lines. That was it. And I improvised, and I came up with the idea of having the girl and the cocaine, and while she's on the phone, it was supposed to be that she hangs up and it just cuts to me hanging up the phone at home. And I said to Marty, let's get a big buxom showgirl in here, and I'll put on a little Speedo. We'll be doing coke, and maybe she could be giving me a little Hummer. And he goes, I can't have somebody giving you a Hummer in my movie. I said, well, you could, but then of course we'd lose some of the audience. But he laughed.
Actually does. He does. Sharon Stone gives Joe Pesci a Hummer in that movie.
Yeah, there's only so many Hummers you can.
There's only so many Hummers.
I think I was the third Hummer in line there. I think it was it. Because
the third Hummer always misses out.
And Joe also gets one in the car from the showgirl, don't forget.
Oh, yes! Joe Pesci's hogging the Hummers.
I mean, on the Hummer list, I was down in the third tier. But anyway, the whole point was...
I would have given Joe Pesci a Hummer, to be honest with you. I mean, it's Joe Pesci.
Okay, I got to go now.
And back to vampires. No.
And scene. Anyway, sorry. Can I ask you a quick question? One of my favorite movies of all time. My 11th favorite movie of all time. I'm a big lister. I keep very complicated lists. My 11th favorite
whoever the
film
other
of all
10 are,
time.
we're gonna have to have a conversation about that. But okay.
Believe me, 11 might as well be number 1 because I love it that much. It's kind of a maligned film that I think has sort of been kind of sadly overlooked over the years, but it's Roger Donaldson's remake of The Getaway.
Oh, it's
Alec
great
Baldwin.
movie.
That movie is utterly incredible.
I love that movie. What's not to love?
Alec Baldwin is almost like he was created by AI. Like, he doesn't even look real. He's such a movie star at that point in time. His charisma on screen is unbelievable. As is yours.
And she is amazing.
Incredible.
Oh my God.
And what a moment with that them as a couple. That set must have been unbelievable. It must have been very a unique set to be on. Did you get along with Baldwin and Basinger? Was it a fun set to work on?
I go along with everybody. You forget the other people in the movie. Michael Madsen was in the movie.
Oh my God, he's incredible.
I mean, Jennifer Tilly. Philip Seymour Hoffman was in the movie.
Oh my God!
He had a small part in the movie.
You're right. That's right. You're right. Oh my God!
I mean, that's why it was like. When he was there, I went, "Oh my God, man! I'm such a fan of yours." He said, "I just wanted to be in this movie, man. I just think it." I mean, it was great, of course, great guy, great actor. I mean, what's really? I thought, well, we're making a remake of Jim Thompson novel.
Yep.
Steve McQueen, in fact, didn't Ben Johnson, he got the Oscar for Last Picture Show, but he's playing the villain, my part.
Yep.
I'm playing the Ben Johnson part. And I had to do it in a different way because Ben Johnson is pure West. He's pure cowboy. He puts on a cowboy hat. I thought I designed my character in a different way. I thought, look, I have more of an urban look and more of an urban sound. And there's an expression in Dallas where, there are real cattle ranchers and so on. And then there are the guys, and they call them, he's all hat and no cattle. And it's like, the guy's like strutting around and wearing big flashy rings and all this shit. And he owns like 4 acres. The other guy owns, 7,000 acres and, 400,000 head of cattle, But
tell us about playing Jack Crow. Stepping into that set of skin, any inspiration taken from the old westerns? I know that was a huge influence in this film.
Of course.
Was there anything? I think I've heard you talk about the cigar being a homage to Clint Eastwood.
It's a little cigarillo. It's like a little.
Yeah. The Swisher Sweet looks like.
Yeah.
So what was your approach into playing Jack Crow?
Well, first of all, he's not a hired killer, although that's what he does. He kills for a living. He kills vampires. And by the way, when you're in what we call a cosmos, an artistic genre cosmos, you have to take it seriously. If you're worried about the Death Star blowing up Tatooine and so on, you gotta find a way to kill Darth Vader come hell or high water, or you're going to lose everything you love in life. And you got to have the same passion about that Woodward and Bernstein have in Watergate. But whatever the quest is, you've got to be serious about it. So I thought, okay, this guy's a hired killer. He's not a hired killer. He's more of a bounty hunter, because the difference between a hired killer and a bounty hunter is the bounty hunter is going to have somebody that the law has adjudicated needs to be caught because they've broken their bond or their bail, whatever, and they're on the run. And by definition, they're either a criminal or an indicted criminal, and they've got to be dealt with. Well, vampires they're the bad guys, and our job is to get them. And I'm being hired by a pretty responsible source, in this case, the Catholic Church. I was an altar boy when I was a kid. So I thought, vampire hunter for the Catholic Church, set in the Old West with, leather boots, a leather jacket, the shades, the cigar, crossbow. I don't have to do a lot. Sometimes it's like, leave it alone, buddy. They've done the work for you. And then I thought, well, he's got to be one of two people. And Clint Eastwood has cornered one end of the bell curve brilliantly as an actor in his genre characters. Okay. He's Dirty Harry, a man of few words. But this character, Jack Crow, and I'm not comparing to the great Clint Eastwood, but he's kind of the Dirty Harry of vampire hunters. I mean, he doesn't care. He doesn't have any rules. There's one rule: stake him, drag him in the sunlight, blow him up, and get on to the next. Find the master and get the job done. That's what his job is. There's a quest, okay? There's a quest. And in screenwriting, there's always a quest. So the quest might be very important to the lead character, but the audience might have a different approach. So, for example, in Zombieland, the perfect example is that his quest is to find a Twinkie. That's all he's interested in. He wants to find a Twinkie. And he's worked out a way to kind of survive while he's looking for a Twinkie. And he gets caught up with this ridiculous kid. Now he's all of a sudden... But his real journey, he doesn't realize it. And for each of them, their real journey is finally to find a family. And that's what they really do. And they don't even realize it until they've actually made that conquest in their lives.
Yeah,
okay?
right.
So here's this guy. He just wants to kill vampires. And now he starts to realize that there's a master somewhere. And if the master is there, anywhere it could be in the world, why isn't the master trying to get into the Vatican and eradicate the Pope or what, God forbid? Okay. And now I realize there's something here that's really important. And then I find out about this precious relic that can do something way beyond anything I ever imagined possible. It can make it possible for vampires to walk in the sun. And now I am no longer on a simple quest. I now have a journey, which is literally to save the world. Because the difference between killing a bunch of stinky bad guys, who roam around in the middle of the night eating, human garbage, basically, the detritus of our population, there's no such thing, but in the terms of this genre that we're doing, it is now a different issue. And the issue is we are facing mass extinction as a race as a species, I should say, that the human race will now be replaced completely by zombies. If they can walk in the sunlight, we have no chance. That's our only advantage. We can walk in the sunlight. That's how we kill them.
Right.
We drag him into the sun. You got a winch, drag him in, pop him, there we go. And so he has to have this attitude about it. But there's a great speech that Billy Bob Thornton, my, hero, great actor, great actor. And I'm watching Landman. He's just so great. I'm watching Landman, and he gives this speech to the lawyer in the first, movie, and he goes, "You see these things that you hate? Without them, here's what we wouldn't have." And he goes through a whole speech about what the world would be like without oil, including those big rigs that use more oil than Taylor Swift's private jet. And I'm not putting her down because she has to travel for whatever she does. I'm never putting anybody down. I'm seriously not. But what I'm
you're
saying,
a realist, and that's true. I mean, you're
well,
absolutely
I'm just
right.
saying that this is somebody who has to travel that way because she's going from concert to concert. So I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying I use that. I don't want to make it seem like I'm attacking her. Quite the opposite. She has to do it. We all have to use oil because we don't have electric planes and electric cars. I was just in the Palisades fire. When they burn up and the batteries melt, that's not a great thing because it's all in the soil and you're breathing. There's a lot of weird stuff about those issues, completely nothing to do with the movies. But my point being is that all of a sudden, this guy then gives the speech to the padre, Tim Guinea, who's the church's representatives on this quest. And he goes, "Padre, you know what these guys really are?" And that's when I improvise all this stuff about they're not a bunch of, and I made over-the-top gay jokes because I always thought vampires are kind of ludicrous. I mean, there's one thing in the Victorian era when they were
Jack Crow says it right in the movie. He throws so much shade on vampires right in the middle of the movie.
Well, actually, Jimmy Woods did that, and
that's one of your improvisations, huh? Oh my God, that's so
all
cool.
of it is. All of that was, and John B. Roll.
Wow.
And it was interesting because the head of the studio was actually Screen Gems, part of Sony, was Clint Culpepper, great guy. And I called him up. I said, "Clint, I did a whole monologue in dailies. You're going to see." And he was very open about being gay back at a time when sometimes people wouldn't come out. Now everybody,
different world now.
This is my husband. It's cool. That's what it is. It's cool to how people live their choice. But back then, he was cool about it. He goes, "You kidding? I just saw the day that I laughed my ass off. I'm still laughing." And I said, "Well, a little over the edge." And he goes, "That's why it works." He goes, he said, "I'm glad that you got that gay people have a sense of humor too." I said, "Well, I grew up in the Broadway theater, so, we'd kid each other all the time. The way when I was a kid, people thought nothing of kidding. I was Irish, hey, you Mick, somebody was Italian, hey, we'd all tease each other, and it was understood. Now it's like everybody's so sensitive because, victimhood is the only badge anybody can wear anymore. It's political shit. But anyway,
that's why we need truth tellers like you to remain in visible positions. That's the sort of the way to work around this because you're right. I mean, it's preposterous. It's silly.
I do wish people would sort of take their foot off the accelerator a little bit on the victimhood club, but I agree. I'm mixing metaphors there, but so I just unloaded. I thought I'm going to do it. I'm going all the way. I'm running out the hit on this, and it was ridiculous. I thought they're never going to use it. Of course, they used all of it, and it worked. I mean, when I'm talking about taking a stroll, you'll be bent over, and some vampire will be taking a stroll up your Strata Chocolata. It was like. You know, that was, oh my God, how could you? Oh, shut up and fucking, I think that, but yeah, you do this stuff, everybody loses their shit, and then it stays in, and everybody finally gets it. It's kind of oddly, bizarrely funny because that character would talk like that. So my job is to do what that character would do. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not endorsing that people should talk and think that way. I'm playing that character.
Jack Crow is an outrageous character, so he would say outrageous things.
See, I think part of what you do so well within the parameters of genre films is you always ground your characters in such a reality. And that reality kind of anchors the more kind of fanciful or fantastical genre elements kind of in place for the audience. But that's what it takes. That's really what it takes. It's really always, that anchor seems to always be in the performances, and you are like the master of that. And this movie is a perfect example of that.
Well, here's the thing. When I mentioned that Clint Eastwood's character, the Dirty Harry character, was at one end of the bell curve, he's the silent hero. He can carry that. He's so handsome and look, and he just looks, and you know what he's thinking. So what's left? Well, in the middle, which is boring, or the other end, which is the guy who's fast talking on top of it, does all that. And that's unusual in a Western hero character. But I thought, it's not really a Western hero. Let's face that reality.
Right.
He's a modern neo-noir Western hero who's hunting vampires, and he's pretty sick of people saying, well, you have to invite them in or else they don't come in. It's like, dude, they come in and they bend you over and they got a tub of KY in the truck. What are you thinking? And it's like, I started with that. I just thought it's got to have he's got to have a signature. I want people quoting me for the next 100 years. Like, oh my God, I can't believe, whatever. And, I did this movie, The Specialist, we were talking about.
Yep.
And there was a moment at the end when we're having the big chase and the shootout and all this stuff. And we're at the Fontainebleau and everybody's everywhere. I'm going, you get up there and you go over there. And a guy who was not an extra stepped on the elevator and didn't realize we were making a movie. And he's wearing this ridiculous shirt. And in the middle of it, I literally went, guys, I'm on the radio. You get up on the second level, third level, you get the back. I want you to come, you get a new shirt. And then, and I went on. And Jerry Weintraub said, what the fuck are you doing? I said, what do you mean? He goes, you're telling some guy he's not in the movie, get a new shirt. I go, you'll use it. And he goes, you want to make a bet? I go, yeah. I said, I tell you what, I play golf with you. I know you're an honest man. That's one thing about you. You're an honest man. You get to be the judge. You'll do the first screening. If that line doesn't get a howl out of the audience, I'll pay you $100. And if they laugh, you got to pay me $100. He goes, you're on. Sent me the $100 and said it's in. They fucking loved it. I said, great. Pardon my French, by the way.
You speak however you want. Don't you worry.
But here's the thing that you also try something, and he goes, oh, that didn't work. I'll tell you the riskiest moment. Bob Downey and I have talked about. We had dinner actually after he won the Oscar at Oppenheimer. We'd done a couple of movies together before, and we were dear friends. I love Bob. Love him, and I'm so happy for his success. And he was happy because I had the rights to Oppenheimer, to the book that was based on, and got it started. So he knew that I was there at the sort of seeding period of making the movie. That's how come I got that executive producer credit. And he was like, come on out, man, we'll talk. And he said, do you remember when we were doing True Believer? Well, Robert has been very upfront about his past when he was struggling. And he's a seminal example of how a good woman, his wife, has been a tremendous, as he calls her, the alpha and omega. And I know because I feel the same way about my beloved wife. And that she really helped him sort of get on track. And then he showed what you can do if you pick yourself up by your bootstraps. But when we were making True Believer, he was kind of at the height of fun time. And the very first day of shooting, there's a scene where we're trying to convince this guy who thinks that the phone company killed Kennedy and killed John Kennedy. And I said, we need him to testify that he saw that he was an eyewitness. And he said, the guy's crazy. We can't get, that was the idea. So this was now the first scene we're shooting in the movie. The entire movie, the studio is going to see the dailies. Bob's sitting on the couch. I'm talking to Tom Bowers, great actor. And at halfway through it, he pipes up and says something. He might have been up for a day or two without any sleep, Bob. This is the first scene we're shooting. Got 2 cameras, shooting. We get to his line, nothing there. I look over, and he has fallen asleep in the middle of the take. And I go over and I tap him on the head with like this. I go, you got a minute? He goes, yeah. I said, good job. And he always tells that. And I said, Bob, he said, no, I know. And I said, this is a big talkie film, and you're a genius at it, man. And I really think you could win an Academy Award for this part if you do it the way I know you can do it. And he said, you got it. And after that, never a problem. He was fantastic. Just great, fantastic, great, fantastic. But we had a big scene, and there was a writer's strike at the time. I wasn't a member of the Writers Guild then. I am now. But I wasn't then. So I can improvise. I'm allowed to. You can do it. They're not going to use it. But I had this big scene where it was sort of the turning point in the movie. It's that point of where the character is, as Blake Snyder says in Saving the Cat, there's the moment where all is lost and the character, the scent of death is near and so on. And he has to do something. And he's saying to me, you're better than this. I looked up to you, and now you're giving up. And it was a beautiful big speech. And he did 2 takes. And I thought, he's better than this. But I didn't say anything. In the 3rd take, I was sitting down there. 3rd take in the middle of it, I stood up, hold up, and I smacked him so hard across the face that it literally left a handprint on his face. And he rocked, and the whole crew went, oh, shit. And I said, keep that motherfucking camera rolling. Get up and do it motherfucking better. I can't believe I did that, and I should have probably been arrested and so on. Okay? It was really wrong, and I never encourage it. But for some reason, I wanted this for him, and he did it, and did it brilliantly, and finished and said, fuck, that was the greatest thing I've ever experienced in show business. And I thought, oh my God. I thought he was going to say, get a lawyer, I'm taking that, so I couldn't have going. But, he's such a great artist. He got that moment. And it was like, my point about this when I started this whole probably boring story, but when I...
Absolutely not boring.
When you try to get out there, when you get up on the very top of the mizzen mast or whatever it is, and you're up there in the crow's nest in high seas, and you're just trying to... You're facing that storm, and you just want to give that extra something that's just so unexpected and that will be remembered forever. Even if it's another actor's performance, you try things. And boy, if you miss, it can look really ridiculous.
Right.
But if you do 10 of them and 2 of them work, it's great. Now, the problem is, in this day and age, you got to be really careful because God forbid if you cross the 8,000 lines in the sand that are now dictated by bureaucrats that have nothing to do with filmmaking. You can't do any of that stuff, and it's why movies seem to, in some ways, some of them seem to get more and more stale. And it may be because I'm not in that business anymore, but as a movie lover, I kind of here we go. Here's the advertising scene now. There's always some political scene. I said, let me get popcorn. I'll be right back for this one, which is, good news. I can fast forward to that stuff.
Right.
I was told once that there's an algorithm in one of the screenwriting programs that if 2 women are sitting talking and they talk for more than 60% of the scene, if they're talking only about a man, that there's an alert that comes up when you're writing the scene. Now, I said, that's got to be apocryphal, and I'm sure it is. Although, would you be surprised?
I was going to say I would not doubt that.
You would not be
one
surprised.
bit.
And if we're living in an artistic environment where you could actually believe that's possible, it's pretty low. It's really hard when you think that we're going to have a vertical monopoly of a couple of streaming services that are kind of going to rule the world, and that's that.
10 years from now, it'll probably be Netflix, YouTube, and
How about
Disney.
How about 10 minutes from now?
Yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. And
The
it's funny
Academy
to me
Award,
that
the Academy Awards are going to be on YouTube in a couple of years.
Yeah.
They've
And
already.
I think
They've already.
actually, I'll be honest with you. I actually
glad.
think it'll find
I'm glad.
a bigger audience. I think the Oscars will find a newer relevance and a bigger audience on that
100%.
platform. I actually think it's a great idea.
I'm on YouTube a lot because I love seeing these stories, and I mean, YouTube is a monster. One thing I can tell you, when we did the albums, and Shooter said, "Look, I don't want to go on the road anymore. I was on the road with Brandy Carlisle. It was great for a year, and we won the Grammy. But I want to produce. I love producing. He's a great producer. Really, he can bring the words and the music to a level. He's just wonderful, and I love him with all my heart. He's the reason I found this, as I say, second act of my life. He's my dearest friend. I just love him. And Bob is the same way. Sarah has done all the artwork with Alice Mall doing the graphic design. It's wonderful. I don't know how I can bring this to bear with what we were just saying, but you can still be authentic if you're in control of everything. It's just very hard now to be authentic when the kind of Death Star is running everything. The Academy tells you how you have to act. The studios tell you, hey, we can't get an Oscar if you do that, so you can't do that. And, okay, so what do we have to do? Then you got the intimacy director for the love scene, so they look stale. And you've got, I understand that. I always think it's important that women feel comfortable on the set, especially. And the other guys, too. I mean, nobody wants to be there with all they can. It's never been fun, believe me. Everybody thinks, what was that like? I go, oh, it was horrible. We're in a dirty, crappy place with a bunch of people working, not gawking. That's a big misconception. The crew just working hard to do something, being very respectful, as they always have been in my experience. It's difficult to do these things, but man, it's getting harder and harder to make movies by committee in a corporate environment that have any edge that goes over the edge, because that's how you find the edge. You got to kind of go over the edge. And they say, oh, you went over the edge. Oh, it's horrible. You got to go. You're fired. It's like, okay, then I guess we'll just say it the way it's written. That's good. And that's it. So, and that's okay. I mean, I get it. That's what they're doing. But do you think movies are as fresh and as innovative, as authentic as they used to be?
Well, listen, the other day I was watching an interview with Matt Damon. He was promoting the Netflix movie The Rip that's been number one on Netflix the last couple of weeks. And he said during the development of that for Netflix, he found it so shocking that the producers via Netflix and the executives were consistently reinforcing in the script that the characters repeatedly speak about what's going on in the plot over and over and over again, because they know so many people are watching the movie while staring at their phones and doing something else. So they have to encode so much added information now in the dialogue to almost make it like you're narrating the movie for a blind audience in a way, because Netflix doesn't believe you're looking at the screen while the movie's playing. If the foundational principle of one of the biggest media suppliers in the world is based in ideas like that, and I love Netflix, but we're in big fucking trouble if that's the case. If you have to tailor... Yeah, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Christian. You're really making a good point. No,
Jimmy,
please
I
finish.
want you to go. I want you.
That thought is very important. Finish it, please, because I want to say something about it. Go ahead.
No, that's
really
just
important.
it. That's just the fine point I would put on it. Even if I watched The Rip, I thought it was a really good film. It was a great Friday night movie. Just and
they're great. I love those guys.
Popcorn. Ben and Matt together are incredible.
I love them. I love them as actors. We're friends.
Joe Carnahan is a wonderful genre director, and yet once I heard that interview, I almost want to go back and watch the movie again and see if I can pick up on where that type of effect is in the film, because that really sent a shiver down my spine. hearing that.
I,
But
I,
anyway,
I
go
had
ahead.
three. I had three moments in cinema that I'd like to share with you, and this is addresses what you're talking about. And I'm not going to get into people aren't going to go to the movie theater anymore; they're going to be at home. And that's a legitimate conversation. That's not the angle I'm taking on this. I want to just talk about when you are focused on the screen, as you should be. And one of the reasons I don't go to the theater anymore, honestly, because there's always three girls giggling, looking at their iPhones through the whole
so
thing in front of you.
annoying.
And it's so goddamn annoying. And you're also waiting to get murdered by somebody and all this stuff. So I'll tell you three moments that I was privy to that a lot of people never did. And like you think of moments like all the Rocky movies, now we all kind of almost laugh about it. You think about The Exorcist, and it's been made fun of a million times. You think of Star Wars and all the iterations, and you think of the industry of these three juggernauts. I was at there was a little theater, I can't remember the name of it. There are two big theaters in Westwood. Every Friday night, it was during a period when I had broken up with somebody in a couple of years. I was traveling and I didn't have a girlfriend. My buddies and I, would all hang out in Westwood. Friday night we'd go to Hamburger Hamlet, take out the newspaper, and you look Friday night. You go, okay, what's playing? The Westwood in the Village, at the Fox in the Village, and you go to one on Friday night, one on Saturday night, and every Friday the movie's open. And the studios have put out their best foot forward. And every Friday night there was something you wanted to see. What are we going to see tonight? It's great. Now, of course, you're watching Netflix, and 24 hours a day there's content. And they just got to jam that content in there because I got to have stuff up 24 hours a day. But there are two other smaller theaters that showed movies like The Onion Field and Salvador, for a week or two, and then they'd disappear or whatever. And now luckily they've become great cult favorites. And so. But back then, I saw a little movie that a friend of mine invited me to because I'd done a reading of a script at his apartment. I'll never forget it, up on Camino Palermo. It was an apartment building, and he's married to his wife Sasha at the time. It was Sylvester Stallone. And he had a thing called Paradise Alley, by the way, which later was made into a film. But this is the thing he had. And he had this thing. Yeah. Oh, that's great. I said, that's wonderful. Perry King read it because they'd met on Lords of Flatbush. So I said, so what are you doing? He said, I did this movie, I didn't get along with the director. I'm hoping it goes, called Rocky. I said, okay. So yeah, you should come to the very first screening at a theater ever of regular people. They had a couple of people like friends like me, but it was just regular people. And I'm telling you, at the end of that movie, that entire audience in that theater of regular people were on their feet cheering like they were at the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, they were cheering, screaming, cheering, applauding. I went to see The Exorcist at its premiere which was the big one. I think it was the Village, one of the two. And I remember I looked down the row when the head turned, and they were all like, and everybody was like, "Oh my God!" People were literally, and I don't know if you remember, but there was a big, hospitals were having a surge of people coming in having psychological breakdowns, and there was a call to the Catholic Church for exorcism. I mean, people lost their shit over this stuff. And the final thing was I went to the Avco Embassy for the first screening. That was one of the great perks of being a movie star. I mean, I never thought of myself that. I think I'm a character actor.
You are definitely a movie star. You are most definitely a movie star.
Well, thank you.
So there.
Thank you.
But
But when I got invited to shit and stuff. So, I'm there and so on for Star Wars. And for, in a long time ago, the far galaxy, far, far away. And when that spaceship came rumbling over like that, the audience literally, you could hear them go, oh, like it was like a wave. I mean, it was like nothing. You heard this rumbling and it was like, what the fuck? And the spaceship comes over. It was always, there's a spaceship and, a little flame coming out. Here was this monster thing and you went, oh my God. And the fourth example, I had a buddy and we were just guys. As soon as somebody would start shooting something, everybody go, oh, here we go. So we're going to go see Gladiator. my friend Scott Sander, God rest his soul, he's gone, but he said, let's go see Gladiator. And it's great. Guys hacking each other up. I said, great, let's go. So we go see it at Cinerama Dome. It's huge. And they start, with the catapults, and they're setting the forest on fire, and guys are, stacked. And there it is. And I leaned over to him and I said, I have one wish. He said, what? I said, I hope this movie is 17 hours long. He said, at least. Those were the days. I mean, you're never going to feel that when you got to sit there and some executive tells you, oh, yeah, make sure you mention the plot again. I had my, how can I tell this without using any names? My friend was doing a pilot for a TV show for a very prominent actors company, very uber liberal guy, which is fine. Yeah. They both were. And it was about these kind of camp followers in this Western. These women would follow, and they were basically comfort women in those days, who would kind of go with like a ragtag. I can't remember what the plot was. It was like ex-Civil War soldiers who were now like a renegade group or something. I can't remember. But they were these. It was down in the Mexico border, and that was going to be a big part of it. And this one woman was. At the time, in the vernacular at the time, a whore. She was. Yep. That's what her service. But she was actually a spy. Oh. And she was this brilliant woman. She was a spy, but she was like, she managed kind of not to have to do service, but she looked that way, and she looked really glamorous. And they had a representative from the production company sitting there, and he said, and the director said, she's she's old. She called over the makeup artist and the hair and said, she looks so nice. You gotta dirty her up. I mean, she doesn't look sexy. How can she be a whore if she's not sexy? Oh, my God, you can't call a woman a whore on the set. He said, no, that's the part she plays. It's actually in the cast list. They went apeshit because, and it's like, in that time, in that story, in that script, that's what it is. If you try to sanitize that, you're making a point about women were exploited then, and the good news is she's getting her vengeance because she's actually a spy. She's pretending to be one thing. And by the way, that's good to know that people were treated like that. Yes. It's like, thank God, that is abhorrent. That's the point. Mm-hmm. And it's just, you use the wrong word or the wrong context. It doesn't fit in. You can't make historical drama, especially, that have to be judged by modern context, because you wouldn't be able to make stories about slavery. You've got to show, how horrible it is, in many ways, and you got to use those words and those. I mean, I played the assassin of Medgar Evers in Ghost of Mississippi, and I mean, I saw the videos of this guy, and I said to Rob, "We've got to use this language. This is how they talk.
You have
to. If you don't do it, he's never going to say
the subject. It dishonors the subject.
Yeah, it does. And he got that. I mean, Rob, brilliant director,
brilliant guy,
and a dear friend. And God rest his soul. What a horrible, horrible, terrible thing this was. It just broke my heart. Somebody who really fought for me in my career, and my career was sagging at the time, and that Oscar nomination for that movie really put me back on the map. And even if it hadn't, I just loved Rob. I just loved him, and it really broke my heart what happened.
You really should have won for that. You should have won for that movie. You absolutely should have won that Oscar.
Oh, thank you.
In my heart, you won that Oscar. Always.
Actually, Cuba Gooding Jr. won, and it was a great crowd-pleasing performance he gave. And the day after the Oscars, he sent me this beautiful tree, like a small tree that was that I planted in my garden. He said, plant this and remember, that we shared a great, because when you're up for an Oscar, I've been up a couple of times, And when you're up for an Oscar, you're kind of in the class of like, that was like the class of 97 or whatever. You're for like 4 months, you're on the campaign trail. Yeah, at every party you see each other. Hey, what's going on? I remember the year Paul Newman won against me, Bill Hurt for Children of Lesser God, Dexter Gordon for Around Midnight, and
would have been 5.
Oh, and Bob Hoskins for Bob Hoskins. And during one of the breaks, we were all standing up by the bar because Paul Newman had not come. He thought, I've been nominated as my 8th nomination. I'm not going to win. But we knew he would. And we're all standing there. I'm talking to Bill and to Bob Hoskins and Dexter Gordon. We're all standing there. Hey, man, it's all over great. Well, I said, here's to Paul Newman. And we all did other things. We knew he was going to win. We knew he was going to win. And it was the last thing of the night. And of course, he won. He wasn't there. And it was okay because we knew that. The one that was tough was for Ghost of Mississippi. They decided to do Best Supporting Actor first.
It always used to be one of the first major awards. I remember all through the years that I was really watching, it was always one of the first major awards.
Yeah. Well, it was the first one that night.
Yep.
And, of course, Cuba won. And he got up on stage. You remember, he's dancing around. He did the thing. He's doing cartwheels. It was wonderful and charming. And you lost, but it's fine because you're there. You're at the Oscars. You're one of them.
Of course.
You're a guy you love. We worked together in the movie. I really love the guy. He's a great guy. And about halfway through the show, I'm sitting there, and a publicist lady I know, very funny, cute person, comes walking by and said, "Hey, good luck tonight." And I go, "Hello?" I said, "Were you here for Cuba Gooding?" She said, "Oh, well, yeah, wasn't that great?" I go, "It was." I said, "By the way, had you actually looked at the list of nominees, you'd understand. Wishing me good luck tonight is a little cruel."
Wow. That is very funny.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. But, the thing about John's movie, about John Carpenter's Vampires, is there were two ways to have success in the business then. Oh, there were 3 ways. You could make the big blockbusters. They were just starting. It started with Jaws, of course. Steven Spielberg started the whole idea of this big summer movies. And you could have these crazy independent movies that somehow emerge, get attention, and then there are the ones that have a niche audience, a devoted niche audience, and it within a certain budget with certain actors. This director can work again and again and again and forever. That's one of the reasons the actual title of the movie is not Vampires; it's John Carpenter's Vampires. And I always make sure I say that because that's actually the title of the movie.
Yeah, you're absolutely
it was a genre setup, but by the same token, here's what happens, like with comedy, for example. You have a comedy, your generation loves Robin Williams. God rest his soul. I loved Robin. We all did. And then the worst thing that happens to actors, Chevy Chase, all of them, is that then the next generation adopts their own guys and girls who are their comedians, who get their lifestyle. I mean, it's pretty hard for a guy my age to make jokes that somebody in their 20s is going to like because they have a frame of reference that is completely different from mine. And the saddest thing is comedians who are past their time trying to make younger people laugh.
Oh, my God, it's painful.
It's really,
I agree.
really painful.
I agree.
And it's the same with genre. So the people who love, Halloween, all these great movies that John Carpenter did, at that point it was getting to be a little, they go, well, Vampires is kind of corny. I go, yeah, that's kind of the genre. It kind of worked. Now, the irony is, if you watch Stranger Things, the series, is that on Netflix? Yeah.
Netflix. Yep.
Yeah, Netflix. If you watch that, it's like exactly the same kind of genre. The 90s are back, baby, big time.
Oh, God,
and
yeah, absolutely.
And so it did not surprise me that you guys wanted to talk about John Carpenter's Vampires because when the modern generation sees it, they like that it has that patina of kitsch to it.
Absolutely. And it wears its genre identifiers proudly on its sleeve.
Proudly, absolutely.
And it carries a very important torch in cinema forward from the 90s into a new millennium, that these types of movies still work. They work for a reason. They can continue to work, and they should work. They should continue. Anytime I see anything come out that's genre and works really well within genre now in a more contemporary setting, I'm always just so thrilled, because who doesn't just love just having some popcorn and watching a movie?
Yeah.
I'll give a perfect example of that. I did a movie, and there was no opening, so I went to New York to a matinee of the movie, and there were literally 2 people in the audience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was Videodrome.
Oh my God.
And now Videodrome is a massive cult classic. I mean, like, one time when I was, Shooter and I literally met because he is such a fan of Videodrome. Yeah. And, that's the first thing we discussed. He said, oh my God, Videodrome was great. And it's funny, talking about John Carpenter's Vampires, I got a letter yesterday from Lars, who's Ari Aster's partner.
Oh yeah, right.
And they're doing a movie.
Talk about a brilliant guy.
Oh yeah, and they're doing a movie. How do you pronounce it? Arkaska, is that how she pronounced her name?
She made the first Omen.
Stevenson. Yeah. Well, she's doing another thing. And,
very talented.
Yeah, and there's don't want to give any of it away because they're material, but they needed some release from this movie that we're talking about from me. And there was a thing where people are saying, Ari Aster used James Woods in Eddington and didn't get his permission. And I thought if I ever bumped into Ari, I would have said, geez, you should have asked me.
Yeah,
should have asked me. You should have asked me. Shit, man, I would have improvised that baby into like a 20-minute part. But anyway, I said to Lars, please tell Ari that, I said, when it comes to salary, I'll take the same one I got on Eddington, because I want to support a young director. And he said, that's very gracious. I mean, you have to take SAG scale, which is like $1,700 or something. I said, but don't pay me anymore. Just pay me that. I'm fine. And he said, well, Ari is like a big fan of yours. That's so great. I go, yeah, pick up the phone, man. I'm like the most accessible person. Everybody thinking, I didn't want to call you. I go, are you kidding? I'm sitting here, writing, lyrics for the next, we're going to the studio actually a few weeks, and we're doing the 3rd album. We've already got the 4th album written. And,
wow.
Yeah.
Really quick, the first album, Hear the Thunder Crack. In the branding and in the album cover, I love that it says The Life of James Woods. Yeah. It could have said lyrics by James Woods or written by. It says The Life of James Woods.
I'll tell you how that came about.
Very, very a smart branding. I love it. It works perfectly with the album.
Well, let me tell you something about branding. The album is the label is mine. Mm-hmm. I pay everybody out of my pocket. We have no advertising. We don't have a public relations person. We don't have anything. Okay. Shooter and I were talking, and I said, Shooter, so he said, look, Jim, I don't want to promote this. Nothing is. I don't like to. I want this to be discovered. It's authentic, and so on. I said, okay. How do people find it? He goes, they'll find it. I go, well, yes. I don't know. Okay, fine, great. And I said, what do you want to call the album? And I said, I don't know. He said, well, it's your autobiography. I said, what? He goes, you're not aware that you wrote your autobiography in this album? I said, well, I know that these stories. He said, this is so much better. And people always say, you should write a book, man. I said, yeah. Hey, man, Dolly Parton said you're the best kisser. I said, yeah, that's great. What was it like? I love that. I love that she said that. But I don't want to tell Hollywood inside stories. I want to tell different kinds of stories. So I wrote these songs. And they were from very personal moments in my life that generated. Like Hello Friend was about a friend of mine who literally called to say goodbye, and I didn't take the call. I said, I'll call her back. And when I called back, she had died the next morning. It's a great song, by the way. Hello Friend. If you ever get a chance to play it, it's fantastic. Mike Rowe played it on his podcast.
We were listening to the album before we got online with you, and Misty Morning. I mean, that is a beautiful song.
Let me tell you about Misty Morning. Here's the thing about Misty Morning. Shooter, I've told this story several times, but I'll just tell it quickly in case,
take your time. Take your time.
You got to make sure they know what this is. Shooter and I met because Sarah and I go to Dan Tana's. Whenever we go there at 5:00, we sit in the corner booth. Nobody's there. It's 5:00. Who eats at 5:00? Except these 2 people, this buxom, blonde, beautiful Anna Nicole looking lady, and this glorified, gorgeous kind of half Marilyn Manson, half like stud guy, both tatted, shades. And Sarah and I said, "Look at these two, man. They're so cool." And they're yakking. And all of a sudden, she looks here, and then they got to be. Oh, he comes over, and I go, "Sorry, we were staring, but just looking at you guys are you're quite a picture at 5 o'clock in the afternoon." He goes, "Yeah, well, I said, so we're trying to figure music, showbiz." He goes, "Music." I said, "I thought you were a rocker." He goes, "Actually, I'm more country." He said, "I'm Shooter Jennings, my wife Misty." And I said, "Misty?" I said, "What?" I said, "Jennings, I guess you are country. There's a," I literally said, "There was a country western guy named Waylon Jennings." He said, "My name is Waylon Allwright Jennings." I said, "Okay, I get it." "Oh, okay." Okay. So now we become friends, and we never talk about, we're talking about John Fonte and Charles Bukowski, and we're not talking about movies too much. We're not talking about music. And we're hanging out together all the time, the four of us. We just love it. We're talking about Columbo, our favorite series, and all this shit. And at one point, Sarah had bought me this cashmere sweater for Christmas that I really like, and I snagged it. And Shooter said, I said, "I snagged my sweater." God. And he said, "Oh, how'd you do that?" I said, "The callus you get when you play the guitar." He goes, "You play the guitar?" And I said, No. Because let me tell you, never tell a professional musician that you play an instrument unless they are like, you're down here, in the desert walking, and they're at the top of the, Empire State Building with an orchestra of angels, so they are so much more talented than the four chords you can strum at a campfire. Anyway, so he said, "Oh, that's," so, and I said, "No, I can never play that." And then, and I always say this, the moment my life changed for the second half of my life after being blacklisted, and I even say it on the album, F. Scott Fitzgerald said, "There's no second acts in American life." My second act started. The curtain came up. Shooter said to me, "Did you ever write lyrics?" And I went home that night, and in 20 minutes, without ever changing a word, on my iPhone app, on the Notes app, I tapped out with one finger.
Yep.
"When the sun in early morning dies in sorrow and quietly fades, before they once more own us, before the world invades." And I wrote the whole song, "Misty Morning," and I just, boom, send. And I sent it to Shooter Jennings. And I didn't hear a fucking word for 3 weeks. I said to Sarah, "I just sent lyrics to Shooter Jennings." What a loser, big loser, douchebag, what a jerk. And then I get an MP3 file, and I start to play it, and the first spoken part, I said, "Shooter, we have got to put this on the album. And I'm going to do an anniversary album or something someday, and I'm putting this on there. Hey, man, I'm smoking all day, and my voice is shit. But, you sent me this lyrics, James. They're kind of stream of consciousness, and I thought, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I think I got something here you might like. I can't thank you enough for sending this to me. I hope you like it." Boom. And for the next 4 minutes, I heard what you heard. And I went, "Oh, my God." I said to Sarah, "Is this what I think it is?" She goes, "Jimmy, It's astonishing." So I immediately called David Foster.
Oh, well, there you go. I guess that's the guy to call.
And I said, "David, I got something I want to play for you. Would you listen to it?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Caveat." He said, "I never lie, A. If it's shit, I'll tell you. And number 2, he said, I'm retired from the business. I don't produce anymore." I said, "That's okay. I just want to know if you think am I out of my mind?" He said, "Are you something you sing?" I said, "No, I wrote it. I wrote the lyrics. My friend wrote the composed the music and sings it." He said, "Okay." 5 minutes later, I got a call back. He said, "I want to buy it for Josh Groban."
Oh, wow.
I said, well, hold on. I said, I'm old fashioned. I leave the dance with the one I brung. I said, I'm a Shooter Jennings guy. You understand? He goes, No, I get it. He goes, "By the way, can this guy?" He said, "What a pianist he is." He said, "He's a great composer, David Foster." He said, "But he's unbelievable in his singing." He said, "This song," he said, "I'm just going to say this. call up John Tita over at ASCAP. He said, get registered. He said, I don't know how you wrote it, pen, paper, whatever you did. He said, pick up that pen and don't stop writing until you run out of words. And I have now written 70 songs.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Yeah.
And you see, the second act of your career, it's on your terms.
Yeah.
That's what seems so special, and to see the passion that you have for this. And,
I love
it's amazing
it.
that
I love it.
Who would have, if you had told yourself 20 years ago, I'm going to end up a recording artist and a songwriter? I mean, you might not have believed that. It just shows you how you can evolve and adapt with time. You never know what's coming around the next corner.
And the funny thing is we never did advertising. I started doing a newsletter to my subscribers at jameswoods.com. Luckily, I had registered that years before. Now I have tens of thousands of them. And I write every week these little stories about my life and sometimes about other stuff. And, you know, it started to catch on. And I have to say, when Megyn Kelly wanted me on a year ago when the album came out, and I said, Megyn, I'd love to come on, but I just don't want to be the talking head, you know, conservative firebrand. That's not even who I am. I'm a conservative. I'm in the middle. I used to be a Democrat. Right? I mean, I just, you know, obey the Constitution, obey the law. Can we just do that part? Just that part. That's all I want. You know, can you vote for who you want for? Can you trust that the vote is real? You know, can we have real borders? I mean, you know, I don't want a lot. And, you know, she said, okay. I said, I'd love to bring Shooter Jennings on. I'll tell you what, give me a deal. She's going to be on for an hour. I'm in the studio with me. I said, okay, let's do a half hour on the album, if you would. She said, great. And I said, with Shooter, and a half album, I'll talk about whatever you want, but Shooter will leave. Shooter does not like to talk about family, does not like to talk about politics at all. He has no interest in I won't say he's not interested. He's a concerned American for everything. But what I'm saying, he's not, there's nothing to be had. You know, it's not like, oh, he's this or he's that. You can't peg him in any way. He believes in all the good things that all good people on both sides of the aisle, the good things that we all believe in, you know, family and love and respect and art. You know, he's just a remarkable person. I just love Shooter Jennings. And so we started, you know, the album goes up to number 7 on the Apple Country Music Chart. And Sunday night, Tombstone Opera went up to number 6. I had two albums in the top 20 at one point, separated by each other, and below one of them was Waylon Jennings. I said, Shooter. I called him up. I said, Shooter, I got some good news and I got some bad news. But of course it was Waylon Jennings. He was there because he'd been there for 30 years. You know? We were there for 3 days, but still, it was such a wonderful thing to have that little moment of. I mean, I can't even. We're not even making money yet, but or maybe never will. But I have this wonderful band. Would you mind if I just mention the names of the band because it's so important? They never get the credit. If you love the steel guitar. The left steel and the guitar is John Schreffler. He's unbelievable.
Wow.
On the bass, Ted Van Camp. He's fantastic. Jamie Douglas on the drums. Aubrey Richardson on. If you're doing country music, she's playing the fiddle. If you're doing classic, she's playing the violin. You know, that's the old joke. You know, and of course Bob Wayne is now composing and he's playing the acoustic and Shooter plays the acoustic. And I'm telling you. Ted Russell Camp. I'm sorry, I meant to say sorry. Dopey. Ted Russell Camp plays the bass. And on Tombstone Opera, we needed a banjo player, and our banjo player had a medical issue, couldn't play. And Ted said, "Well, I play the banjo." I said,
there you go.
Can you do that? So Bowie plays the banjo, fantastic. I said, now we got to get a trumpet player because I want to do taps under this one thing on Coyote, the song Coyote, and it's called Coyote Hanging on a Barbed Wire Fence. And he said, well, I play trumpet, and it's just like you're around these guys. It's just stunning, Oh, I play, I need someone to play the harmonica. 7 people raise their hand. It's just, they're just unbelievable. And on the first album, all of the overdubs of the choral voices are the Waters, the gospel group,
Oh,
The
yes,
Waters.
right.
wow.
And oh my God, they're such wonderful people.
Wow,
And
what a
we went and
collection
did
of
it.
talent.
But on Hollywood Kills Everything, Justo, his daughter is a friend with Misty. By the way, Misty Morning, it was my story
Oh,
about
okay. Gotcha.
living in Laurel Canyon. I woke up and I used to love the mist in the morning. Anyway, we brought Hollywood Kills Everything as a rock. It's a real Jerry Rafferty, Baker Street kind of rocking and rolling country, all combined, and it's got a real rhythm to it, cowbell, all of it done on purpose, sarcastically. And I said, Shooter, man, it'd be great to have like a wailing sax. He goes, yeah, I'll have Justo come in. Justo comes in. He listens to the song. When you listen to Hollywood Kills Everything, listen to that saxophone and you'll lose your mind. He listened to the song that he had never heard one time and gets up there and does that. That's on the record. That's the take. That's it.
Oh, my God.
I said to Shooter, what can you do better? It makes
Yeah.
the whole record,
Yep.
That's
That's
awesome.
something. Oh, my
See,
God,
I called
Jimmy.
it a record. I called it a record. We
It is
still
a
call it a
record.
record.
No, it is a record. It
Yeah, it's a
absolutely.
record.
I still use that term.
I love it. Christian and I used to be musicians back in our youth,
so you know.
we instantly were watching all this and listening. Like, this
Love
is
it.
amazing. This is great. Shooter
Love it.
composed one
I
of my
love it.
favorite songs of all time. It's great to see you guys working together. And the
Well,
music's
Shooter
great.
does
Yeah.
there's a great song. But by the way, all of the pressing is done by Memphis Pressing. I want to give them credit. And Mark Raines,
Absolutely.
did the last album. He's just great engineer. Well, all these people are wonderful. And Aubrey is so busy. She's so talented. She did all the vocals on Tombstone over too. But
Wow.
she plays the fiddle. When we had finished at the one studio, and we hadn't done Wallem Lake yet. Wallem Lake was very important to me. When the world stops spinning, when time at last stands still, when in a moment you are gone, will I hear the whippoorwill? And it was about this lake that my dad and I used to go fish on, called Wallem Lake, and I was 8 years old, and he'd say, let's call it the whippoorwill. I go, okay, and he'd whistle, whippoorwill, and the whippoorwill would answer. There was there were whippoorwills out in that area. It was a big thing. And I, as a kid, thought that was like so amazing.
Oh.
And there's a great Neil Young song, oh man, listen,
Yep.
yeah. And Jimmy Fallon did a great thing where he's a wonderful musician himself.
Yeah.
He and Neil Young did the song together.
Oh, I saw
and he
that,
did it, dress
yes.
it, yeah, it was fantastic. Anyway, I had this thought that I tell the whole story of Wallem Lake, and I love doing cataclysmic changes in a song. And it's at Wallem Lake, and all we had was fun. Shafts of light danced on the water, blah, blah, blah. But in God's wisdom, you are gone. You weren't here long to see, and I still yearn one more time to hear the whippoorwill sing his song to me.
Oh,
And then there's
my
this
God.
beautiful violin break, this beautiful violin break. And then on the porch, this old man sits. I can't even. Anyway, you'll play it or read it sometime. But anyway, it's now the perspective of the old man sitting on the porch, remembering those days, and he was the 8-year-old boy. And all of a sudden, a voice from the evening star sings to him, and he can hear the whippoorwill.
Oh, my God.
But of course, he's hearing in his heart something else. And that to me is so much more profound as an artist. I don't know if the audience, I'm sure there'll be some troll out there sitting in the basement making fun of this. But honestly, as an artist, to be able to share what we carry in our hearts and in our minds and our souls and so on as artists, and to share that and have people say what you just said, oh my God, is so much more important than, so what was it like working with?
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you.
Shit about that stuff. I really don't care. It's factory work, on one level. And all that stuff is beside the point. So-and-so was talking to someone.
It must be nice, you spent a career reading words that other people have written, and now you get a chance to have your own voice
Interpreted by somebody else.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's interesting.
Hearing your lyrics, not just trying to blow smoke up your butt here, but like you seem so natural at it. It's almost like that saxophone player you're talking about. You have a natural innate ability to put
As
these
a
words
storyteller,
down.
like you said at the beginning.
In music, you're like that musician who naturally gets it, listens to it once, and knows what to do. To just jump into songwriting, and have major musicians be able to work with you on the same level. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful music, and
Oh,
absolutely this heart affirming, organic, natural American music. That's Hear the Thunder Crack to me is such an American album, and I think
man,
your
I love
story
hearing you
is such
say this.
Your story as a performer, as an artist, you are such an American performer, an American artist, and that so comes through in your work as a lyricist and as a storyteller with music.
Well, thank you so much.
You
know what's interesting?
It's just brilliant.
You know what's interesting? The people who really kind of get it are European people. A lot of European people have loved this album, and there's a song on the album that if you go on the charts. Yeah. And we get, Apple Music for Artists and Spotify Music for Artists, and we get the breakdowns and all this stuff. And the guy once said, under your Apple Music for Artists, you have 0 streams. I said, yeah, because I'm not, I've never done anything before, and I'm new, and, I'm answering this troll. I don't know why, but I think maybe I can slide a mom joke in on the motherfucker, and let's see how that works. And then... then when I hit 1 million streams this week, it was like, it's really not a lot, believe it or not, but it was a lot better than 0. I can tell you that.
It is a lot. It is a lot.
There's a song that has been the least listened to because it's kind of complex. It's called A Tinker's Tale at the end of and it's Shooters and my favorite song by far. And it starts with this kind of quiet diatribe about guys wearing tweed jackets and white shirts singing to the sparrow and the wren in their ivory towers. And it's a takedown on, Ivy League, the Ivy League grift of we're going to educate you, but basically indoctrinate you to be a Marxist who now, has a degree in gender studies. It's like, all this shit. And, and then I cut immediately to I'm on the road and I'm exhausted and it's, twilight. And I start to talk about the America that I'm driving through. And I'm telling you, it's a fantastic song, if I do say so myself. And the reason I can say this is because nobody seems to want to listen to it. But I tell you, it's the one that eventually people are going to go, this is really about something. And I called Shooter one night. Shooter, I can never get an answer. One time I said to him, I said, do you like Tombstone Opera? Because I've never been sure. It's like the greatest concept album in 20 years. You're kidding? I love it. Because Bob wrote it. And I'm like, oh my God, thanks, man. I didn't even know. But he loves doing the work. It was so important to him that Christian, this is addressing what you were saying, that it be authentic. And so I wrote a couple of songs, and he said, were you trying to write a song here? And I go, yeah, I was kind of. He goes, yeah, it stinks. I said, okay, yeah. He said, just go back. Just don't worry about it rhyming. Don't worry about cadence. Don't worry about a goddamn thing. Just tell your stories. Just tell your stories.
Such great advice.
And,
such great advice.
And my friend, very nice friend, she's in her 80s. She's the widow of Sammy Kahn, who wrote all of Frank Sinatra's music. Yep. She said, I love your music, but the things are supposed to rhyme. You have to have the same beat and the same cadence. And I went,
oh boy.
Works for Sammy. Works if you're writing, New York, or, did it my way. Unbelievable song, but you can't even compare. But, I just tell a story and somehow, and then I noticed Billie Eilish kind of did that too. I was saying that I started to see some of these really great new young musicians they're breaking those confines and so on. And those songs wrote themselves. It's impossible to explain what it's like when you start writing and all of a sudden you love it so much and they write themselves. And I've talked to other writers. My wife's a writer, she's a novelist. And I said, Sarah, on your first, she said, it wrote itself. it just started writing. I just started writing, and I couldn't stop. I wanted to stay up. I know why writers used to take drugs to stay up. They just want to tell this story. And the great thing about we'll be in bed at night and we're just chatting, and so all of a sudden I go, hold on, and I'll reach for my phone and I'll start typing, and she knows. All of a sudden, I mean, we were walking at the beach the other day, and there's a piece of driftwood, and I said, hold on a second. I wrote Driftwood Dreams. I just wrote a note to myself. Well, that's a faggoty ass title, Driftwood Dreams. Ooh. But then I wrote the first line, Driftwood Dreams and Lovers' Schemes. And now all of a sudden it's going to be a darker movie, a darker story. It's like, it was once alive and now it's this gray, broken thing that has its own beauty. And Lovers' Schemes are the stuff of, drama. But in fact, people, there's always somebody who's loving more. Yes. And there's always somebody who wants to love more, be loved more. There's always that dynamic. And, anyway, but hear the thundercrack. To go back now, Shooter said, well, it's your autobiography. I said, well, I've always had that thing about F. Scott Fitzgerald and Marilyn Mason heard the album. I said, you got to have Jimmy talk about that. Have him put that on the album, because I mentioned that to him. That's what I just picked it up. Well, I didn't write that. I just said it. And Shooter said, got it. Put it on the album. Yeah. And it was, the second acts in American Lives, I believe there are. Thomas Wolfe, not Tom Wolfe, but Thomas Wolfe. You Can't Go Home Again. I believe you can. And I believe a lot of times you find that second act by going home. By going home, the metaphor that I'm relating to is not taking the trip back, although I love being on the road. I love driving. I hate flying. Love driving. I'm always driving. And the road is a metaphor for me. And going back was always, for me, going back to my home in Rhode Island, because that's where my family was. My family was my home. And I said, well, let's call it The Road Back. And he said, great, that's the title. He said, it'd be great if we had a song that title. I said, I'll write one. That night I wrote The Road Back, which is still my number one song that everybody's of. And I wrote it, of course, in an hour, just came to me. And it was, it started with Storm on the Highway, riding with the dog, my mind's in my mind's in a fog. Flip on the wipers, my fingers so numb. It's not where you're running to, it's what you're running from, and all. And it was about a trip. It was about a trip when I was driving back going back home, and I thought, I'm going to ride. I was going west, actually. I was going away from Rhode Island home to the new home, to my Los Angeles home, and I had my little Cairn Terrier with me, which is really ironic because Toto in The Wizard of Oz was a Cairn Terrier. You can't make this up. And I loved Angel. She went with me everywhere, and I drive cross country because she hated to fly. She got scared and her heart would pump. So I said, okay, and I'd drive back and forth for the dog for 16 years. Anyway, so she's with me.
That's so wonderful.
And I thought, I'm going to drive into Nebraska. I'm going to go to Nebraska. Keep going. So I passed through Omaha, and I'm going west. And the dog is getting antsy, and she loved to drive. She just sits there, a little face on the console, and she's doing all this. And I'm thinking, and I look, it's sunny. What's she upset about? And then I see the back of the Jeep I'm in is black, and I go, is that a tarp? Somebody put like a tarp in the car? And I look, I turn, and all of a sudden these cars are going like 120 miles an hour beside me. And I'm looking, and I hear boom, boom, bang, bam, and I'm thinking, and it's hail, and all of a sudden I thought, oh shit!
Oh my God!
Is this a tornado? And it goes black all around me, and both ways people are going. And I remember thinking, oh yeah, you gotta get in a culvert or something, get in low ground. But I'm here in Nebraska, and I'm looking, and it's flat everywhere.
As hell. Yeah, all flat. Yeah.
And I'm thinking, James Woods killed in tornado. And of course, half the country would cheer. But it was like, it was before I was political. Anyway, so now I'm driving in the thing, and there's thunder crashing across the sky, and as it does, I'm looking at you, and this one bolt goes bum, 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 like this, and I see it, and it lights up, and there's the funnel. And I'm thinking, I'm going to die. This is it. Yeah. I'm going to die. This is it. I put that pedal to the metal, and I saw rest area, and I thought, concrete building. And I get there, and as I do, Other cars are screeching. They're going right over the culvert and everything. Boom, like that. They're opening the doors. I grab the dog. I didn't even shut the door. I run in. Boom, I get on the floor, and it goes by, and it's literally like they say, it sounds like a freight train.
Right.
You know?
Wow.
Jesus
Yeah.
God.
Your life is a movie.
You are just a natural storyteller. That's what you really are. It's just so crystal clear.
You know, I'm going to do something for you, if you don't mind.
Of course
because
not.
I've written so many songs already. Is this right? But wait, I want to just do something. Apropos that. So, mind if I just read you a couple of the lyrics?
Do it.
No, please
Let's
do.
go. I'd love that.
Storm on the highway, riding with the dog. Black clouds in the rear view. My mind's in a fog. I flip on the wipers. My fingers so numb. It's not where I'm running to. It's where I'm running from. That's what I'm running from. Crash now of thunder. The danger is nigh. Bolts of lightning rip through the sky. Pedal to the metal like a runaway train. The dog is howling. Funnel on the plane. Twister is lurking. Death closing in. And sooner or later, you got to pay for your sins. Hail like gunshots, snapping on the roof. If God you ever doubted, well, here is your proof. The devil's beating his wife, so don't give me no slack. Yeah, I'm on a mission, baby. Yeah, I'm on the road back. White line fever rolling through my brain. Life in the city is nothing but pain. Cutting through the cornfields, shotgun in a rack. Wait for me, darling. I'm on the road back. So turn your face into the sun. It's your own shadow you must shun. Life is but a precious coin. Make sure you spend it well. Take the road to heaven, son. Don't take the road to hell. And like a diamond bullet to the brain, it's with you, my son, I share this refrain. When you're lost in sorrow and life is racked with pain, don't wait until tomorrow to find peace again. When you feel in your heart you're about to crack, jump on that highway and take the road back. Weather the storm. Don't be afraid. The fates and the heavens cannot be delayed. Jump on the highway, let the thunder crack. Be a man, my son, and take the road back. Be a man, my son, and take the road back.
Oh, my God. That's
beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. I just...
Thank you. And then we had the title, and then one day I made the mistake from the studio. So you like the road back? Does it feel kind of generic? He goes, well, Rachel. I said, well, it's kind of like, hear the thunder crack, and then you have a separate song. He said, great, let's do that. And I kind of lament the fact that I did that because I just love, everybody said, I love the road back. Hear the thunder crack is just a hard, like Tombstone Opera, I said, everybody, great, love that title. Road back, you love it. Hear the thunder crack was, you had to reach a little. What was it again? Hear the thunder crack. But it's okay,
It's a much more singular title, and I actually really love that title here, the Thunder
thank
Crack.
you.
It speaks to me of like Americana. It has a folky feel to the sound of the title, so I think it actually works beautifully.
Thank you.
What a place to probably have. We have to probably wrap this up.
I was going to say we've taken up so much of your time,
You've been
so much more than we thought we would eat up on you. So we appreciate it so much. I know we got a little off subject from vampires, but honestly, I can listen to you talk about films, and our whole channel is about films, so it doesn't matter.
I loved
all our listeners love movies, and this is going to be very exciting. But I want to ask you one last vampire question.
Sure, of course.
Does Jack Crow meet up with Montoya later on and complete his mission?
See, we wanted to do that. And I said to John, are you kidding? We're ready to go. By the way, I love Daniel Baldwin. Everybody knows Daniel Baldwin. You know what? He's had some stuff, and we got along great. I just thought he was perfect casting. Yeah. And Cheryl, of course.
He's great in the movie, Daniel Baldwin. He's great.
Yeah, he's wonderful. They all are. They're great. And I just thought, man, this is like, if there were ever a sequel that could be done, it's not expensive. It's a bunch of people out in the desert running around shooting each other and stabbing. It doesn't have to be expensive. I don't know why they never did it, and it's a shame because it was absolutely meant to be. It was like, I thought, how did this not happen? But
Jack Crow goes up against a vampire, but he's not only a vampire, he's a vampire that knows Jack's methods, right? So that would be a really great showdown.
And it's that terrible thing where you now have to. I wanted to write wanted to write a series. I tried to get Graham King to do it, and then he backed out. That's okay, he's entitled. But I wanted to do it based on the Second Coming, and it was really about the Kali Yuga, and it was about a boy. I don't want to ruin it, but anyway, he's always looking for his son because his son has the key. His son ended up murdering his mother and all these people when he was 8 years old. What we don't realize is that he's a seer, and he understands that they were all evil people, and they're part of the Kali Yuga. Okay?
Oh, wow.
And now we go to find the daughter that was kidnapped, but she is now the leader of the other side, and she was the one who actually was promoting it. So now the son sacrifices his life or not, and the father has to do it, so the son would actually take over, and that would be the sequel. And I thought it was a great idea to do for a movie. But, I'm sure somebody will steal it, except it's now copyrighted, so fuck you, motherfuckers, you ain't getting it. But, I might start working on it again because I love those dystopian movies. And that's exactly what it would have been like going after Montoya. Because if he's going after his own son, who he thinks murdered his wife, who now he realizes is the good guy and his daughter is the bad guy, it's like whoever it is, there's somebody who's his own blood that he's going to have to kill to save the world.
Yeah.
That's a tough one, you know?
Right.
But you always think the best stories, I mean, Star Wars, Luke, I am your father. It's like, oh shit, that's a big jump right there, And all the great stories have those monumental, unbelievable and unbearable moments where you realize, oh my God, that can't be, but it is. Now what do you do? And that's the,
right.
I like those moments. I mean, a little story about riding across with your dog and now you're in the middle of a tornado and your life is about to end. That you try to give it that kind of life, It always needs to have that turn. And I mean, that's built in. I don't know why they don't still do it. I can I'll still play a tough Jack Rowe.
Absolutely. You can pull it off right now, no problem.
We'll start it with him in the mirror dyeing his hair. Okay,
I can see the character doing that, yeah.
Guys, I want to thank you, first of all, for all your incredibly kind words, letting me talk about the elements. The only way we get to promote it if we don't do that. But most importantly, I want to thank you for this, that you love movies and you love music, obviously, and I'm not kissing ass here, that you take the time to talk to the artists and learn that there are a lot of stumbling blocks to making a movie or to writing songs or to creating music and it's really if there are places where they say, hey, we get what you were doing there, even if the box office didn't or some executive didn't, it's the famous Shelley Winter story. Shelley Winters. She was the old. And they called her in and she said, I'd like to do this part, this movie. And they said, well, we need you to come in and talk to the studio. So she thinks she's going to go talk to, the head of the studio. She comes in, there's some 24-year-old kid sitting there. Not a bad thing, but, 24-year-old kid. And he's kind of looking, he goes, Shelley Winters?
Oh,
Winters?
God.
Yeah. And she goes, yeah. He said, so tell me about yourself. It's a famous story. She unzips this bag. She takes out 2 Oscars, puts them on the desk. There you go. You first.
I love that.
That's great.
Oh my God, man! Please don't ever stop telling stories, Jimmy. Don't ever stop telling stories.
I love telling stories. Yeah,
because you're a master storyteller, my friend. A master.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
And I just want to say one quick thing to you, because I don't know when I'll have another chance to speak to Jimmy Woods. So let me just tell you, your art has brought me so much comfort and so much happiness over the years of my life. And as somebody I love actors, acting, films, filmmaking, storytelling, just like you do. And your work and your dedication to quality craftsmanship over the decades has meant so much to me as a fan and as a lover of acting and movies. I really do mean it when I say I think you're one of the greatest film actors who's ever lived.
You see, I brought my
Okay.
James Woods fan club
No,
with me.
I mean it.
No,
Wow.
seriously.
Okay.
No, I know I'm not alone in that assessment.
he's
a lot
not-
of
thank
people
you.
feel that way.
He's not even
Thank you.
joking. Once I had started talking to you for those other films and I knew that we might be able to do this, I said, I have to do this for Christian because ever since the day I have known him, he's talked about you, Videodrome in particular. You've always been top of his list. I mean,
Well, we definitely have to do Videodrome because there are stories.
Absolutely.
I
I
mean,
would
there are
love that.
stories, because Debbie was so great to work with. Because
man.
much to my surprise and to yours, I'm sure, and to your event, she's such an innocent person. I thought, this is Debbie Harry from, it's like punk singer, great. So, call me. Oh my God. And she was like, she was so sweet. It was like I wanted to hold her. I mean, she was just, and I think she was like, being an actress, and she was such a natural. And I kept saying to her, Debbie, don't even question it. Just you are such a natural. I think she should have had a big film career, but I don't know why.
That performance in Videodrome, Debbie Harry's performance, it is an all-timer. Period. End of story.
She's great. She's
They
great.
don't.
Well,
you
listen,
can't learn charisma like that. That's God-given natural charisma that she has, and you matched her moment to moment. In the love scenes, the chemistry between you two is so incendiary in that movie that I actually don't think it's really ever been topped. I really don't. I honestly.
Oh, thank you.
don't think that.
Yeah, and I think it's because this sounds like you'd think it'd be the opposite. I think it's because we both had people we loved in our lives. I was married to my first wife then, and she was with Chris, of course, the leader of the band. And we loved our partners. So we could feel free to do this because sometimes you worry about, we're going to have a problem now, or, it's like, it gets sick. This way it was easy. It's like, we could go for it because we weren't going to be leaving our partners for each other, and we didn't have to worry about it being a problem. There was no hanky-panky. We were incredibly respectful of each other. I was in awe of her natural talent, to be honest with you. And, I mean, really, I thought, she's so good.
Yeah.
And, when people say, you're a great actor, you go, you can watch somebody new, and you can see a freshness and an authenticity.
Yes.
And
yes.
I learned this from Bob De Niro. Look for the best in other actors and cherish it. And make sure they know it. One thing I was always proud of when I had my series Shark, and I'm going to let you guys go. The people always say, one thing about your show, man, actors love being on your show because you respect actors so much. I said, because I was astonished. People have come on my show, Jonathan Banks and Titus Welliver, and these people, back then, they're doing like a guest star role. And I'm going, why don't you guys have your own series? And of course, now they do.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you see these talents and you go, my God, these guys are so talented. Final thing that you said you're a great actor, you're so wonderful. I appreciate it. If I've been at my best, it's been with directors who, among all their gifts, have one thing in common. And that thing is that instead of being afraid of them, they love actors. Sergio Leone loved actors. His parents were actors. They were musicians, musical comedy stars. Scorsese and Bobby, Joe, he loves us. He loves actors. He was so good to me. He thought it was so funny because I do like stuff with the kid that we worked out. He was wonderful to me. He's a great Oliver Stone, so great. Harold Becker, been one of my best friends ever since The Onion Field. Great director. So many of them. I mean, I don't want to leave anybody out. Rob, all of them. Sofia Coppola.
My God, Virgin Suicides. Holy God, we could talk for an hour about that.
She chased me all around the city. You got to do my part. I said, I'm doing this other movie. I was doing A General's Daughter, and my agent said, you can't do them both, and you're not going to do a movie with, the wrong Coppola, Sofia Coppola. She was in Godfather 3. I said, did you read the script? She wrote the script. She goes, yeah. I said, then she's going to be a good director. I said, I don't care.
Look.
I'm going to do the movie. She said, well, I'm going to fire you then. I said, then fire me. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But she did. I did the movie. And the late Mace Newfield made sure that I had the time, and Paramount, Sherry Lansing was great. She postponed me for a week so that I could finish the one and do them both, which was really great. But when I worked with Sophia, we had so much fun improvising all the stuff with the kids in the basement. And at the end, she gave me a great cherished trophy, which had a little marble base, and it was a can of ham. And she gave it to me, presented it on the set.
Awesome.
And I have my and my ham trophy that I
Oh, I love that.
Sophia.
Nice.
Oh, that's better than an Oscar. In my opinion.
Better than an Oscar. I got my ham trophy.
There you go. No one
Guys,
else has
thank
one
you
of
so
those.
much.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you, thank you.
Jimmy.
We love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you
for taking the
You've
time.
really, really, really honored us with sharing your time and
Right.
your perspective.
Okay, wow, folks. How about that? I thought we were going to have a nice, quick chat with Mr. Woods, but he really took us on a roller coaster
we
ride
honestly-
through film and
Yes.
music and everything. That was great.
Honestly, Joe and I thought asking for even 30 minutes of Jimmy's time was a lot to ask for.
Yeah.
That level of generosity and conversational intensity,
Yeah.
emotional intensity, was not only so incredibly rewarding as a longtime fan of his work as an artist and as an actor, but it showed dimensions of James Woods that I didn't even know was there. I thought that was a fascinating.
Well,
It was fascinating listening to him talk.
We got a little bit of everything. We got information.
Yeah.
We laughed. He cried. I mean, I've had the pleasure of being able to talk to Mr. Woods, Jimmy. Sorry, he always says call him Jimmy, and I haven't been able to till today. And you, actually,
I have absolutely no
I know,
problem
you went
with
for
it.
it. So
I'm
now
going all in.
I'm going for it.
I'm leaning
too.
all in on the Jimmy.
So, I've gotten to talk to him a few times, and he's always been so genuine. But those were for like the
For professional
Blu-rays, a little more professional.
endeavors, yeah.
He really seemed to bring down a few walls
Yep.
with us and be able to just talk very candidly about his life.
When he performed his lyrics,
Yeah, I mean
that literally gave me frickin' goosebumps. And I just want to say this.
Yeah.
I am absolutely, positively not the type of person that gets starstruck in like the normal general ways.
Yeah.
When he popped up on that frickin' screen,
you were like a kid. Well, that's half the reason why
My
I set
brain
this up, too.
exploded.
I knew he was your number
of
one
my
guy,
all-time favorite
and
actors.
I happened to be in communication
Top
with him.
5 favorite
so
actor.
I knew he was so nice when I talked to him. I knew he'd say yes, but that was above and beyond. I know we veered from vampires a bit, but you're going to hear us talk
but
all
it
about
was an
that. So
incredible journey through so many different little
either way, that was
nooks
Jack
and
Crow.
crannies of his career.
We were just talking with Jack Crow,
Yeah,
and
it
that
was-
was pretty amazing.
It was just also his ability to really cohesively remember distinct memories from all throughout his career
I'm
is
pretty sure-
absolutely mesmerizing.
Pretty sure he has to some degree a photographic memory. I think he had mentioned that once before
Yeah.
with me. So
And what a frickin' just
Storyteller.
natural born
Yeah.
storyteller.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. I think that's the word that I take out of that entire conversation is storytelling and the power of storytelling and the power of genre. I really look at this entire episode, guys. If you're listening, I really look at this entire episode. If you look at the Never Hike Alone episode we did, I would say that's sort of, in my opinion, a love letter to the fans to fandom, to
Yeah.
the fans of all things.
Yeah.
And to me, this episode really is a love letter to genre.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, one of the great things about this film, I feel like, is Carpenter has boiled down all the things he does great within his genre filmmaking.
Absolutely.
And made, it's a great film.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to say underrated because a lot of people love it.
Yeah.
It made decent money. I think, we're at a perfect time right now in 2026 where those late 90s films are kind of back in style.
yeah,
in
of
a
course,
way,
of
right?
course. Everything is so cyclical, but I've always felt that the 90s for me is my favorite movie decade ever.
Yeah.
I've said before, I think the crime films in particular of the 90s, even on an international level, are the best of all time.
Yeah.
And the genre filmmaking that was going on all through the 90s was such an encapsulation of all the motifs and traditions of the last 3 or 4 decades of filmmaking, kind of all crescendoed in the 90s, in my opinion, in terms of genre filmmaking.
Yeah.
And James Woods is involved in so many of the greatest of those films.
You kind of forget how many films great films that he has been involved in.
I mean, yeah, it's incredible. It's actually, like I said earlier, it's staggering when you think about it, his career. And how humble and how genuinely humble and how much humility he has was very refreshing.
I loved all the Star Wars references.
Jimmy, I just want to look right into the camera, right into your frickin' eyes, Jimmy. Jimmy, look into your look right at me right now, Jimmy. I just want you to know I love you. For the rest of my life, I'm going to consider you a friend, and I appreciate you with all my heart. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
And speaking of appreciating, I want to take a few minutes before we jump into the reason why we're all actually gathered here down in Joe's basement to watch John Carpenter's Vampires together. I just want to take a moment, of course, along with Joe, to genuinely express to all of you guys listening, all of our newer listeners, all of our listeners that have been listening all the way back through season 1. Of course, you think, they say this all the time, but it's just so true. We absolutely love you guys and appreciate you guys from the bottom of our hearts. And every time we have a hiatus in between seasons, I ache to get back in front of this microphone, to get down in the basement, get the headphones on. This is one of the only places, the only times in my entire life that I truly, truly, really feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be at the exact moment I'm supposed to be there. Being here in front of the mic, sharing my perspective with Joe and with you guys and with Jimmy, it means the world to me. And by transitive, you guys, because you guys are the community that supports our creativity here at Haddonfield Radio. And you guys know from the bottom of our hearts, we love you guys. We deeply and sincerely appreciate your support over the years. We're super excited to jump into season 4 starting in February.
This is like just a little appetizer.
Right,
you know,
right.
Kind
But
of...
actually, it's a perfect palate cleanser between season 3 and 4, because I think a lot of the aesthetics of John Carpenter's Vampires sort of matches the tone and aesthetics of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre milieu. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're
that
no
down and
holds-barred,
dirty
like,
Texas
violent.
Southwest violence. You
Yeah.
know, I love it, and so we thought this was the perfect movie to sort of highlight. And of course, Vampires has been having such a welcome sort of reappraisal the last many years, as it should, deservedly so.
There's the obvious John Carpenter tie from when we started.
Yeah, it brings us back sort of the
Halloween.
beginning.
And this is sort of, you said, is like one of his last 3 films, probably what many consider one of the greatest,
probably the best
last
of those 3,
greatest
objectively.
Carpenter films. So it's nice to sort of, add this to our library of films.
Yeah, it felt so good, like preparing for this episode, getting back into the world of John Carpenter again.
Yes.
Because, of course, that's where we started back in season 1, going through all the Halloween movies and
of course,
exploring his career.
As we watch the movie, we'll point out, you'll see the connections.
God, yes.
And similarities
Absolutely.
at times to what he did with Halloween and then Vampires.
So, yeah, this episode is already at like 11 hours long. So I figured the best thing to do would probably be to jump into the movie. But before we do that, once again, I'm going to look right into your eyes. Let me get my hat up so you can see my baby blues. I just want you to know, thank you. We love you. I love you, Mom and Wally. And I just want everyone all around the world, whether it's Canada, Australia, New Zealand, we're actually listened to now, I think, in 37 different countries, which is absolutely mind-blowing.
Crazy.
If you're listening wherever you are, if you're out plowing snow, or if you're out doing Amazon deliveries, or if you're walking your dog or trying to go to bed, just know that there are 2 jabronis in a basement in Nowheresville, Rhode Island, who love the ever-loving shit out of you. Right?
We do.
So yeah, let's jump in and let's watch John Carpenter's Vampires. Actually, one of my favorite John Carpenter movies. I'd put it in my top 5 John Carpenter movies.
It's definitely gone up my list since revisiting it.
I cannot wait to share some of my my perspectives on this one, because I love this movie.
All right, let's start the movie.
It's sort of rare to watch a movie we both really love together at the same time.
Yeah.
It's usually one or the other.
I know, yeah, definitely. No, I think we're on the same page pretty much for this one.
So yeah, without any further ado, let's jump right in. Let's get back to, we're sitting in a movie theater in 1998. It's Friday night, October 30th, and we're about to watch the 7 p.m. showing of John Carpenter's Vampires for the very first time together. Let's do it.
Let's go.
And scene.
Okay, and here we go. So, 1998. This came out October 30th. It was Halloween
weekend.
And I believe James Woods got his Hollywood star, his star
On the Walk
on
of
the
Fame?
Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Oh.
That morning, and then went and got to see vampires with his family that evening for the premiere.
You know,
It
it's
was a crazy
interesting.
day. As he was saying, I think he told us too. John Carpenter was at that ceremony for the star.
Makes sense. It was
know.
probably in conjunction with the promotion or marketing
I'm sure
of
they
John
tied it all
Carpenter's
in, yeah.
Vampires. And
Yeah.
it worked like gangbusters as whatever they were doing for marketing, because this movie, as we mentioned, opened at #1.
It did.
And a $10 million opening weekend for a genre-specific horror action movie,
Mm-hmm.
that in 1998, that was gangbusters. That was really good money.
It had a great start to its run, and it ultimately made all its money back. You know, it's I wouldn't, it didn't gross a ton, but I think it held its own.
It met its audience's expectation. Like this movie, I can't stand that notion that like all movies have to make $300 million to matter.
No.
I think
as long
certain
as it-
movies just have to meet an audience,
Yeah.
their audience, and this movie met its audience in full. It absolutely. Everybody turned out on that opening weekend, that Halloween weekend in 1998. And I'm sure they had a freaking amazing time watching this movie in a movie theater. Wouldn't you think so?
Oh, yeah.
In a rowdy, crowded movie theater in the late 90s, a multiplex movie screen. Like I would have gone to like Dedham Showcase Cinemas in Dedham, Massachusetts. And that was a rowdy room. This movie would have brought the house down. I think this is one of the most muscular and handsomely shot Carpenter films. Wouldn't you agree?
It's yes. Well, I mean, he was going for that Western feel, so it is being shot different than a lot of his previous films, which had a lot of motion to the camera. Here we're using the wide scope
and sort of Dutch angles.
and it's sort of static, and all these opening close-ups of Jack Crow are right out of the Westerns too. It's those. The close up on the eyes at
Yep.
the gunfights and
Just
the
like
shootouts
Sergio Leone.
Exactly. And he's about to do a lot more homages like that. There's no secret here that this was Carpenter's Western, a modern take on a Western. And the music, listen to that music. Oh, Carpenter, he had the composing credit and did the music, and there's definitely traditional Carpenter synth music coming up. But this band was composed of some heavy hitters. Steve Cropper on guitar, Duck Dunn on bass, Daniel Davies came in, who was...
Wait, from the Kinks? Is that the Daniel... Am I thinking of the wrong Davies?
It's his son.
Oh, wow.
So it's Carpenter's godson.
Who does a lot of score with Carpenter to this day.
And Skunky Baxter. Yeah, so he was young, but he... contributed, as well as Cody Carpenter, who was like 14 and had a track in the movie. He composed on synth, and Carpenter used it.
Well, right away you notice there is a synth elements, but I found surprising in my not really remembering the score is like a band, like a rock band. It sounds like, and it's really, really effective.
It's sort of like. He uses it almost like the theme for the Slayers or Jack, even.
Yes.
Like when these guys are kicking butt, you get a lot of
it
the
just
band.
gives you that From Dusk Till Dawn vibe.
And just like Rodriguez, Carpenter played guitar as well in this band when they were recording this music. So he's playing with all these heavy hitters.
It was an interesting couple of years for vampire movies. 1996, like I mentioned, you have From Dusk Till Dawn. I feel like this movie and From Dusk Till Dawn would make an incredible double feature. Stylistically, aesthetically, there's so many interesting similarities, even in like I said, the sound of the score and the music in that southwestern tone. Speaking of handsome,
well, yeah,
I mean,
and there's
my
these close-ups right out of the westerns.
Good lordy Lou.
The sunglasses. I kind of meant to ask him, but like, was it? He wears the sunglasses even when he's like inside and it's dark. And I'm like, is that hard to act when you got sunglasses on too inside?
Well, he makes it look pretty damn easy.
Oh, it makes him look. The character's very cool. Don't get me wrong.
I noticed one of the supporting actors in the Slayer group. I remember him from Predator 2.
Yeah.
With the long hair, he kind of opens the door, and Jack Crow gets pissed at him for sort of opening the door too loudly. Do you reckon? I love this. Like, this like melange, this incredible lineup of 80s and 90s character actors, all sort of working together within this genre exercise in fundamentally brilliant and engaging ways.
I remember that priest from Barney Miller, but anyway.
I was wondering where I had seen him. He
saw it from TV.
He probably
shows.
pops up in a lot of like 70s and 80s sitcoms. That's why I think I see his face in my mind, but I'll have to look more into his IMDb.
I love the props, the weapons. That crossbow is functional. It's real. And
well, I like that
no joke.
They all look like almost like science fiction weapons in a way, or futuristic weapons.
Yes. Well, you have the Vatican the Catholic Church is funding them. You know what I mean? They have plenty of money to buy all this stuff.
There's a director I really, really have a lot of respect for named Neil Blomkamp.
Yeah.
He made District 19.
Yeah.
He made a film in 2021 that was really kind of overlooked, probably due to COVID.
Yeah.
And it was called Demonic. Yeah. And I've always thought that it sort of cribbed a lot of its ideas from this movie. Really? It is about a Vatican SEAL team that fights demons. Mm-hmm. Kind of obviously a similar trope.
Yeah, I can see it.
But when it was done here in Vampires, and certainly adapted from the John Stakely novel where the idea originates, it just felt so original and such an interesting transmogrification of all this vampire lore from over the centuries. I just think that's been kind of filtered through so many amazing, iconic vampire movies over the years. This movie is like a cauldron of all the best vampire ideas.
Yeah.
Kind of swirling together as one.
It's not... There are some traditional things, but not everything is...
There's just as many new kind of
which is the way to
lore
do
evolutions.
Because if everyone knows what the rules are and what the weaknesses are of the villain before you even see the movie, it's no fun, right? So, this one, the weakness is still sunlight and all that, but what's great is that whole idea of the quest and the cross, and that's what makes it a little different, right?
Absolutely.
And that they can't be hurt, though, in this world by the traditional things like garlic and the holy water and stuff. It's really sunlight. Sunlight is like their only weapon besides a stake through the heart.
Look at the lighting in this sequence right here.
Yeah.
Look at all of these lighting setups are absolutely... They take your breath away.
Yeah.
They absolutely... If you're a film fan, they absolutely take your breath away.
Cinematographer Gary Kibbe, he was great. I think he was great for this film with Carpenter. They do a lot of filter work throughout the film to affect the image at times.
And it does look hyper realistic.
Well,
it gives you that fantasy feel, you know, that if you're like what James Woods was saying about kitsch, like if you're not in on the joke isn't the right phrase, but if you're not along for this ride, then what are you even doing in the theater in the first place? You got to kind of go along with the ride. And vampire movies to me are sort of like a situation where it's like, it's not the song, it's the singer.
Sure. This is just a classic gag, the skeleton.
The cat jumping out of the...
And Carpenter talked about that in his commentary. Now, the crew joked around and they were calling that particular mummified skeleton John Carpenter. They said it looked like him,
Yeah, I can honestly I can kind of see that. Yeah.
They shot most of this movie in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is what they were doing here, although it's combined with these interiors which are on a soundstage. They also filmed a lot of it on an Indian reservation out that way. Get all that Western feel.
Oh, look, it's absolute. A lot of, I think, what really sells this story is how authentic the settings are.
Yeah.
You really feel like you're exactly where these characters are, that these are not on, even if some of these are sound stages, they certainly don't feel like it. Mm-hmm. The production design is so realistic without sacrificing any of the fantastical elements you need to kind of propel this movie. And that's a balancing act that's very, very difficult to achieve.
Carpenter had nothing but great things to say about the production designer, Thomas Walsh.
I can imagine.
He did a lot of great work on this film for him. There's a lot of interiors that are sets that, I was surprised to find out were sets afterwards, So he did a lot of great work. One of the producers on this film is Sandy King, and that is
Carpenter's wife.
Yeah.
Storm King Productions. I love the name of that production company.
And she did a lot of like the second unit work on this. She would take the a camera crew out and get a lot of the, trucks driving by and cars, here and there and stuff like that.
And, Carpenter and his wife have really blazed a lot of trails nowadays, even into comics, genre-specific comics. Really, really great stuff.
This whole scene, too, was actually the first stuff that they shot. They started with this whole...
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
And everyone kind of got to bond and get to know each other, all the Slayers, all these guys.
It's kind of difficult, I would think, to design a very kind of singular or specific vampire design that you have not seen before in another movie. What I think K&B does so brilliantly in this movie is they just kind of went with a recognizable design for like the B vampires and just ramped it up as best as it could be and ran with it. I think it works.
Sometimes
perfectly.
You don't need to reinvent the wheel.
That's exactly right.
There's a reason
I
why
totally agree with
vampire movies work, and you don't want to mess with the vampire.
I absolutely agree.
I mean, subtle changes. They all have their little things, right? And this is great. Carpenter talks about how nervous it was always making him having actors, stunt guys do the flaming stunts, their bodies bursting into
the full
flames.
body burns and all that. Yeah.
He said, it always
some of
made
it
him
looks like
nervous.
dummy work.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
But the initial stuff where you see them writhing, and that was actual stunt people. There were a couple stunt that went a little wrong on this film, and people got hurt. Nothing crazy, but Carpenter kind of talks about how it was unusual for him. He didn't really have a lot of accidents on his films, and on this one there were a couple.
I mean, you got to imagine when you're doing a movie like this that has almost an elaborate set piece every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And with highly technical stunt work and special effects work, there's going to be some misfires here or there.
Yeah. This must have been so much fun to shoot.
Oh, God. This, to me,
You know what I
this
mean?
whole sequence here,
Hard, but
when
fun.
the stake goes into the guy's head, it's such, like prototypical KNB effects.
But I also like the idea of the way these vampires die when they get stabbed by it's not like a lot of the other vampire movies. It's just like wood through the heart, dead, sort of, or flames or smoke.
Right.
These guys, he has to keep jabbing them and push it and get it in there. And it's, there's a lot more effort on Crow's part to kill a vampire and then simply stabbing it.
It's almost like whether you're shooting them or stabbing them with a stake, it's only to momentarily kind of just slow them down. And there are moments in this movie that are sort of silly, like you have a scene where...
this right here.
Right.
And this was ad-libbed, that line, by the way, by Baldwin.
You could tell, yeah. But there's moments where you have characters blasting these vampires or goons with submachine guns, and then that's not stopping them, and then they're pulling out handguns and firing. Why would you think that was going to work now?
Slowing them down.
They're simply just slowing them down.
Ultimately, if that's what you have, you're going to shoot, right?
These guys are operating under that exact intense strategy.
Yeah.
But I love this idea of fishing that they employ as a technique.
Exactly. So, and that's something unique, right? Yeah, you're
totally
still using
unique.
the sun and everything, but now it's all about hooking them and getting them dragged outside.
And this little sequence right here feels so much like Sergio Leone, with Daniel Baldwin whistling in particular.
Sure.
Feels like a spaghetti western motif, doesn't it?
This was for Carpenter, obviously a big homage to his love for the spaghetti westerns. It was also a big, he's not secretive about his love for Howard Hawks movies. And so the other half was that, exploring this idea of a close relationship between two men, between Baldwin and Crow. And, it kind of rides that line
story
perfectly.
in a way.
It is,
yeah.
and he says that. It's about the love and friendship between these guys.
They could have even leaned into it a little bit further, I think. I think they could have gone... But
I think you get there by the end.
When you introduce the fulcrum character of Katrina that comes between them, it slows the progress of that type of a storyline, obviously, or it complicates it. Mm-hmm. But without that Katrina character, this would almost be like a buddy movie, right?
Yeah. Oh, totally. I've seen James Woods talk in other interviews about how he went to Baldwin when they were going to be doing this film, and he told him a story that he had heard from John Travolta about making Face Off, and how he was going to collaborate instead of compete, and that it made the filmmaking experience so much more fun, and that's kind of what he told Baldwin going into this film, and you can show this. It shows that they're having fun,
That Sun God Motel sign, it reminds me so much of From Dusk Till Dawn.
It's a famous sign.
That's real?
Yeah, so they built this hotel, but they had the sign put there. Off the top of my head, I'm forgetting what the history was of that sign, but they had it brought in and lit up for this, because I think it had been used in other films. I think it was kind of like...
Wow, interesting.
And in fact, when they were supposed to shoot that night, one of the letters didn't light up. And they had to wait hours to get guys to come and fix it, and
Can I just say, the staging of this entire party sequence is absolutely incredible. It's absolutely a sequence within this film that shows how far Carpenter had come in 20 years as a neo-traditionalist filmmaker. The way he sets all of these conversations up in order, and how characters kind of weave in and out of each other and in and out of the background of shots. You always have a very clear geography of how the hotel room works. So when the shit hits the fan, all of the action makes better sense. You see, there's so much... what's the word I'm looking for? Exposition.
I was just going to say, then there's the exposition you're
that
getting
is
through all
so
this.
cleverly and kind of brilliantly sort of delivered to the audience without feeling like heavy lifting in any way.
Right.
And a lot of that, in my opinion, has to do with this very almost like theatrical staging that Carpenter employs.
Yeah, well, like I said,
that you would have seen in a 1950s Western.
They had this hotel built for their movie, so they were able to design it so
Absolutely.
that it lend itself
And have
to
full
being
control.
shot,
Yeah.
And this was really so in the book version of the film, or that had come out before the film, these mercenaries were there was a lot more about them partying and being these sort of guys,
or like letting off steam.
Yeah. And it's kind of showing that sort of shallower, that they were about the money and the party, and you know what I mean? It was just a job for them, and they kind of condensed it all down into this. I had also heard Carpenter talk about this scene with Woods and Cheryl Lee. This was one of the last things they shot, and everybody was like really tired, and you can kind of...
Well, I mean, Cheryl Lee
see.
gives such an evocative, intense emotional performance.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, what she's doing, as we'll point out as we're going along through the movie, is she's what's the word I'm looking for? Like transmitting so much emotion without saying anything for like the last third of this movie. So by this point, if this is towards the end, you would be probably emotionally exhausted as a performer.
Oh, God,
doing
yeah.
that type of performing day to day.
And it works, I think, for Woods, because he just had that huge battle, at the den and everything. This guy, he went through a lot.
I absolutely see how the camera's moving through the hotel room. The reason why they must have had to build this set is because if you had tried to shoot this in a standard hotel room, the hotel room is so compact. This gives the illusion of all this space, like it's almost like a suite, maybe. But I love just sitting and watching how Carpenter moves his camera throughout that space, allowing you to sort of soak in the geography of it.
They used a lot of what they call hard lenses, which means they don't have the zoom capability. So a lot of the movement you'll see will be in that way, through dollying and physically moving the camera, and not so much zooming with the lens. Now, and there's Valak, right? The introduction.
What do you think of Thomas Ian Griffith in this movie?
Oh, he's great.
Now,
Very
did you know of
imposing.
him outside of this movie as much?
No, not really.
Yeah, me
I can't
neither.
say.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully.
No.
But boy, is he a presence in this movie.
Yep.
Incredible.
He commands the screen when he's on it.
Absolutely.
You feel that he is in charge. And
he almost appears like the way Max Schreck did when he played Count Orlok.
Sure.
He almost appears like 7 feet tall.
That shot, so
what
cool.
an iconic
Him
shot
on the
that
ceiling.
is. It's incredible.
So good. And a little different take on getting the old vampire bite on the neck.
But again, what it is it's a sort of lurid evolution of existing tropes.
Yeah.
That takes this to a different level that gives it a different kind of frequency or intensity for a different audience, a more modern audience.
And it's
I
pretty
think it's
hot.
quite brilliant, and it all might give you a boner. Yes.
I mean, obviously, Cheryl Lee, we all know her from
Twin Peaks. Yeah, of
Laura
course.
Palmer.
Yeah.
And then the film,
Talk about
Fire
iconic.
Walk With Me, which really shows off her acting
Her
even more
range.
than the series.
Right.
And that movie is one of the scariest scenes I've ever seen. But
I think
digress.
that scene, the Bob in the
Yeah.
bedroom scene, in my opinion, is a top 10 of all time scary scene.
Yeah.
One of the 10 scariest scenes of all time.
And here comes one of the best effects from K&B.
This is one of the, I think it's one of their greatest effects ever.
So good. I mean, hey man, Carpenter didn't pull any punches with the gore in this film.
No, this
that's
is
for sure.
this is straight up. And I love the idea of it. The hand is like a
Right-
razor
just
blade.
right in.
I mean,
Yeah.
think about that physiologically. Like, that's insane. Think about what, oh my God. Like, in Mark Boone Jr., I can only imagine he was probably absolutely thrilled to get this type
Look
of
at
a
that,
death
yeah.
scene that's going to get an entire audience in a movie theater to make a giant noise.
I've heard Woods talk about when he came on set and he saw the dummy and it was together and he was just kind of like, what the hell is this? And then they pulled the ropes and made it split apart. He was like, oh
Yeah.
my God. He almost vomited.
Yeah, it's
And
a banger of an effect.
A lot of these girls were actual
This
local
is
strippers.
awesome, too.
These were local strippers.
So Valak pushes his arm
Yeah.
through one person to grab the
Yeah,
throat
I
of
know.
the other girl.
That is great.
That's
No,
great.
It's great, yeah.
Really great. That's Carpenter, his creativity at its best.
And here again is sort of that over the top, I don't know,
And you
violence, but that's very, I don't know.
But don't you see
It works.
they employ this in the special effects team. They employ something that's really shrewd. When the bullets are hitting him, it's just like powdery dust flying out of him and not blood.
Right.
If you had used all the blood that you would get from the amount of gunfire in this movie, you'd probably have an NC-17.
Yeah.
But by using that powdery, like, he's almost like
There's a lot of
he's desiccated.
a lot of quote unquote gory things. You actually don't see the actual hit or cut, or you're seeing the reaction or the blood or the
It's a
But,
smart directorial
sound
choice.
effects, yada yada yada.
He's because Carpenter is a bold enough and confident enough storyteller to know that any movie, you need to have the audience as a collaborator. The audience's imagination is part of the spectacle. The audience imagining what they didn't see.
There's a scene I'll talk about when we get there much later that Carpenter did have a tough time with the MPAA, but we'll talk about that later. Otherwise, he kind of rides the line again pretty well of giving us some
remember-
really cool gore, but
Yeah.
not.
I think a lot of times it's also about the tonality of the gore or tonality of the violence. If you're doing a movie like this that has more of what I would call like a comic book or a heightened vibe, I think you actually can get away with a little bit more because it's cartoonish in a way.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're depicting like a movie like No Country for Old Men, where the violence is incredibly grounded and realistic,
Yeah.
and much more affecting.
This whole truck sequence, the interiors, if you kind of really watch it, was done on a soundstage. That's why it's just black around them.
Oh, I kind of
see that?
figured that might be the case, but it works really
yeah,
well.
when it's cut quick enough and you don't linger too long, and it's like if you don't point it out, it doesn't jump out at you.
Another part of the storytelling that I think is really, really strong is the fact that you see right off the bat, Carpenter allows you to sort of fetishize these killers for hire with the nest siege. He makes them all look like the biggest group of badasses the world has ever seen. And then 5 minutes later, he tears the team to shreds.
Yes, but and
It's such effective storytelling.
he does that again. Yeah, so you can now set up in the later part of the movie here,
Yep.
like the new team,
Yep.
which is Father Adam and Daniel Baldwin and Cheryl Lee. Really, that's his new team. It's like a piece of bait, a priest, and a fellow slayer.
And it's almost like by the time those characters fall together, like you just were mentioning, when the new team starts to form, it's these characters actually stepping into their actual destinies.
Right,
it's these
right.
characters actually falling into place exactly where they're supposed to be at that exact right time. Wherein, even though they had all this success leading up to this point, they were sort of just drifting through experience to experience, nest to nest, goon to goon.
It's what has to change to be able for them to battle Valak, the head guy.
There has to be a
those
change
other guys,
in their philosophical
yeah,
disposition. Yes, I
like
totally
those
agree.
guys were more just mercenaries doing a job. These guys are trying to kill him because it's a disease that needs to be
Absolutely.
stopped.
Yep.
And obviously, Jack Crow has even more motivation.
Yep.
Because of the death of his parents.
I mean, really think about it. If you think about it, the movie is sort of positioned around these two nest sieges, one at the beginning and one at the end. And thematically, the two set pieces are inversions of each other. At the beginning, the good guys are sort of acting like bad guys, right? Mm-hmm. And by the end, everything's been switched around on its head, and now they've fallen into these destined roles and have become these sort of ambassadors of good versus evil, as they should have been. They had to almost exercise all this trauma and kind of like darkness from within themselves to rise to the occasion of defeating
and then,
ultimate
of course,
evil.
You find out at the end the church that you think is on his side is his enemy. It's the Luke, I'm your father moment of this movie.
Yeah.
Is when the head.
Yep, and I would
priest
argue that
walks out.
makes complete logical sense in the storytelling, in the story Carpenter's telling, because by the end, the church as a thematic superstructure within the movie is not needed anymore to represent good.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
what now represents good is this triumvirate
Right.
of James Woods, the priest, and I guess the combination of Cheryl Lee and Daniel Baldwin,
Yeah,
who are sort of linked.
They're linked, but they're also like you should they shouldn't. They've been bitten. They're turning, yet they're still trying to fight the good fight. You know,
They have almost like elements of both sides
Right.
of the movie inside of themselves.
Fun fact: the man driving
fact.
this car, Frank Darabont.
He's about to be in the movie, too.
That's him. That's what I'm saying.
No, he's in the movie again.
Oh, he is?
Yep. You're going to see him. I'll point him out to you in a minute.
Frank Darabont.
Frank Darabont, Shawshank Redemption, Walking Dead.
Yeah. He has two roles? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, he's the guy in the car right there.
I did not know that one, but
Yeah.
I'll point out the other one.
He said...
Unless I'm literally hallucinating or
Well,
tripping.
it's weird because Carpenter, when I listened to his commentary, definitely talked about this
I know
being
when
his role,
there he
but-
is, Frank Darabont.
Yeah, yeah.
But wait, I think don't you see him? Oh no, this is the scene you see him in.
Yeah, this is it. I'm
Okay,
pretty
you know what
sure
it is?
this
You
it.
confused me when you said he was the driver. I was picturing the scene where he's having this whole conversation. So now I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he asked to be in the movie.
Leave it
and,
to me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's been a long day.
and there he is, yeah.
I love it. Frank Darabont obviously is a ham because he loves showing up in movies.
Yeah.
He pops up a lot of places, and he's always really good, too, as an actor. I think a lot of directors are probably naturally great actors because they have to work with actors and they have to understand the mindset of actors. You almost have to sort of be a good actor. It's probably why a lot of actors become great directors.
Yeah. Now, there is a little online criticism about how these characters are sort of treating Cheryl Lee and it being a little over the top and this and that. But,
It's only because it's not because of her, it's not a byproduct of her profession as a character.
No.
It's a byproduct of the fact that she's infected by evil.
yeah, Woods just sees her as like a piece of meat now.
She's a monster.
She's a vampire.
Yep.
It's not a person anymore.
He's quite literally dehumanized her
that's
on purpose.
Exactly. And
Because she's a
think
tool.
The audience needs to dehumanize her too, instead of getting all worried that he's pushing her to the ground and everything.
No, you got to think. He's,
of course.
He's using her as a crystal ball.
Yeah.
In order
And
to do
he's
that,
got that angst in him for vampires stronger than most people,
Yep.
right?
he has a absolute aversion to vampirism simply because of the trauma he carries from his childhood. Now, I was saying before, and I'll say it again, I kind of wish this movie had somehow either reintroduced his mother or maybe it was his father and he didn't kill him after all. And they're still young. They're even younger than he is now.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I thought that would be an interesting kind of way to really twist the dagger in when he was up on the crucifix. But
Or he should have a little sister or brother or something, right?
But
But he's
just
got to
something-
have the killing his father in his past.
I
too.
just think
Give
one
him this
thing,
edge.
to me, one place the story left me a little cold is that Jack Crow explains this whole origin story, right, of his life.
Yep.
And then the movie never really pays that off in a cathartic way for him as a character later on.
He doesn't get the vampire that turns him, or
Something
maybe he
that
did back in the
like
day.
that's what they used to do in a lot of, or
Yeah.
would do in a lot of these vampire stories.
Yeah.
There is a personal connection
Yeah.
between the victim and the aggressor
I
and the
think
vampire.
His thinking is if he can kill the source of it, then he's killing all of it.
And earlier, I was like, I swear this is what they're setting up, because when he says to Maximilian Schell, well, how the hell did Valak know my name? I thought, well, he knows he knows the mother, or he knows his father. He's had
No,
him
it's
in
just 'cause
his
he's working
had
at
him
the
in his
church.
brood. But of
Yeah,
course, that's what it was. But you could have done it.
This
I'm just
scene,
stuck on that idea.
This scene had to be like a lot of fun too. Like you got all these severed heads and of your co-stars,
yeah,
right?
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's the best part of it.
Oh my god! But I do love that they take the time in the story to be like, this is something this guy has to go do to make sure that that there aren't no one's going to turn.
You know, just as much as there are so many Western motifs in this movie, there are so many horror motifs from a lot of classic horror. Like, there are many shots, individual shots, and even sequences in this film that instantly remind me of Hammer horror of the 1960s.
Oh, yeah. And Carpenter talks about how some of those films were an inspiration for how he treats like some vampire lore and whatnot.
There's like a tone.
Even like the ending with the sunlight coming through the roof to take down Valak. It was straight out of it was the Horror of Dracula with Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee.
Yep.
Instead of boards, it's a curtain gets ripped across a window and the sunlight kills him, and he was just riffing off of that.
Christopher Lee's Hammer horror version of Dracula is one of the most unsettling and frightening looking Draculas.
Yeah.
He's got that elegance, but those bloody eyes have always really haunted my psyche and my dreams from my childhood. I think I had a famous Monsters of Filmland magazine that was sort of like a vintage magazine from my grandfather's collection when I was a kid that had that image of Christopher Lee's Dracula on the cover. Scared the shit out of me. Anyway, go ahead.
This scene is got to be... I mean, to be James Woods and have this shot in your resume, and they had one take,
Yep. That's all you're going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
They're actually blowing this shit up.
This thing up, and
it's another shot that exists also in From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah. And
as well.
Carpenter said, like, you fall down, your glasses fall off, the truck doesn't start, you just keep going. We are not going to stop rolling,
And I promise you, that has to be a lot harder than it looks.
He goes, if you could have, James Woods said, if you could see the wide shot of that, you would see that. He goes, everyone says, oh, you flinch for a sec. But he goes, if you actually saw the wide shot, you'd see that I'm not flinching. It's that he was actually lifted off of the ground for like a second, so it put a hiccup in his step. It was a big blast, but I mean, come on, he did it. That's epic. It's just epic, and very very 90s sort of action.
Yeah,
the hero walking away from the giant explosion.
I really wish Hollywood still kind of embraced.
Small fun fact: the black cat.
Fun fact.
Happened to just be in this scene.
Just
walked across on its own right there.
That's now forever in a movie.
That was not put there.
Oh, I was just going to say, I wish Hollywood would still take chances on actors that are not like the tradition. Not everyone has to look like they're made of AI. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like that James Woods' face is a landscape that speaks of emotion and experience, and he in that face kind of resonates with the characters.
Yeah,
he
so
plays.
Jack Crow wouldn't be a pretty boy.
No.
He's gone through some shit.
He's lived through daily shit.
You know,
Daily trauma.
And like he's just an intense personality. He's always ready to go, fight now. You know,
like nowadays, everybody has to be not just beautiful or handsome, but has to be aspirationally beautiful or impossibly handsome. I miss like the days of, you know, Ernest Borgnine, Robert Mitchum,
Yeah.
guys with faces that have lived a life. James Woods has a face of someone who has lived life to the frickin' fullest. And in that, again, it infuses something into his characters, a naturalism, an organic realism that you can't teach an actor.
No.
Some of these things are just encoded in their very, physiology, their spirit. It just comes through in their performances. And sometimes a camera just loves us. And boy, the camera loves James Woods.
yeah. I mean, like we've mentioned, he wasn't probably the obvious choice to put into an action role.
Look at this. Look at the acting here.
But man, did he pull it off? And
Oh, yeah.
like he's said, like he's usually the bad guy.
Yep.
And he's to be that first guy that busts through the door now, not the second or third, it's a big deal.
Well, look, it's no secret that, and I'm just going to go with this, Jimmy spent most of his career really being embraced as a supporting actor, a character actor. And he would bring a lot of gravitas to a movie if he was coming in to play like the bad guy role or the second lead bad guy role or, a supporting role that kind of brings some weight and some balance to the story. But I think where he actually really shines is as a leading man.
Oh, God,
And,
yeah.
and you see he developed, I think, a lot of that through television work. He developed that anchoring presence.
Well, he's very versatile, right?
Absolutely.
So he can be your leading guy. He can be your backup guy. He can be
Yes.
whatever. And he pulls it off well.
Yep.
Apparently also writing music, which, again, please, all our listeners, go
love that.
check out James Woods' music.
Hear the
put
thunder crack.
I'll put some links in our post here with the episode, but go check it out if you have any interest.
Why don't you hit me with another quick fun fact? What do you got in that?
Well,
list of
right
yours?
here we have the introduction of the actor Maximilian Schell as Cardinal Alba, and he is a legendary actor. He is an Oscar winner, which is big for a John Carpenter movie. I mean,
Great.
right? He's actually, here's the fun fact.
Fun fact.
He's the first actor to win a Best Actor Academy Award.
That is
when
an
they
incredible resume piece to
Started
have.
doing that category. Yep.
Man.
Yep. He was the first one to receive it. I think early 70s, late. No. It had to be.
No, way before that.
Yeah.
You're talking
I'm
like
thinking of
early 60s maybe, yeah.
And
But still.
then I think a lot of people might also know him from The Black Hole.
When I got to Joe's basement this morning to start recording this episode, I was looking at Maximilian Schell's IMDb because when you see someone and you can't think of where this face is from? The Black Hole.
The Black Hole.
Talk about a movie that made a big imprint on my psyche as a child. I think that might have been one of the first exposures I'd had to a bleak, dark movie. And as we all know, in the 80s, the children's movies were some of the... That decade had some of the darkest children's movies of all. My niece just watched Never-Ending Story, and I think it may have positively traumatized her, but in a good way, like it should.
No, yeah, of course. There's some sad scenes. So you should be affected by stuff
when the
like
horse
that.
sinks down into the... I mean, my God. But The Black Hole, that movie freaked me out when I was a youngin'. You too?
Yes, I
And I love those robots.
Yeah.
Incredible robot design.
Yep.
And Anthony Perkins.
I remember as I got older, kind of be like, "Whoa, that's a Disney film!"
I still can't wrap my head around the fact that that's a Disney movie because that movie was almost oppressively bleak. Am I wrong?
No, yeah, it's
And maybe
definitely not
Joe and I were talking earlier. Like,
a
why
typical
hasn't
Disney film.
Disney who they root through all their old IP and reboot it? Why haven't they rebooted The Black Hole in all these years? And I think it could just be that movie almost feels like a cursed movie in a way.
Maybe.
And I think it sunk a lot of money for Disney back in the day when it's one of their rare misfires.
They were trying to do their Star Wars, basically.
I think everyone wanted a Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
I was sort of surprised how much James Woods mentioned
I know.
Star Wars.
It was killing me to not be like, Star Wars is like my whole other obsession, and I build R2D2s, and but I had to be
Jimmy,
cool. Try
let
to be
me just
cool.
tell you, if you're watching, Joe builds actual robots in his spare time. Some of them you may know, like R2D2, for example.
He was
a lot
dropping
of Star
planet
Wars.
names, Tatooine, and
It was
knew it all,
multiple references.
Yeah, it was great.
It was actually very surprising to me, I have to admit. I mean, of course, everybody was affected by Star Wars.
Yes.
Especially if you were working within that industry at that time. Star Wars must have felt cataclysmic.
And to get to be one of the first people to see it like he was, that must have been...
Incredible. What an anecdote. My God, what a life he's lived.
Also, this scene introduces Father Adam, or Padre, as Jack Crow's always calling him. And this is played by Tim Guinea.
So is that how it's pronounced? I wasn't quite sure.
That's how Carpenter was pronouncing it on his commentaries.
I might have screwed that up in my intro, and I apologize.
And I think he's great. I kind of almost feel like he's a little
so natural.
overshadowed by, of course, people like James Woods and Daniel Baldwin. But I think that he has like a great physicality to him, the way, Crow's always throwing him around and pushing him around. And the dynamic, the way he kind of gives it back, the way he kind of looks at Crow like, what the hell are you talking about? A lot of that stuff. And then, of course, by the end, he's, one of the big heroes.
I think, there is a modicum of heroism in the way that Jack Crow treats Father Adam. And I'll say this. I think immediately Jack Crow knows that a man this naive and innocent isn't going to last one day in this world. And whether he'll admit it or not, he senses something he connects with in this younger man.
Yeah.
And he immediately wants to scare the living shit out of him to start to prepare him for what's coming.
Yeah.
He can't treat this priest with kid gloves, or else he'll be responsible for this guy's death like he was just responsible for, in his mind, for his entire team's death. So,
and he's definitely picking up on there's a part of this story that isn't making sense to him, and he knows somebody knows,
right?
And if anybody's going to know, it's going to be this guy,
absolutely,
who is directly talking to the cardinal. So. He does what he has to sort of break him, to get him on the other side of this trust issue, you know?
I just think there is like a distinct duality in the way James Woods is playing those scenes with Tim. Say it again. How do you pronounce Tim Guinea? I think that the way the character's accosting the young priest is sort of in a protective way. The meaner he is to him, the more he's preparing him for what he needs to. He has to have a thicker skin right away. Because these hardened veterans who have been battling and fighting goons from nest to nest for presumably years and years were wiped out in minutes by one vampire.
And he's also letting them know that you also have to worry about me. Don't think I won't kill you because I killed my own father. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So either way, you need to sort of like man up here and give me all the information you have so we can actually fight this thing, or you're going to die.
Let me just ask you, what do you think about the terminology they use, goons?
You've brought that up. It doesn't really affect me one way or the other. Is there a negative connotation that I'm not realizing?
No. I just think it sort of stuck out to me when I was catching up again all these years later watching this movie this month.
It stuck out to me. I feel like goon is always associated to Batman comics. Well, I don't know.
Here's the thing I was thinking. Part of the time they're calling them vampires. Part of the time they're calling them goons, okay? Think about in like the world of The Walking Dead. In the world of The Walking Dead, they don't have zombie movies. So they don't know what to call the living dead, so they call them walkers and all these different terms. Obviously, in this world of this movie, they know what vampires are because they call them vampires. So I wonder why they also call them goons.
I wonder to have a name that doesn't tip off anybody who doesn't believe in this shit.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Wow.
So you don't have to just keep saying vampire and you know.
Oh my God! I think that's a really, really. I think that could be right on.
But
that makes a lot of sense.
I will also say that filming wise, I feel like a lot of the stories I heard about the improvising James Woods has done, and this scene is a big one. He did a lot of it with Tim Guinea. A lot of the big famous improvising stories you hear about this film is always with Crow and Father Adam. And I don't know, I thought that was interesting. I think it shows that they probably had a really good working relationship, and I think it also, like, not everybody can improv, right? So Woods is throwing things out, and I think this guy could handle it, and Woods probably kind of kept doing it. You know what I mean? With him a lot.
I totally see what you're saying.
So this right here, it begins the big famous improv from James Woods. All of this,
one of the best scenes in the whole movie. Yep. It actually, when he enlightened us that this was all improv, it's sort of, you know what it immediately reminded me of is Rutger Hauer in Blade Runner, where the best dialogue in the entire movie was an improvisation from an actor. Yeah. Now, obviously, Hampton Fancher's screenplay for Blade Runner is beyond, it's brilliant. Beautiful. It's beautiful and brilliant. But I think it's hard not to argue the point that the best dialogue and the best soliloquy in the whole movie is Roy Batty's Tears and Rain, which was made up by Rutger Hauer. And what I'm trying to get at here is that shows when somebody has a passionate feeling of something they want to express as a performer, it's almost always best to give them the chance to do it as a director because it could be gold.
Yeah, Carpenter said that his rule was, you give me one take as it's written on the screenplay. It's all his actors, not just James Woods. And then, if you can nail that, then you're free to improvise and do some other takes with what you guys think. And judging by how many scenes made it in here where you see Woods actually improvising, again, it shows that collaboration with the director, you know what I mean? And not just a director, only interested in a vision that isn't a little moldable.
And, I think a lot of it is like, again, about tone, because what James Woods does with his improvisations that he does so well is they're all so in character. They come out of his immersion in character. So they actually feel as natural as the scripted dialogue because they are coming from an organic, inner kind of methody place almost.
But he also always manages with his improvs to give such a unique little something that...
Like it's off the beaten path, kind of.
It makes you remember.
Or a subversion of a known sort of trope.
Like if you've seen this movie, you don't have to try hard to be like, oh, you remember the speech with where he's telling about the vampires? Because you remember it's so colorful and the imagery. And then, of course, the strata chocolata line at the end, which makes like no sense. I don't even know what it is. That stuff is unique. It fits. It's from him. That's great. It's great.
The kind of idiosyncratic quality of some of it, to me, just adds detail and undertones to the character itself.
Yeah.
And brings out this sort of eccentricity that makes the character feel actually more real.
Yep,
and more dimensional.
Yep.
And it's part of, again, Jimmy's brilliance as a performer. And yes, I'm going to continue with the Jimmy.
I know. I love
Jimmy's he told me
I know.
Jimmy, you never should have given me permission. You should have cut me off at the pass, Jimmy, because now you're never going to get Jimmy out of my mouth. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
This also, the interior of this room is one of those sets created by the production designer, Thomas Walsh. Again, I was surprised to find out all these interiors of a lot of the places they go were sets.
It looks absolutely believable.
Yeah, yeah.
As like a off-ramp highway backwater motel.
I like they'll do a shot, I think, coming up when she goes in the bathroom, where you kind of go, once it's pointed out, you go, okay, obviously it's a set where the camera moves by a wall that's separating two rooms, but you're able to easily go. So I love that stuff.
I gotta say, the frickin' Baldwins have the best hair in the world. Am I wrong?
No, of course.
Daniel and Alec in particular, I don't know. It's just a genetics, I guess. Like they hit the
handsome family, that's for sure.
The crystal blue eyes, the perfect black hair, the way the hair kind of turns into sort of musty old bangs. You know what I mean? Like messy old bangs, and yet perfectly messy.
Yeah.
Like, again, going back to The Getaway, the remake of The Getaway, Donaldson's version, Baldwin's hair is like every strand of hair looks like it was made by CGI or something. It's just so perfectly imperfect.
I guess there's Daniel has some lines in this movie where he's kind of going easy, easy. And that was him making fun of Carpenter. Because Carpenter would always, say easy to everybody after certain takes and stuff. Yeah.
I love that. That's a pretty good fun fact.
Fun fact there. Yeah. It's over there. I know you're looking for the horn.
Go for the horn. I was going to go after the horn, but it's like
we'll wait for the
like
actual season
a
4
hop, skip,
premiere.
and a jump away,
Yeah.
not a grab. So I chickened out.
Yeah.
And I don't want to offend any listeners who don't like my Art the Clown fun fact horn sound. What the F? Christ. By the way, if you were wondering, tonight's episode of Haddonfield Radio is brought to you by Strawberry Vanilla Dr. Pepper. Just tastes like plain old Dr. Pepper, but who's counting? That's the catchphrase for this.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Pepper.
I think, and so this is, I think, where she's going to have her first psychic link with Valak, and where you'll see how the POV when we're with the vampire will change to that Panaglide.
Yeah, you get to use
look,
classic
which
Carpenter
is right out of Halloween.
subjective
Right here we go.
filmmaking.
Right?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Right? It's definitely.
I mean, this is right out of like Carpenter's wheelhouse.
Feels very Carpenter, very Halloween.
And also, it's one of the few. It's the place where he allows the camera to have that free feeling, like floaty, free feeling, and not a lockdown perspective.
Yep, very
so
different
so
from the
it
rest of this film in
feels
particular.
it feels incredibly vivid.
Yeah.
Because it's used sparingly.
Yep.
I mean, subjective camera work. It really works on you. Jonathan Demme is another director, and The Silence of the Lambs is a perfect example of this. Who's just a master of subjective camera work to drive storytelling in incredibly interesting ways. What else you got there in that list of yours?
Oh, we got other stuff, but we got to wait to get to some certain scenes. I was just going to say, though, I love that the guy who's supposed to be keeping watch falls asleep.
Well, that's sort of a trope in and of itself, isn't it?
No, I know. And it's not out of the realm of like, oh, that's really weird, but, And so this stunt that's coming up where they go through the window, that's where a stunt man got hurt coming through. Again, nothing life-threatening, but seriously.
I mean, again, this is a clearly like
right there.
Yeah, that makes sense because this is a practical stunt-heavy production.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed, I was saying to Joe, looking at his notes, Chad Stileski is one of the stunt performers in this movie. Of course, he's now a very established filmmaker, one of the creators of John Wick.
Mm-hmm. Coming up here, Daniel Baldwin cauterizes his wound, and so what they do is they put like a gel on his arm that lets him light fire.
Actually place a flame up to his skin.
On his skin, but it's only good for like 5 seconds.
Yep.
But if you watch, he leaves it on longer.
Well, I was going to say, his acting looks a little too real
Carpenter
here.
was like, he just kept
1,
going.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Carpenter said he had a welt the next day,
That, because can you tell that is not acting, in my opinion?
Yeah. No.
And I think he did that purposefully to elicit his best performance in the moment.
Definitely.
In what would be a very masculine, badass moment.
Yeah.
So that reminded me of Gary Busey in Lethal Weapon, where Riggs is this duplicitous guy with all this martial arts experience, and all Gary Busey needs to show him to frighten anyone is he puts the lighter under his hand, and he just lets it sit there. And you always wonder how Gary Busey did that, because it looks pretty damn real.
And maybe they had something like that.
Yeah.
Something on his skin. But, I mean...
No, it's great. I love it. It's an awesome moment. I mean, look at the way Woods walks. Look at the swagger. How he carries himself, how the camera just can't help but sort of kind of dwell on him.
Yeah. Well, it's the cowboy, it's the
really
Clint Eastwood thing. It's the, not saying he's matching it. It's the idea that the gunslinger has a gait to him, that, he's got a certain vibe, the outfit.
It's funny, when I was kind of thinking a lot about this movie, I was always thinking about his performance as juxtaposed with John Wayne. In his later years.
He would be the John Wayne, if you want to compare this to like the Hawks movies, like he would be in that.
But you know what?
But obviously he's not.
I actually, especially after that conversation we had with him, I can now see much more clearly his reverence for Clint Eastwood, actually, in
James Woods,
in his physicality of this performance.
I think in terms of Carpenter, where he's exploring these male relationships like Hawks did, John Wayne is where Crow, the side he leans on. Not to say he is modeled after John Wayne or anything, but he's sort of just fitting that role within in that relationship.
I noticed James Woods has to put his fingers in Cheryl Lee's mouth at least 3 times during this movie's runtime. That had to be a lot of fun, especially seeing James Woods' personality a little bit. That had to be funny.
It was probably improvised.
He must have been absolutely decimating the crew on a day-to-day basis with making them laugh.
This is another improvised. The phone hit wasn't in the script. James Woods improvised him hitting him with the phone.
Oh, it's such a great moment too. Oh, wow!
Instead of just taking it and hanging up.
No, I think, and he plays it really well. You know, Tim. Say it again. I can't.
Tim Guinea.
Tim Guinea. He has a. Sorry, Tim, if you're listening, but I really apologize. All due respect to you. He does an incredible job, like I was saying earlier, playing really like what I would say is like the D'Artagnan role in The Three Musketeers.
So, I mean,
the Three Musketeers are all super charismatic, engaging, funny characters. But D'Artagnan's the lead of that story, but he's the straight man.
Yeah.
So it's the hardest role to play. Yeah. And in Tim Guinea has that role in this. It's the straight man.
Yeah.
And
like I was saying, like I just think his physicality is sort of like overlooked. Like, this guy is getting thrown all around throughout this movie.
Look, when Jack Crow throws him out of the truck down the hill, I think that looked to me to be Tim Guinea.
Like if
that's a stuntman, that's a pretty damn good stuntman.
I'd have to go back and look, but I think that was also sort of improvised. I think James Woods really pulled this guy and threw him down to the ground there.
Oh, Jimmy wasn't playing around.
Wait till we're about to get another one in a few minutes. And again with Tim Guinea, that it's I don't know, like he felt comfortable being very physical. It seemed like with Tim Guinea.
This is another one of these awesome perspective shots. And again, it sort of lines up in a way stylistically with Halloween and Michael Myers, because every perspective shot is kind of built around a violent death.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And there's like Crow is being very like now, I want to know now. I need answers. He's
Man, that is another banger effect.
Cheryl Lee, it's very Laura Palmer too, like a lot of what she's
there's a lot of especially Fire Walk With Me, Laura Palmer. Yeah.
Just sort of shaking and screaming out of nowhere.
What she can do as a performer is bring out a feral emotionality that borders on almost like a primitive, like lizard brain.
It's got to be tiring. I mean,
that's what I was saying. It's got to be absolutely exhausting.
Yeah.
And not only that, you got to remember they're probably shooting. I mean, it's got to be months or at least weeks.
Yeah.
Where you have to keep that emotional ferocity and frequency for all that time.
That whole sequence when it's just her and Daniel Baldwin and she's still in the bed and they're having like a long conversation. That I think Carpenter said was like the longest scene to get right, because it was just them, the acting, her having to, and I think they're also saying they had some focus problems that day, so not all the shots were in focus. But anyway, that was one of the longer, hardest shots to do because it was all character driven. It was all,
It's interesting. That was one of the few shots I noticed in this movie that actually employed extras. Do you actually notice this movie is very sparsely cast in terms of its staging?
Yeah.
You're almost always just with these small pockets of people. There aren't any crowd shots or like things like that, which was probably designed because their budget wasn't as high as they may be. I think
think about it, this movie's budget was $20 million. That's what most stars just command on their own
a paycheck,
these days,
And I read somewhere along the line, whether this is true or not, I'm not 100% sure, but when they were developing this idea with director Russell Mulcahy, the Highlander director, with Dolph Lundgren, it apparently had a $50 or $60 million budget. Mm-hmm. Now, that sounds a bit apocryphal to me because 1998 for a genre movie that someone would spend $50 or $60 million, I'm not 100% sure that would be true, but I guarantee by the time it got to Carpenter to shoot this version
Yeah.
of it, that budget, whatever it was, had been slashed.
They actually presented Carpenter with 2 versions of the script, and where it was basically said, "You pick which one you want."
Right.
One was a little more campy than the other, and the studio had bought the rights to the book a while ago, so I'm sure they developed it many different ways.
Well, they definitely did.
And of course, by the time you're hiring someone like John Carpenter, then you're, it brings it to a whole different. Like series of questions about the approach with the film, right? Because you got the master of horror, you got Carpenter. And so, going from Dolph Lundgren, or even in the early days, they were talking to Sam Raimi, Peter Jackson, towards John Carpenter.
Yeah.
It's 2 different things. Carpenter is such a, I don't know, unique thumbprint on his movies,
You almost think like, he wouldn't be your 3rd pick or 4th pick. Like, oh, let's throw it over to old John Carpenter and see if he'll do it.
Yeah.
You would go to John Carpenter with a specificity of concept or approach normally.
Yeah.
This is my favorite scene in the whole movie.
This is cool. This is showing.
I love this sequence.
There's a lot going on here. So visually, there's the red filter along the top. They're also shooting day for night, which is a filter. They're shooting in broad daylight here, and then they put a filter on it, makes it look
It gives
a
it
little
an
more
uncanny
dusk. Yeah.
kind of weird
And
vibe.
these guys were literally buried in the ground. This wasn't like a false floor. They dug holes. They buried them. They had a breathing apparatus and little walkie-talkies that would tell them. But the ground was so heavy that it took multiple takes because sometimes they couldn't get themselves up and out, it was kind of a pain in the butt, but hey, it looks great.
God, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
And I love that it pays homage to, again, one of the great classic vampire tropes.
Yeah.
The idea that they must sleep within consecrated earth. That's a protective kind of...
Although I think here they bury themselves
Yeah.
because it was daytime.
Yeah.
This
Well, I'm
wasn't
not
a
saying they're
special place.
specifically
Right,
using
yeah,
that,
yeah.
but it goes back to some of the mythological precepts from like
Look at that
Stoker's
shot.
Dracula.
That's a great shot right there.
And especially considering you saw this same shot done with the Slayers earlier in the film.
yeah.
So again, like I was saying earlier,
yeah.
it's almost like the movie has a fulcrum in the middle where it's an inversion.
Yeah, I see it.
The
I see what you're
entire
saying,
movie
yeah.
is an inversion of itself.
Yeah,
In the 2 kind of anchoring points are those 2 nest sequences, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion. One at the beginning, one at the end. It's just something I've noticed. It's just my perspective, but yeah. Like, don't you notice the first half of the movie is really kind of told from Jack Crow and his team's perspective, or Jack Crow's perspective. Then the movie shifts. It almost sort of becomes through the perspective of Valak in the second half of the movie. It's interesting.
This is another improvised thing on James Wood's part when he takes the towel and shoves it in his mouth. That was not scripted.
Christ, he probably should have got a frickin' screenwriting credit at this point. I mean, there have been, I can't think of one specifically, but I know there have been sequences. I think there's like a Ryan Reynolds example where he contributed so much improvisational dialogue, probably one of the Deadpool movies. They had to actually credit him as a writer.
Imagine being Tim Guinea, not knowing though, like what the hell's going on, what he's gonna do.
Oh, it's this. I love the lighting. This looks like Carpenter to me, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It almost
Yeah.
looks like Dean Cundy shot this scene.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's like a few moments. We may have passed the others, but there are a few moments when I was watching this movie, catching up for the episode, that I was like, I had to go back and check. Wait, did Dean Cundy shoot this? Because it looked, and I wonder if the cinematographer, what was his name, Gary Kibbe, may have clearly referenced Carpenter's previous work in order to create a palette or a tone that fits his...
Yeah, and I'm sure having Carpenter kind of guide you into what he's looking for, you're going to end up making some stuff that looks like his other films, you know?
I'm wondering if he worked with this cinematographer on this film and any other films.
I don't know, but I don't think so.
Yeah, because he really captures prime Carpenter aesthetic in a really perfect way. Let me ask you, when it was originally airing, were you watching Twin Peaks?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. See, I caught up with Twin Peaks when it hit VHS. And when I worked in video stores, you used to be able to rent a VHS set of the like seasons.
Yeah.
But I did not watch it, unfortunately, when it was originally airing. Wow.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Early. A girl I was dating in like high school kind of turned me on to it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that I really keep meaning to go back to and sort of revisit. I loved when David Lynch did his sequel series on Showtime a few years back.
Yeah.
And it's always made me want to kind of go back and revisit Twin Peaks. Because again, like we mentioned Fire Walk with Me, that's just one of David Lynch's, again, one of his most overlooked masterpieces. I think it didn't really serve to a lot of the Twin Peaks fans' expectations. Maybe
it was very different than the feel of the series. You know?
Of course, yeah.
It was a movie, you know. It was approached differently, but
it was almost like David Lynch adapting Mark Frost for the screen. But anyway,
yeah. This is a great massacre.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
Of course, you know all these vampires that are with Valak here are like other masters. These are all very strong vampires, not the everyday people that he's turned recently.
Well, don't you feel like some of these sequences have a little bit of a Big Trouble in Little China flair?
God, yeah.
And it's almost like Carpenter is right on the edge of allowing the vampires to use martial arts.
Yep.
Like you can see in the way he's staging the choreography that he's like an inch away from saying, "Should I let one of them do a karate kick?"
Yeah.
And it sort of would have worked, I think.
Yeah. And of
But
course,
he keeps it feral, which serves the story better.
More, for somebody who didn't like putting actors on fire, he sure did it a lot in this film.
A lot of full body burning in this movie.
Right?
It's sort of like a masterwork of fire effects in a way, if you think about it.
The cross. I think that this cross is based on a real artifact that either they I don't think we have, or I think there's stories of type of a thing. I don't think it was made up strictly for this film, but I'd have to do a little more research.
It immediately reminded me of the, is it called the Sword of Longinus or the Spear of Longinus, which was like the implement that pierced Christ's side
right.
and caused him to bleed. And all throughout a lot of storytelling tradition in the last 2,000 years, that holy relic has been used in other vampire stories in the comic books. Like I know Hellblazer, DC Comics utilized it, and even the Keanu Reeves Constantine movie, I think, used that exact artifact.
It's also a little reminiscent, the story of this cross, at least in this film, of the idea of like the Grail and how there were, the Crusades and the knights were, in charge of keeping it, and then it moved it around and all this stuff. It's that sort of same idea. And they're clearly showing that crosses do not affect these vampires.
Well, again,
in any
it's
way.
that inversion, because not only is the cross black, the cross is an empowering mechanism, not for good, but for evil. It's a like this whole thing of this reverse exorcism, this like consecrated catechism that they are referring to, that the Vatican that created vampirism. It inverted all the symbolism from good to evil, and it's going to take this cleansing that Jack Crow sort of leads to reclaim that symbology back to good.
Yeah.
And part of I think the coolness of the story they're telling here is part of what has been taken away is the symbols of good. They've been corrupted. Yeah. And that's why when the cardinal reveals his corruption, it makes total sense, because the whole root is poisoned in this reality of Christianity, poisoned by this curse that has to be wiped out by this completely offensive, nihilistic individual. It's
I
interesting.
love the fountain of blood.
Oh, I love that too. It looks so cool.
It's just great imagery for a horror movie.
It's just great art direction. Beautiful art direction. Because in all the Westerns, in those old, Tarantino uses them too, and certainly even in Kill Bill he uses it. Those like watering tubes you see in Westerns like that. Yeah. I guess probably from the old wells. Yeah. And having blood coming out of all of them is really evocative, and it feels like a comic book. It feels almost like a Mike Mignola piece of art from a Hellboy comic or something. It's really cool. I like that Cheryl Lee has sort of a weathered face in a way. And I don't mean that in a negative way. She's a very beautiful and alluring woman. But there's something of a darkness under the surface of her as a performer that really obviously appealed to David Lynch, clearly. And I don't mean to say weathered like, oh, she doesn't look good, but because they're making her look shitty here because of the character's undergoing. But it's just, she, like James Woods, there's a lot to be read on her face, on just the distinction of her face.
Yep. She's got those piercing sort of eyes and eyebrows. You know what I mean? That give it a sort of, it's...
And Carpenter and Kibbe really use that to great effect in some of these shots where you just see her giving that dead-eyed stare or that hypnotic stare. It's so creepy. Like, even right there.
Was she in the new Twin Peaks?
I can't remember, to be quite honest with you.
I haven't watched them. I've been too afraid that it was going to be not as good.
Oh, it's a freaking masterpiece.
Is it? Okay.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I get worried.
Oh, God,
I almost
it's incredible.
hesitate to even revisit the series because it's like, it has such a magical place in my head that I don't want to sort of taint that feeling I have.
You mentioned Fire Walk with Me, that scene with Bob in the bedroom.
Yeah.
I always think about the David Lynch scene from Mulholland Drive where the guy's telling the story in the diner about the scary homeless person he bumped into, and then they come around the corner and the scary person's there. That's my number 2 scary scene of David Lynch. And what was we just talking about that got me started to talk? What were you just saying a minute ago?
Twin Peaks, watching the new ones, whether it was as good.
In that new sequel series, there's one of the episodes that's my 3rd most scariest thing David Lynch has ever done. It's this black and white episode about sort of like splitting the atom and the nuclear bomb imagery and radioactive mutant imagery, and it is utterly terrifying.
Wow.
You got to check out those episodes. Oh, Joe, you'll love it. You will love it.
This area that they're filming in, I believe, is featured in other shows, westerns, movies. But it's a real little sort of town. And they built the jail across the street that this is going to take place in. Young Guns. I think this was in Young Guns. The street and
one of
stuff.
my favorite westerns ever.
Yeah. And,
I have to say, I actually prefer Young Guns 2 because William Peterson is in it. He plays Pat Garrett. And I just think it's a much cooler story. But anyway.
And this area was actually weirdly a weird challenge to shoot because of where the sun was. They could only shoot midday when it was straight overhead. Otherwise, there were shadows everywhere, like on the actors and stuff. That, they made it hard to film. So they could only quickly shoot at certain times of the day.
Wow.
I mean, it's crazy to think of that. That you wouldn't just find somewhere else. Or,
yeah,
I don't
right.
know.
Really.
I don't know. But yeah. So they had to kind of. It was a little dependent on the sun, and you can kind of, if you watch, you can see the difference between when they're casting big shadows and not. But small little filmmaking thing there.
Can I just throw out one little piece of a little nugget of information I came across in my research that really kind of blew my mind because I'd never heard this. You know the movie Tombstone, of course.
Yeah.
I think one of the greatest westerns ever made. It's sort of unbelievable it's as good as it is because it had such troubles during its production. It lost its original director, and then Kurt Russell and George Cosmatos sort of battled back and forth. It's almost amazing the movie came out the way it did. But when they lost their original director, Kurt Russell reached out to John Carpenter to potentially come and direct Tombstone. I would love to know why Carpenter, here was his big chance. And with Kurt Russell.
Maybe it could be hard sometimes being asked to come into something that was
late
already
in the game.
going.
Oh, yeah, that's probably what it was.
He's not somebody.
He couldn't design it to his specifications.
I was going to say, even though that this was a film he was asked to direct too, it's still very much a John Carpenter film.
No, you're absolutely right.
And I don't, let's face it, the guy puts his name before his movies for a reason, and you're not going to, I don't think John Carpenter's Tombstone would have flown back then, another vampire movie that came out this very same year, 1998, an all-time classic, Stephen Norrington's Blade. Oh, wow.
Good year for vampire movies, huh?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it was definitely a thing for a while.
Now, I love the original Wesley Snipes, Stephen Norrington Blade.
Yeah.
But I have to say, by all means, I thoroughly prefer Guillermo del Toro's Blade 2.
Yes.
I think that's one of the greatest horror action hybrids. Speaking of horror action hybrids, just like John Carpenter's Vampires, I think Blade 2 is one of the greatest horror action hybrids ever made. One of the greatest comic book movies ever made. I think Marvel now, MCU now, Kevin Feige now, should go back and watch those first 2 Blade movies. He could probably learn a lot from them. Do you like those movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes, man, he was a banger when he was on, especially during the 90s. He was like killing it. Passenger 57,
Yeah.
Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And, here's getting ready for the big final showdown. I love the props in this movie. I love that spirit they just showed.
Oh yeah, it's all awesome.
Like I was saying earlier, so like Jack Crow's crossbow, I love this. Wait, sorry, I'll go back to that. He takes the priest's collar out and then gives him the chainmail collar so he doesn't get bit.
It's so amazingly symbolic.
It is.
Along with what we were just talking about. James Woods is removing the cursed ritual that he's been raised within, and he's replacing it with the reality of what he's about to face.
Religion isn't going to save your life right now.
This pragmatic device may save your life.
Yeah.
But it is one collar to another. It's beautiful storytelling, it's beautiful writing, and it's beautiful directing. And it's a very simple moment, and yet it speaks to the entire characterization, the story, the dynamic between the characters, and it speaks to the symbology going on throughout the entire film that's really empowering it outside of its genre limitations.
So what I was saying before or about the crossbow, this was a real crossbow. And so when a lot of times when James Woods is shooting it, they're just giving him like a target to hit that has nothing, they're not having him shoot at people, but they would make like bets and stuff, and he did get a bullseye at times.
Oh wow.
Shooting that thing.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah.
Does not surprise me.
I was actually surprised to find out that was a legit crossbow.
I mean, it does. You know what? Now that you say it, when I was watching them, I was like, man, these things look heavy.
Yeah.
But I was thinking either they're built real to scale or they're absolute fakes that only weigh like 1 pound and look super real. Either way, they're really effective.
Knowing that it's real or that it must have had some weight to it, Which, you always hear a lot of actors when they have to carry something like that, a weapon, or like they want it to have that weight, It helps you feel like you're actually got the thing.
I like that Carpenter's not afraid to think about a movie theater audience in his staging. Like that right there. It almost feels like you're in a carnival funhouse or scare house.
Yes,
where the vampires are sort of popping out in the background. Now, that can easily be, like James Woods was saying earlier, that can easily be very corny in the hands of a lesser director. Carpenter makes it work by making it atmospheric. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
As opposed to kind of propelling the plot.
Yep.
I love it.
I love the priest, just tries shooting it. And Jack Crow's like, no, with a stake.
I have in here somewhere, let me see, I've got a good one in here. I've got a good little intro for all our gun nut listeners. I don't know how many of our listeners out there might be gun nuts, but if there is one, I've got an interesting fun fact for you here. Where is it? Oh, Jack Crow's handgun is a Jericho 941R.
Okay.
Sounds pretty banging, though. I love that. I love the sound of that gun. If I was going to get a gun, I'd like to order a Jericho 941R.
It's the story of Jericho taking down the walls, right?
Is that? I don't know that one. Is
Yeah,
that
it's an old tale,
like a myth tale? Oh, wow.
Jericho, something about Jericho
All
knocking
right.
down walls.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
I'm sure a listener will correct me on that.
That's all right. I like that you threw that out there.
More bodies turning to flames. Which,
Like, look at her acting. It's so intense. How about this? The Slayer van is a 1980 Ford F800. What's interesting is that particular model is popularly called an armorer truck.
it
So
looks like
it almost looks like a big ass tow truck without all the art direction they put on it. But
like an
it looks like
armored bank
almost like a
vehicle.
military tow truck. It's pretty cool.
This is kind of cool. This whole elevator set that they built, where the Padre eventually will climb up on top right here. It's when you see it, the scene coming up and he's on top and it's moving. It's actually not moving. If you look, they're just. The walls are bricks on like sheets that are just rolling.
No way.
Yeah, next to them,
What?
giving the impression that it's moving.
God, I love those in-camera trick type stuff. I love that stuff.
And there's gonna be a second one coming up too when Jack Crow gets on top of the vampire lady here and like rides her out as she's being dragged out into the sun. Again, the actors aren't moving. It's just the wall next to them being cranked by them.
Yeah, wow.
So he's not,
that's
actually
so
riding
interesting.
her. So also, the elevator set, he had built for this, and it had the movable walls and all that. And fun fact is that John Carpenter donated it to USC for their film program. That was his alma mater, and so that the students could have this like cheesy little top of an elevator set that gives the illusion of moving.
Oh,
and
that
stuff
they could use for their own.
films.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah.
I love that. That's
Yeah.
that's probably my favorite fun fact so far this evening or today. This morning, whenever you're listening to this. Could be the middle of the night for you in the future. Who knows what you're doing. But we love you.
One of the cool things about Carpenter's commentary is he really does break down. I mean, if you're into this level of nerdom of filmmaking, like they did a lot of, even as they're cross-cutting within a scene here, just reusing the same space. Like this space that Woods is standing in is also this stuff. You know what I mean? Like they just kept reusing certain areas and rebuilding sets and then making it all work in the editing. That was also a tough shot with the elevator doors opening because it was just stagehands, pulling ropes.
Right.
And so it's a double set of doors. So to get 4 doors moving in unison like an elevator would,
It's so freaking interesting.
Like all these little
I
things,
never would
yeah.
have even thought that was the case. It's just production designed and art directed so perfectly that you don't notice any of that to the eye. Even when you were describing it to me, I'm still not even really seeing it. It's perfect. Look at that. That's a very Carpenter-esque shot, the one that's on him.
This day, so all the cutaways to like the Padre, it was done one day they had no sound equipment. It was just Carpenter, the cinematographer and actors, and they just did a lot of these cutaways on their own. And then so here's the top of the elevator. If you watch the background, it's just painted bricks.
Oh my God, you're absolutely right. It's so perfect.
But it's done well, unless it's pointed
so
out.
the platform they're fighting on and laying on is not moving at all. Oh my Christ.
Nope, they're just standing there
I
fighting.
wonder how many elevator sequences use that type of a trick.
I'm sure a lot. Or at least where they're fighting on top and stuff. Think about trying to choreograph a fight sequence with
While
actors.
it's moving.
Well, it's also moving up and down.
And I wasn't even thinking,
But
what is
in
the
terms-
camera going up
I was
with
saying,
it?
but in terms of filming, it would take forever because you'd have to keep going up and then back down. Up.
yeah.
This way, you could just keep rolling.
It's a beautiful idea.
Yeah.
That is also, of course, practical effects, and it's done beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, Carpenter is a practical effects guy. Not that there was a ton of CG back, here, but they used digital means to remove wires and stuff and Valix flying and all that. But that's about as digital as I think Carpenter really got. All the blood is real.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
yeah, and I think we
he
talked
was
about
still he was
K&B.
still too early, I think, to be really indulging in a lot of that.
Well, I mean, people were doing it, but
computer
it was still
effects.
really bad looking. You know, so thank God he didn't try and skimp out on digital blood or anything.
Actually, now I think about it, T2 was like 91, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there had
Oh,
been
no.
many years of computer effects
There
by
was,
this
yeah,
point.
there was, yeah.
But I just don't associate them with Carpenter's work.
Gore was still, I think, a little cheesy.
No, you wouldn't want to
if
do
you
that.
did it.
Even it still is in 2026.
And they
like
used-
digital blood, it
Yeah,
still
yeah,
looks
yeah.
goofy.
They used the legendary K&B effects group, but I do believe it was a lot of Nicotero.
Yeah, Greg
doing
Nicotero.
most
He
of
probably
the
took lead
on-set
on this
stuff,
project,
yeah.
I would imagine.
All the severed heads, rubber bodies. and
It's really
stuff.
well done.
Yeah.
It's great stuff. I mean, and arguably, it's stuff that's right in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I can see why Carpenter would have called K&B for this particular job. these types of effects are exactly what they were doing throughout the entire 1990s. So it makes total sense.
And you needed some pros with, I think, like the amount in this film. There's a lot of fake bodies, heads, blood, people being bit and stabbed. And
you know who else worked on the effects teams here or there was Wayne Toth.
Right.
Who created the Michael Myers mask for Rob Zombie's Halloween movies.
Mm-hmm. I think this is so when you see James Woods end up jumping on top of her and riding her out, it's a similar thing as the elevator where the actors are stationary and the walls are moving. And
that sequence is
right
too?
Here, right, coming up. You'll see.
I gotta look. I gotta see that. Jeez, it does not. You don't see any of it
unless somebody points it out to you. You wouldn't.
No, you
really
would never notice. That's the beauty of great special effects.
Carpenter even swears there's you can see seams at times, but they always try to cut it.
You're gonna have to show me where here.
Oh, you'll see. Woods is literally riding her on the way out.
I was like, I didn't even know they could do that.
Yeah. I love that. See, he just pushes him to the ground.
Yeah.
It's so.
But that's what you do in that moment.
Yeah.
And again, he's sort of also trying to protect him.
He is. Yeah, and it's also like, get out of my way. Like I need to just take care of this one. There you go. So this ride out, when you see the side shot.
All right, hold on.
Right here.
Oh my God, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Wow, is that effective?
A little better with the close-up because it's a lot of focus, but there, the wide,
It's incredibly effective.
Yeah, of course.
Perfect, because you just have to lock the camera down.
Yeah.
You don't have to do any camera movement at all, and it sells itself.
Yeah. And you don't have to, the protecting the actor being dragged, Woods is on top. It makes sense.
Man.
And, again, I feel like in this movie, when if you watch when there's dawn and when night and dusk and night comes, it's really kind of shows you the beginning and ends of certain acts in the film.
Real quick, I wanted to throw a couple of the other horror movies from 1998. It was actually a pretty damn good year for horror. I mentioned Blade. It was Apt Pupil by Bryan Singer, Bride of Chucky, Ronnie Yu. And when I was watching Vampires, there was a lot of it. I was like, you can see, again, going back to Big Trouble in Little China, Carpenter's love for sort of wild Asian filmmaking. You could see a lot of it in the wire work they used for the vampires here.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to me that Ronnie Yu was already just beginning his American movie career. He'd continue on to Freddy vs. Jason later. Deep Rising, Stephen Sommers, one of my favorite monster movies. The Faculty, Robert Rodriguez. I mentioned Halloween H2O. Phantasm 4, Ring, Hideo Nakata, Dark City, Alex Proyas. A lot of great movies.
Yeah. I think
these are some handsome frickin' model-looking vampires there.
The ones in the black are the masters.
They're looking good. They look sort of like, Euro trash or something.
Is this where he throws... There's a scene where Valak throws Woods up on top of the truck. And I believe that was the last shot for Woods.
Is Thomas Ian Griffith, do you know, is he actually just a very tall man? Or were they just doing some sort of perspective things here? Because he looks extremely tall.
Yeah, no, I think he is.
Yeah.
His hair, that is not his hair, though. Those are extensions. He had short hair.
And I think it took something like 12 hours to apply them.
Yeah, and I think he told a story about... after one night before filming. Oh, so that's the scene right there. Her biting Daniel Baldwin is where the MPAA kind of got on John Carpenter. That was supposed to be a much longer bite.
Thank God it wasn't.
And he said he had to significantly trim that down to get it through the board.
Going back to that famous shot in George Romero's Dawn of the Dead, where the cop kicks open the apartment door right as the wife is biting into the shoulder of her husband. Yeah. And any time in movies they do bites where there's that stretchy elasticity and ripping skin, it just puckers my asshole so tightly. I don't care how many times I've seen Daniel Baldwin being bitten like that, it puckers my asshole. I hate that tearing flesh effect. It gets me every time.
I like that you could see in Cheryl Lee, like once she's finally full vampire, again, she kind of takes on this sort of different look, holds herself differently, you know?
Yeah.
She's relishing in it.
Like, these are either nihilistic, monstrous vampires, or they are a local community theater doing Jesus Christ Superstar. It's one or the other when you look at this sequence. Doesn't it almost look like they were about to start singing Gethsemane?
Yeah, yeah.
And I just want you all to know a little fun fact about myself. I can sing all of Jesus Christ Superstar. All of it. All of it.
Okay.
One of my favorite musicals of all time.
No, mine too, yeah. Mine too.
Andrew Lloyd Webber. My God, what a banger of a songwriter. And
Yeah, I'm not a huge musical guy, but the ones I like are usually by him. You know?
Hair, Jesus Christ Superstar.
Phantom. I mean, you can't go wrong. Anyway,
Yeah.
so this scene, this night, Carpenter kept talking about how it was freezing cold all night. They're shooting this, and you know, you can't tell. I kept looking for breath, but I didn't see any.
Well, sometimes what they'll do, I don't know if they still utilize this, but once I heard they used to put like ice cubes in the actors' mouths.
Oh.
And so if they even put like one ice cube in, it
Yeah.
would stop you from having that breath coming out. So who knows?
I love the look on James Wood's face too when he sees the cardinal, like, you know, just with his eyes,
Oh,
you
yeah.
see that look of what. You know, like I said, it's the I am your father moment when this guy comes around.
He
the corner.
even has like a Vader vibe
Yeah,
to
you're
how
like,
he's talking right now.
No, you know, it's not true.
And Valak's the Emperor.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You know, and was I telling you privately, or was it when we were doing the intro, the story about Carpenter and Maximilian talking about the scene and how to
I
play
can't remember
it?
if that was on the air. That we've been going for
know.
now for 6 straight hours,
I
so I'm
know.
not quite sure.
Well,
tell it again. What the hell? They can hear it again if they have to.
Just when they were talking about, you know, how to approach the scene, and they asked themselves the question, of John Carpenter and Maximilian Schell. They're asking themselves, like, well, if you were presented with this opportunity for immortality, you know, would you take it, like, ultimately? And they both said, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
And so they played it.
I mean, all these movies always, even though good always prevails, the bad guys always look like they're having the most fun, the best time. Of
course.
Living the best life. You almost feel kind of bad for them till they have to lose.
I think it's kind of some a great piece of writing is when you hear the Cardinal say, like, you know, I've been doing this my whole life. I haven't seen any miracles. I haven't seen any.
That's true.
Basically, I haven't seen anything that
Like my faith
proves to me that my faith is gonna.
Which is absolutely sacrosanct when you're considering the whole principle of faith.
Yes, exactly.
And why him as a cardinal is just pure corruption in his heart.
Yeah.
Because you don't get any proof. That's what faith is. You don't get an answer. You have
He
to
wants the
believe.
guarantee.
Yeah, and that's why he's corrupt.
Yeah.
No, that's interesting. Again, I'll tell you
Even
what,
at the
that's sort of
cost of others,
sophisticated storytelling for an action vampire
No, it
movie.
is if you pay attention. Again, I love the cauterizing of the wound.
I will say, when he did it a second time, I was like, oh, okay, we're going.
He's got a thing.
We're doing this again. I think he's got a BDSM thing.
I think, actually, if I remember,
He's got a kink.
Carpenter brings up him taking that aspect of cauterizing a vampire wound from an old vampire movie. That's what. Now,
Okay.
he uses it twice,
Yeah.
yes, but I think he was doing it in homage there.
I also think maybe Daniel Baldwin was just like, the first time he did it, he was like, ah! He's like, that looked fucking badass. He's like, you know what, I'm going to do that one more time. Let me do that again in 3 scenes from now.
That was also a scene that when you saw Daniel Baldwin there, like, it was done on a set. And if you look closely, it's just black behind him. And you don't notice that the woods aren't there.
Oh, wow.
Or, you know.
Well, when the acting is this good and this riveting, yeah, you aren't really paying attention to what's going on.
It's a small thing. It's nighttime.
It's
You're not,
interesting.
you know, it's not like the woods are so prominent. You're like, well, where'd they go? You're looking at the guy putting a gun to his neck to cauterize the wound. You know?
When I was watching this movie, I was like, we're coming up to the moment. Well, we're going to get there in a minute. But when the truck pulls the cross down with James Woods on it, the stunt guy that had to do that, that guy still must have a bad back.
I think it was a
that
dummy.
looked
Even
freaking
Carpenter
brutal.
said like that would snap anyone's neck.
It looked like it
Obviously,
would
for a
kill
movie,
somebody.
yeah.
Oh, so that you think that was a dummy?
Yeah.
Okay,
Because that
makes
would
more
really
sense.
hurt.
Because that really took me
Yeah.
out of the movie. I was like, did that stuntman survive that?
No, but James Woods does talk about kind of how scary when Daniel Baldwin's character is about to come driving down and he shoots the crossbow into the cross to knock it down. Like it was all rigged very safely, but there literally was a
jerk of it.
No,
Oh.
like there was an arrow, even though it was guided, but it went straight next to James Woods' head.
Okay.
And into the wood. So he was saying like even though he was perfectly safe and it was still very nerve-wracking to kind of be right next to this thing coming
I'd
at
imagine.
your head.
You also noticed, by the way, it occurred to me, the way the Cardinals treating him is exactly how he was treating the Padre earlier. Cutting on him and everything.
Yeah.
Again, it's an
cutting on the
inversion.
leg was a weird place unless there's some religious imagery there that I'm not aware of.
I'm so glad you brought that up because in my notes I had a little note about. I'm surprised they didn't have him cut at like
The ribs,
one of the
right?
ribs,
Yeah,
or
I don't know.
or like one of
Yeah.
the center of the hand.
Maybe he just cut him. It wasn't even.
But do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
to line it more up with ritual.
I was wondering if there was
because
some
of
reason
course
why.
this is all a ritual.
Yeah.
I was sort of surprised by that. I think I think it might have been a little more effective to do that.
I do wonder if it was just sort of like luck that they got Jack to be the Slayer that they need to, sacrifice, or was it always like, is Jack a true Slayer where if it was any of the guys on his old team or whatever, it wouldn't quite fit the prophecy because they were just like mercenaries, but Jack is like, it's more personal. He's like a true Slayer.
Yep.
I weird thing, but I always wondered, like, was the plan for Valak always to get to Jack, for this? He needed Jack to get him to the cross in a way, or actually he kind of figured out the cross on his own, didn't he? But, was he always going to go for Jack? Is that why he knew his name? I mean,
That seemed like an improv there. Do you see
Yeah,
it?
I'm
My
sure.
freaking nuts are on fire here. It
Oh,
felt
yeah.
like, not to interrupt you, but...
And since we're getting towards the end, it'll be interesting to point out how James Woods' an ad-lib line is something that sort of ends the movie, but is a callback to the beginning, and it's that whole, hey, Father, did killing vampires give you some wood? Give you a little mahogany?
Oh, yeah.
If you think about it, he says that to him when he first meets him, and then at the end,
yeah, that's a good
brings
point.
it back, and that's what the movie ends on.
Yep.
It's in dialogue-wise,
The ending, the dialogue at the end is one of my favorite parts of the movie. It really does, number one, leave you wanting more, but it also it gives you this sort of hope that the story's going to continue even if you don't get to be witness to it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, yeah, I know. I like that. I asked James Woods, like I said, did you think Crow actually catches up with Montoya and all that? And I think he kind of like answered around it by saying he definitely wouldn't. But it was interesting to hear that they were, he wanted
Considering
a
that.
sequel. Yeah.
When he was talking about that, I was thinking you could also do it nowadays as like a comic or a graphic novel.
Or I could also see the sort of setup where you got Jack Crow older,
Yeah, it would be
training
awesome.
the new young guy.
It would be awesome.
And sort of like
I even liked how he said you'd first see him, he's dyeing his hair, trying to stay relevant almost.
yeah.
I love that. I think
Yeah.
that's freaking great.
Yeah.
But you see Jimmy's like natural abilities as a storyteller.
yeah.
I'm almost surprised he hasn't written any movies himself, like, because he's so good at stories. He's just has it.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. And so this was, the sort of setup I was talking about earlier from the horror of Dracula film with the sunlight.
Yeah. This is really cool.
And it's interesting because I have Carpenter in his commentary talks about it coming from the horror of Dracula film, and then I've seen interviews where James Woods says he came up with the idea of kicking the pole out so that the sunlight would kill Valak. So I don't know. It's probably somewhere in the middle, a little collaboration between the two of them.
I think you're probably right about probably yeah. But you see here, Crow has now reclaimed that symbology back to good.
Yeah.
But the only way he could do that was by actually becoming a hero himself.
Yeah.
And not be, it's like a good reluctant hero story, and he has a great arc.
It's a
And even if you notice, I notice in these later scenes that black cross is lit or shot to look more lighter or golden or full of light.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, there are a lot of shots where you see the cross where there's. It's almost like there's a filter only over part of the image.
I thought about that too,
and it makes the light reflect off of it. But either way, there's
because it doesn't look jet black at all anymore.
No, but it's got this like sparkle to it. These like
I agree with you.
Light flares.
Yep, I noticed it too.
You would think the vampires, if they're being around this long, would have built some sort of a sunproof suit or something. You know?
I like to see his hand goes flying and spinning away.
It's a great little explosion.
Yeah, it's great.
And so I wonder, is the idea that, all right, the master's gone, and I mean, obviously people like Daniel Baldwin's character, he's still turning, but so can they make more vampires? Does it continue without a master somewhere, or are the ones that's left are just the ones that are left?
Obviously, in a lot of other vampire movies, vampire stories, and certainly in vampire storytelling tradition, once you kill the master, all the underling vampires that are still alive would revert back to human.
Yeah, or not under the spell anymore.
Right. Like,
Which
even see moments where, their eyes or their things
even
dissolve,
here,
change.
she's not under his spell, but she's still a vampire.
Yeah.
You know?
So it's a little bit different in this telling, and the mythology is a little bit different here. I like to think maybe there's a way, if Master is dead, that they could find their way back to humanity. And maybe if Jack Crow was hunting them, he might not find what he thinks he's going to find at the end of that hunt.
Yeah.
And that could have been an interesting version of the story going forward and continuing on. Because I've always kind of liked that motif that like in The Lost Boys, when they kill Edward Herman, no one's a vampire anymore, right?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. It's not exactly what they're doing here, and I can see why, because it sets this whole idea up between them and the possibility for a sequel. And it's interesting that they did make sequels to this.
Yeah, but they didn't.
With John Bon Jovi instead of James Woods.
Yeah.
Now, I will admit, I have not seen the second. I think there may have been a third, too.
Really?
And I think.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen
John
those.
Bon Jovi isn't playing Jack Crow, right?
I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right. No, I think
I'm going to look it up right now, 'cause I'm curious.
I think that would have...
Let's. It's called like Vampires Los Muertos.
Yes. And Carpenter, obviously, I mean, I don't think he has anything to do with it, right? Maybe a producer, but...
Maybe that, but let's see what his character name is. No, John Bon Jovi as Derek Bliss.
Okay.
I'm seeing if there's any other crossover characters, but I'm not seeing any. So it's probably just a completely separate story.
Slayer versus vampires.
Yeah. And it's interesting because that immediately, again, brings me back to From Dusk Till Dawn. Because look at From Dusk Till Dawn 2 and on. It was now Robert Patrick. It was a different storyline, different director, with just the same IP kind of anchoring itself for marketability.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there were any more novels. The guy, they wrote...
He did. He wrote a sequel. He wrote a sequel novel. I'll tell you right now about it.
That was Stakely, right?
Yeah, let's see. The second novel he wrote was called Armor, A-R-M-O-R, and it was a continuation of the story here, but I think it revolved around a different set of characters in this world.
Gotcha.
It was about, like, corporate vampirism, and the Pope is a vampire, you find out, and there's all this other stuff, but obviously that wasn't adapted. I think it's funny, I mentioned in the intro, it is weird that his name is John Stakely.
Yeah. No,
for a guy who writes vampire novels.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. This movie is a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this movie is just a happy Friday night or Saturday night movie, popcorn movie.
Yeah.
But
Balls
yet,
to the wall.
it has so much dimension to it, as we've been covering and talking about all these now I think 11 or 12 hours that we've been talking about this movie today.
I mean, look, Carpenter, like James Wood said, Carpenter's a smart guy, and especially at this point in his career,
right.
he's done a lot. He's kind of been around the block, and I think I think what gets overlooked a lot with Carpenter, because he's a quote unquote master of horror, is he's so good with the characters. You know what I mean? Like his characters are what make the movies almost more
you're
than
absolutely
the
right.
horror or the
You're absolutely
the
right.
villain. I mean, his villains make great characters too, but it's just the characters in general. He's so
And
good.
also the way they're embodied by this,
Well,
like
yeah,
I
I mean-
like this series of just incredible actors over all those years, over those 20 years, between 78 and 98. Just like we were talking about how James Woods has worked with so many incredible directors, Carpenter has directed really all the greatest leading men of that era in a way, at least a number of them.
Yeah. Wow, there we go.
Yeah, that was a
John
blast.
Carpenter's Vampires.
A movie that 100% deserves, like I said, a total reappraisal. Not that people didn't like it when it came out. It was very popular, and a lot of people loved this movie. But when you think of John Carpenter movies, it's not a lot of people's first movie they mention.
No.
But it probably should be.
Should be in
because
the conversation
it's one
more,
of his
for sure.
best
Yeah.
films all in all.
Yep.
And I couldn't be happier that we've had a chance here, not only to cover it here on Haddonfield Radio, but to collaborate in that coverage along with James Woods himself. Again, I just want to say, Jimmy, if you're listening,
If you've made it to the end,
that meant the absolute world to us that you shared that time and perspective with us. It's something I'm going to be remembering for the rest of my life, and it was an honor to have a conversation with you, a real honor, after a lifetime of appreciating your art. So thank you so much for joining us and for sharing such openness and such a candid parts of yourself. That really meant the world to Joe and I, and something we'll always be kind of marveling at as we go forward.
Not everybody gets to personally talk with Jack Crow.
No, it was incredible. And again, thank you guys. If you guys have made it all the way to this point, right, I would like you to comment with the skull and crossbones emoji.
Oh, is there a Dracula one? We gotta
Is
go
there
with,
a Dracula emoji?
I think there's fangs at least, or something like that.
If there's a
Yeah.
Dracula emoji,
Yeah,
then
come on.
use the Dracula
Yeah. Oh,
emoji.
yeah.
Comment with the Dracula emoji if you've made it this far into the episode. If you want to throw a couple eggplants in there or peaches for Joe's benefit, go right the F ahead. No one's going to stop you.
Well, thank you
Yeah.
guys.
We love
This
you
has been
guys.
fun.
We won't hold you any longer.
The next thing you're going to get from us is our season 4 premiere
Yep.
with Toby Hooper's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Talk about a banger of all bangers.
Oh my
Stone
God.
Cold
Oh my
classic.
God.
What a way to start season 4.
Yep.
I got to say, guys, again, I cannot wait for season 4. Joe and I are really going to be swinging for the fences, just to bring the best possible episodes to you guys. It's hopefully will be 9 really, really great episodes. We're really aiming to bring our absolute best work forward and really preparing a lot of really exciting stuff for this season. So onward and upwards, right?
Yes.
We'll be
Yes.
seeing you, for our listeners in the present, we'll be seeing you in a really very shortly with season 4. We'll be premiering February 13th, 2026 with episode 35, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And then we'll be just going from there, back in business here. The hiatus is now officially over.
Oh, yeah, we're back to work.
We hope you guys have enjoyed this really deep dive into the history, legacy, and lore of John Carpenter's Vampires. Thank you, James Woods, again. We love
Thank
you.
you, Mr.
For all,
Woods.
we always
Jimmy.
will love you,
Thank you,
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. And to all of you who have spent all these hours hanging out with us in Joe's basement, you know how much we love you and how much we appreciate you. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And next time we see you, we'll be here for season 4. Am I right?
You're right.
Anything else you want to say?
Make sure nobody gives it to you up the Strata Chocolata.
Yeah, that basically sums up my thoughts as well. So with that said, my name, as always, has been Christian White.
And I'm Joe Francasio.
And have a frickin' incredible Halloween.